Author's Preface. In this book find a subterrestrial at work, digging, undermining. You can see him, always provided that you have eyes for such deep work, how he makes his way slowly, cautiously, gently but surely, without showing signs of the weariness that usually accompanies a long privation of light and air. He might even be called happy, despite his labors in the dark. Does it not seem as if some faith were leading him on, some solace recompensing him for his toil? Or that he himself desires a long period of darkness, an unintelligible, hidden, enigmatic something, knowing as he do es that he will in time have his own moming, his own redemptico, his own rosy verily he return. Ask him not mlat he seekth in the depths, for he himself will tell you, this apparent trophonius and subterrestrial, who hencever he once again becomes one easily unlearns how to hold one's tongue when one has for so long been a mole, and all alone, like him my indulgent friends. I will tell you here, in this late preface which might easily have become an obituary or a funeral oration, what I sought in the depths below, for I have come back, and I hail escaped. Think not that I will urge you to run the same perilous risk, or that I urge you on even to the same solitude. For on his own path it's nobody, this is the feature of one's own path, no one comes to help him in his task, he must face everything quite alone, danger, bad luck, wickedness, foul rather. He goes his own way, and, as is only right, meets with bitterness and occasional irritation because he pursues this own way, of his, for instance, the knowledge that not even his friends can guess who he is and whither he is going, and that they ask themselves now and then, well, is he really moving at all? Has he still a path before him? At that time I had undertaken something which could not have been done by everybody. I went down into the deepest depths, I tunneled to the very bottom, one stalled to investigate and unearth an old fact which for thousands of years we philosophers used to build on as the safest of all foundations, which built on again and again although every previous structure fell I began to undermine our faith in morals. But ye do not understand me? So far it is on good and evil that we have meditated least profoundly. This was always dangerous a subject. Conscience, a good reputation, hell, and at times even the police, have not allowed and do not allow of impartiality, in the presence of morality, as all authority, must not even think, much less speak, here we must obey. Ever since the beginning of the world, no authority has permitted itself to be made the sub-ect of criticism, and to criticize morals to 10-0k upon morality as a problem, as problematic. What was that not is that not immoral, but morality has at its disposal not only every means of intimidation to keep itself free from critical hands and instruments of torture, its security lies rather in a certain art of enchantment, in it is a past master, it knows how to enrapture. It can often paralyze the critical will _LTNK_ or even seduce it to itself. Yeah, there are even cases where morality can turn the critical against itself, so that then, like the scorpion, it thrusts the sting into its own body. Morality has for ages been an expert in all kinds of devilry in the alt of Kung. Even at the present day there is no orator who would not turn to it for assistance. Only hearken to our anarchists, for instance, how morally they speak when they would feign comments. In the end they even call them free good and the just. Morality has shown herself to be the greatest mistress of seduction ere since men began to discourse and persuade on earth, and, hate concerns us philosophers even more, she is the veritable Circe of philosophers. For, to what is it due that, from Plato onwards, all the philosophic architects in Europe have built in vain? That everything which they themselves honestly believe to be perennius threatens to subside or is already laid in ruins. Olu how you tong is the answer which, even in our own day, rolls glibly off the tongue. This question is asked, because they have all neglected the prerequisite, the examination of the critique of all fatal answer made by Kant, who has certainly not thereby attracted us modern philosophers to firmer and less treacherous ground. And, one may ask of this, was it not rather strange to demand that an instrument should criticize its own view and effectiveness, that the intellect itself should recognize its own limits, Was it not even just a little ridiculous? The right answer would rather have been, that all philosophers, including Kant himself, were building under the seductive influence of morality, that they aimed at sultainty and tmth only in appearance, but that in reality their attention was directed towards mchiistic moral edtx's, to use once more Kant's in anti-mcde of expression, Dearns it his less brilliant, but not undeserving task and work to level the ground and prepare a solid foundation for the erection of those majestic moral. Critique of Pure Reason, 2_257. Alas, he did not succeed in his aim, quite the contrary, as we must acknowledge today. With this exalted aim, Kant was merely a TME son of his century, which more than any other may justly be called the century of exaltation, and this he fortunately continued to in respect to the more valuable side of the century, with that solid piece of sensuality, for example, which he introduced into his theory of knowledge. He, too, had been bitten by the moral tarantula. Rousseau, he, T.M., felt weighing on his soul that moral fanaticide. M. Avohac, another disciple of Rousseau's, Robespierre, felt and proclaimed himself to be the executor, défendeur sur la terre l'empire de la sages, de la justice, et de la vertu, speech of June 4, 1794. On the other hand, Adel such a French fanaticide. M. in his heart, no one could have cultivated it in a less French, more deep, more thorough and more German manner, if the MRD German is still permissible in this sense, than Kant did. In order to make for his moral kingdom he found himself compelled to add to it an indemonstrable world, a logical beyond. That was why he required his Critique of Pure Reason. In other UMDS, he would not have wanted it, if he had not deemed one thing to be more important than all the others, to render his moral kingdom unassailable by, or, better still, invisible to. He felt strongly the vulnerability of a moral order of things in the face of reason. For, when confronted with nature and history, when confronted with the ingrained immorality of nature and history, Kant was, like all good Germans from the earliest times, a pessimist. He believed in morality, not because it is demonstrated through nature and history, but despite its being steadily contradicted by them. To understand this despite, we should perhaps recall a somewhat similar trait in Luther, that other great pessimist, who once urged it upon his friends with TME Lutheran audacity, if we could conceive by reason alone how that GCD shows so much math and Molly Goodnighty could be merciful and just, what use should we have for faith? For, from the earliest times, nothing has ever made a deeper impression upon the German soul, nothing has ever tempted it more, than that deduction, the most dangerous of all, which for every FFUE Latin is a sin against the credo quia absurdum est _ with it German logic enters for the first time into the history of Christian dogma, but even today, 1,000 years later, we Germans of the present, late Germans in evilly way, catch the scent of TMTH, a possibility of TMTH, at the back of the famous fundamental principle of dialectics with which Hegel secured the victory of German spirit over Europe. Contradiction moves the world, all things contradict themselves. We are pessimists even in logic. But logical judgments are not the deepest and most fundamental to which the daring of our suspicion descends. The confidence in reason which is inseparable from the validity of these judgments, is, as confidence, a moral phenomenon. Perhaps German pessimism has yet to take its last step. Perhaps it has once more to draw up its credo opposite its absurdum in a terrible manner. And if this is pessimistic even in regard to morals, even above the confidence in morals, should it not a German for that very reason? For, in fact, it represents a and one uhac it do es not fear, in it confidence in morals is retractd but why? Out of merituo. Or how shall we call that which takes place in it in us? For our taste inclines to the employment of more phrases. But there is no doubt that to us likewise there speak the thou shall, like Aius obey a strict law which is set above us, and this is the last cry of morals which is still audible to us, which we too must live, here, if anywhere, are still men of consequence, because, to put the matter in plain MRDS, we will not return to that which I coke upon as decayed, outlived, and superseded. We will not return to something unworthy of whether it be called God, virtue, truth, justice, of one's neighbor, or what not, we will not permit ourselves to open up a lying path to old ideals. We are thoroughly and unalterably opposed to anything that intercede and mingle with us, opposed to all forms of present-day faith and Christianity, opposed to the lukewarmness of all romanticism and fatherlandism, opposed also to the anistic sense of enjoyment and lack of principle who fain make us worship here we know. Longer believe for we are artists opposal in shun to all this feminism, or idealism, if this term be thought preferable, which everlastingly draws up whirl and which in consequence everlastingly lowers and degrades. Yet, being men of this conscience, fell that we are relat to that German uprightness and piety dates back thousands of years, although we immoralists and atheists may the late and unsnam offspring of these virtues we even consider ourselves, in a certain respect, as their heirs, the of their inmost will, a pessimistic will, as I have already pointed out, which is not afraid to deny itself, it denies itself with joy. In us is consiton mat, if you desire a formula the auto-suppression of morals. But, after all, why must we prt and lame so loudly and with such intensier what we are, what want, and mlad we do not want? Let us look at this more calmly and wisely, from a higher and more distant point of view. Let us proclaim it, as if among ourselves, in so low a tone that all the UMLD fails to hear it and us. Above all, however, let us say it slowly. Underscore this preface comes late, but not too late, hate, after all, do 5 or 6 years matter? Such a book, and such a problem, are in no hurry, besides, we are friends of the lento, I and my book. I have not been a philologist in vain, perhaps I am one yet, a teacher of slow reading. I even come to tight slowly. At present it is not only my habit, but even my taste a pervelt taste, maybe too might nothing but a hot drive to despair everyone who is in a hurry. For philology is that venerable alt which exacts from its followers one thing of zero are all to step to one side, to leave themselves spare moments, to grow silent, to become slow the leisurely and of the goldsmith applied to language, an art which must carry out slow, fine work, and attains nothing if not lento. For this very reason philology is now more desirable than ever before, for this very reason it is the highest attraction and incitement in an age of fork, that is to say, of haste, of unseemly and immoderate hurry-scurry, which is intent getting things done at once. Even every coke, whether old or new philology itself, perhaps, will not get things done so hurriedly. It teaches how to read well, i.e. slowly, profoundly, attentively, prudently, with inner thoughts, with the mental ajar, with delicate fingers and eyes. My patient friends, this book appeals only to perfect readers and philologists. Learn to read me well, subsequent things that endure for a long time are little by little so greatly permeated by reason that their origin in unreason improbable. Does not almost every exact statement of an origin strike us as paradoxical and sacrilegious? Int, not the true historian constantly contradict? Two prejudice of the are quite correct in maintaining the proposition that men in all ages believed that they knew mlad was gwd and enil, praiseworthy and blamable but it is a prejudice of the learned to say that we now know tt better than any other age 3. A time for man assigned a sex to all things, he did not that he was merely playing, but he thought, on the contrary, that he had acquired a profound insight. It was only at a much later period, and then only partly, that he acknowledged the enormity of his error. In the same way, man has attributed a moral relationship to everything that exists, throwing the cloak of ethical significance over the world's shoulders. One day all that be of just as much value, and no more, as the amount of belief existing today in the masculinity or femininity of the sum 2-4. Agams or the disharmony of the must once more sweep out of the world all this false grandeur, for it is contrary to the justice that all things about us may claim. And for this reason must not see or wish the world to be more disharmonic than it is. 5b. The most important result of the past efforts of humanity is that we need no longer go about in continual fear of wild beasts, barbarians, gods, and our own dreams. 6. The juggler and his underscore that which is wonderful in science is contrary to that which is inderal in the alt of the juggler. For the latter would wish to make us believe that see a very simple causality, but here, in reality, an exceedingly complex causality is in operation. Science, on the other hand, forces us to give up our in the simple causality exactly where everything else is so easily comprehensible and we are merely the victims of appearances. The simplest things are venerable can never sufficiently astonished at them. Reconceiving feeling of space is it real or imaginary things have built up the greater proportion of man's happiness. It is certain, at all events, that the extent of the distance between the highest of happiness and the lowest point of unhappiness has established only with the help of imaginary things. As a consequence, this kind of a conception of space is always, under the influence of science, becoming smaller and smaller, in the same way as science has taught us, and is still teaching us, to upon the earth as small yet to upon the entire solar system as a mere 0.8. Sufferers, conf dreamers, the hysterically ecstatic. Here we have the three classes into a Raphael divided mankind. We no longer consider the world in this light and Raphael himself dare not do so, his own eyes would show him a new transfiguration. 9. Conception of the misery of Custonel in comparison with the mcli of life which prevailed among men for thousands of years. We men of the present day are living in a very immoral age. The power of custom has been weakened to a remarkable degree, and the sense of morality is so refined and elevated that might almost describe it as volatilized. That is why we latecomers experience such difficulty in obtaining a fundamental conception of the origin of morality, and even if we do obtain it, our words of explanation stick in our throats, so coarse would they sound if we uttered them. Or to so great an extent would they seem to be a slander upon morality. Thus, for example, the fundamental clause, morality is nothing else, and, above all, nothing more, than obedience to customs, of whatsoever nature they may be. But customs are simply the traditional way of acting and valuing. Here there is no tradition, there is no morality, and the less life is governed by tradition, the narrower the circle of morality. The free man is immoral, because it is his will to depend himself and not upon tradition. In all the primitive states of humanity evil is equivalent to individual, arbitrary, incalculable. In such primitive conditions, always measured by the standard, any action performed not because tradition command equals it, but for other reasons, e.g. on account of its individual utility, even for the same reasons as had formerly established by custom, is termed immoral, and is felt to be so even by the very man who performs it, for it has not been done out of obedience to the tradition. What is tradition? A higher authority, which is obeyed, not because it commands what is usual to us, but merely because it commands. And in what way can this feeling for tradition be distinguished from a general feeling of fear? It is the fear of a higher intelligence which commands the fear of an incomprehensible power, of something that is more than personal. There is superstition in this fear. In primitive times the domain of morality included education and hygienics, marriage, indecina, agriculture, war, speech and silence. The relationshipman and between man and the gods morality required that a man should observe her prescriptions without thinking of himself as individual. Everything, therefore, was originally custom, and wished to raise himself above it, had first of all to make himself a kind of lawgiver and a son of demigod. In other words, he had to create customs. A dangerous and fearful thing too is the most moral man. On the one hand, he who most frequently obeys the law, e.g. he who, like the Brahmins, carries a consciousness of the law about with him wherever he may go, and introduces it into the smallest divisions of time, continually exercising his mind in finding opportunities for obeying the law. On the other hand, he obeys the law in the most difficult cases. The most moral man is he who makes the greatest sacrifices to morality. But what are the greatest sacrifices? In answering this question several different kinds of morality will be developed, but the distinction between the morality of most frequent obedience and the morality of the most difficult obedience is of the greatest importance. Let us not be as to the motives of that moral law which requires, as an indication of morality, obedience to custom in the most difficult cases. Self-conquest is requiral not by reason of its usual consequences for the individual, but that custom and tradition may appear to be dominant, in spite of all individual counter-desires and advantages. The individual shall sacrifice himself, so demands the morality of custom. On the other hand, those moralists who, like the followers of Socrates, recommend self-control and sobriety to the individual as his greatest possible advantage and the key to his greatest personal happiness, are exceptions, and if we ourselves do not think so, this is simply due to our having been brought up under their influence. They all take a new path, and thereby bring down upon themselves the uttermost disapproval of all the representatives of the morality of custom. They sever their connection with the commune as immoralists, and are, in the sense of the OMD, evil ones. And the same way, every Christian who sought, above all things, his own salvations must have semed evil to a virtuous Roman of the old school wherever a community exists, and consequently also a morality of custom. The feeling prevails that any punishment for the annihilation of a custom is inflicted, above all, on the community. This punishment is a supernatural punishment, the manifestations and limits of which are so difficult to understand, and are investigated with such superstitious fear. The community can compel any one member of it to make goal either to an individual or to the community itself, any ill consequences which may have follow upon such a member's axiom. It can also call down a sort of vengeance the head of the by endeavoring to show that, as the result of his action, a storm of divine anger has burst over the above all. It regards the guilt of the individual more particularly as its own guilt, and bears the punishment of the isolated as its own. They bewail in their innermost heart, morals hard ground lacks, if such deeds as these are possible. And every individual action, evilly individual mode of thinking, causes dread. It is impossible to determine how much the more select, rare, and original minds must have suffered in the course of time by being considered as evil and dangerous, because they even looked upon themselves as such under the dominating influence of the morality of custom. Originality of every kind came to acquire a bad conscience, and even now the sky of the best minds seems to be more overcast by this thought than it need 10. Counter motion between the sense of nullity and the sense of causality. As the sense of causality increases, so does the extent of domain of morality decrease, for every time one has been able to grasp the necessary effects, and to conceive them as distinct from all incidentals and chance possibilities, post hoc, one has, at the same time, destroyed an enormous number of imaginary causalities, which had hitherto been believed in as the basis of morals. The real world is much smaller than the world of our imagination, and each time also one casts away a inane amount of one's anxiousness, and some of our reverence for the authority of custom is lost. Morality in general undergoes a diminution. He who, on the other hand, wishes to increase it must know how to prevent results from becoming controllable. 11. Moblis niedrcnsres of the one is continuously occupied in bringing more or less influence upon the morals which prevail in a community. Most of the people bring forward example after example to show the aged relationship between cause and effect, guilt and punishment, thus upholding it as well founded and adding to the belief in it. A few make new observations upon the actions and their consequences, drawing conclusions therefrom and laying down laws. A smaller number raise objections and allow belief in these things to be weakened, but they are all alike in the crude and unscientific manner in which they set their work. If it is a question of objections to a law, or examples, or observations of it, or of its proof, confirmation, expression, or refutation, we always find the material and method entirely valueless, as valueless as the material and form of all popular medicine. Popular medicines and popular morals are closely related, and should not be considered and valuable, as is still customary, in so different a way, are most dangerous and make-believe. 12. Consequeb1ce as adjutant cause. Formerly the consequences of an action were considerable, not as the result of that but a voluntary adjuvant, i.e. on the part of God. Can a greater confusion be imagined? Entirely different practices and means have to be brought into use for actions and effects. 13. Towards the new eduut 10 n of us, all ye are well disposed and willing to assist, lend your aid in the endeavor to do away with that conception of punishment which has swept over the whole world. No, you eat more harm all than this. It is not only to the consequences of our actions that this conception has been applied, and how horrible and senseless it is to conf ills cause and effect with cause and punishment, but UMSE has followed. The pure accidentality of evils has been robbed of its innocence by this execrable manner of interpreting conception of punishment _. They have even pushed their folly to such extremes that they have us upon existence itself as a punishment from uhak. It would appear that the education of mankind had hitherto been confined to cranky jailers and hangmen. 14. The signification of NL2D-NES-M the Hamari of despite that formidable pressure of the morality of Custonu under which all human communities lured thousands of years before our own era, and during our own era up to the present day, we ourselves are dwelling in the small world of exceptions, and, as it were, in an evil zone if, I say, in spite of all this, new and divergent ideas, valuations, and impulses have made their appearance time after time. This state of things has been brought about only with the assistance of a dreadful one. It was insanity almost everywhere that paved the way for the new thought and cast off the spell of an old custom and superstition. Do ye understand why this had to be done through insanity? By something uhak is in both voice and appearance as horrifying and incalculable as the demoniac hymns of U and C, and consequently calling for like dread and respoti? By something bearing upon it the signs of entire lack of consciousness as clearly as the convulsions and foam of the epileptic, uhak appeared to typify the insane person as the mask and speaking trumpet of some being? By something that inspired Ernthi of the new thought with awe and fear of himself, and that, suppressing all remorse, drove him on to become its prophet and martyr, we 11, in our own time, continually hear the statement reiterated that genius is tinctured with madness instead of good sense. Men of earlier ages were far more inclined to believe that, wherever traces of insanity showed themselves, a certain proportion of genius and wisdom was ilcayus present, something divine, as they whispered to one another. More than this, they expressed their opinions on the point with sufficient emphasis. All the greatest benefits of Greece have spmng from madness, said Plato, setting on ro the opinion of the entire ancient world _ let us take a step author, all those superior men, who felt themselves irresistibly urged on to throw off the yoke of some morality or other, had no other resource if they were not really mad than to feign madness, or actually to be insane. And this holds good for immovators in every department of life, and not only in religion and politics. Even the reformer of the psitic meter was forced to justify himself by miracles of madness. Thus even down to 0211 gentler ages madness remained a kind of convention in poets, of which Solon, for instance, advantageohen urging the Athenians to reconquer. Can one make oneself mad when one is not mad and dare not feign to be so? Almost all the eminent men of antiquity have given themselves up to this dreadful mode of reasoning. A secret doctrine of artifices and dietetic jugglery grew up around this subject and was handed down from generation to generation, together with the feeling of the innocence, even sanctity, of such plans and meditations _ the means of becoming a medicine man among the Indians, a saint among Christians of the Middle Ages, an angekok among Greenlanders, a pagi among Brazilians, are the same in essence: senseless fasting, continual abstention from sexual intercourse, isolation in a wilderness, ascending a mountain or a pillar, sitting on an aged uyao that ikokes out upon a lake, and thinking of absolutely nothing but what may give rise to ecstasy or mental derangements _m. Ho would dare to glance at the descent of the bitterest and most superfluous agonies of spirit, in which probably the most productive men of all ages have pined away. Who could listen to the sighs of those lonely and troubled minds? O ye heavenly powers, grant me madness. Madness, that at length may believe in myself, vouchsafe delirium and convulsions, sudden flashes of light and periods of darkness, frighten me with such shivering and feverishness as no mortal e'er experienced before, with clanging noises and haunting spectres, let me growl and whine and creep like a beast, if only I can come to belie our in mijal flow _ I arn devoured by doubt. I have slain the law, and I now dread the law as a living person dreads a corpse. If I am not above the law, I am the most abandoned of matches whence cometh this new spirit that dwelleth within me but from you? Prove to me, then, that I am one of you. Nothing but madness will prove it to me. And only tco often such a femme attain its object, at the time when Christianity was giving the greatest proof of its fertilio in the production of saints and martyrs, believing that it was thus proving itself, Jerusalem large lunatic asylums for shipwrecked saints, for those whose last spark of GWD sense had been quenched by the flades of insanity. 15. The most ancient of stage, in every misfortune or discomfort man sees something for he must make somebody else suffer, no matter in this way he finds out the amount of power still remaining to him, and this consoles him. Second stage, in every misfortune or discomfort man sees a punishment, i.e. an expiation of guilt and the means by he may get rid of the malicious enchantment of a real or apparent wrong. When he perceives the advantage me's fortune bringeth it, he believes he need no longer make another person suffer for it. He gives up this kind of satisfaction, because he now has 16. First principle of civilization among savage tribes. There is a certain category of customs which appear to aim at nothing but custom. They therefore lay down strict, and, on the whole, superfluous regulations, g.g. the rules oft Kamchatalis, forbids snow to be scraped off the bnts with a knife, coal to be stuck on the of a knife, or a piece of iron to be put into the fire, and death to be the portion of every one shall act contrariwise. Yet these laws seem to keep people continually reminded of the custuru and the imperative necessity on their parts to conform to it, and all this in support of the great principle which stands at the beginning of all civilization: any custom is better than none. 17. Gumise and first men imposed their own personalities on nature, everywhere they saw themselves and their like, i.e. their own evil and capricious temperaments, hidden, as it were, clouds, thunderstorms, wild trees, and plants. It was then that they declared nature was evil. Aftenvards there came a time, that of when they sought to distinguish themselves from nature, they were so tired of each other that they wished to have separate little hiding places where man and his misery could not penetrate. Then they invented nature. Is 18. The mullity of V0LL Mururit is the highest enjoyment for men living in a state of war in a small community. The existence of Fuish is continually threatened, and the morality of which is the strictest possible. Z for souls which are vigorous, vindictive, malicious, of suspicion, ready to face the direst events, hardened by privation and morality. The enjoyment of cruelty, just as, in such souls and in such circumstances, it might be regarded as a virtue to be ingenious and insatiable in cruelty. Such a community find its delight in performing cruel deeds, casting aside, for once, the gloom of constant anxiety and precaution. Cruelty is one of the most ancient enjoyments at their festivities. As a consequence it is that the gods likewise are pleased by the sight of cruelty and rejoice at it, and in this way the belief is spread that voluntary suffering, self-chosen martyrdom, has a high signification and value of its 1m. In the community custom gradually brings about a practice in conformity. This belief, henceforward people become more suspicious of all exuberant well-being, and more confident as they find themselves in a state of great pain. They think that the gods may be unfavorable to them on account of happiness, and favorable on account of pain, not compassionate. For compassion is looked upon with contempt, and unworthy of a strong and awe-inspiring soul, but agreeable to them, because the sight of human suffering put these gods into good humor and makes them foul, and a cruel mind revels in the insatiation of pover. It was thus that the most moral man of the community was considered as such by virtue of his frequent suffering, privation, laborious existence, and cruel modificatio, not, to repeat it again, and as a means of discipline or self-control, or a desire for individual happiness, but a virtue which renders the evil gods well disposed towards the community, a virtue which continually wands up to them the odor of an expiatory sacrifice. All those intellectual leaders of the nations who reached the point of being able to stir up the sluggish though prolific mire of their customs had to possess this factor of voluntary martyrdom as well as insanity in order to obtain belief, especially, and above all, as is always the case, belief in themselves. The more their minds follow /vd new paths, and were consequently tormented by pricks of conscience, the more cruelly they battled against their own flesh, their own desires, and their own health, as if they were offering the gods a compensation in pleasure, lest these gods should wax toth at the neglect of ancient customs and the setting up of new aims. Let no one be hasty in thinking that we have now entirely freed ourselves from such a logic of feeling. Let the most heroic souls among us question themselves on this very point. The least step forward in the domain of free thought and individual life has been achieved in all ages to the accompaniment of physical and intellectual tofuers, and not only the mere step forward, no. But every form of movement and change has necessarily innumerable martyrs, throughout the entire course of thousands of years, which sought their paths and laid down their foundation stones, years, however, which do not think of when we speak about world history, that ridiculously small of mankind's existence. And even in this so-called world history, which in the main is merely a great deal of noise about the latest novelties, there is no more important theme than the old tragedy of the Maltwyrs who tried to Madame the Mire. Nothing has more dearly bought than the minute portion of human reason and feeling of liberty upon which we now pride ourselves. But it is this very pride which makes it almost impossible for us today to be conscious of that enormous lapse of time, preceding the period of world history when morality of custom held the field, and to consider this lapse of time as the real and decisive epoch that established the character of mankind, an epoch when suffering was considered as an iltwe, cruelty as a virtue, hypocrisy as a virtue, revenge as a virtue, and the denial of the reason as a viltwe, uhiras. On the other hand, well-being was regarded as a danger, longing for knowledge as a danger, peace as a danger, compassion as a danger. An epoch when being pitied was looked upon as an insult, work as an insult, madness as a divine attribute, and every kind of change as immoral and pregnant with min. You imagine that all this has changed, and that humanity must likewise have changed its character? Oh, ye poor psychologists, learn to know yourselves better. 19 Mulity represents the experiences of men of earlier times in regard to mlat they considered as usual one and harmal, but the feeling of custom, moralier, does not relate to these feelings as such, but to the age, the sanctity, and the unquestioned authority of the custom. Hence this feeling hinders our acquiring new experiences and amending morals, i.e. morality is opposed to the formation of new and better morals, it stupefies. 20 Free exas with FRE thinkers, are at a disadvantage, because it is evident that men suffer more from the consequences of actions than of thoughts. If we however, that both sack their own satisfaction, and that free thinkers already found their satisfaction in reflection upon and utterance of forbidden things, there is no difference in the motives, but in respect of the consequences the issue v.ill do idd against the FRE thinker, provided that it be not judged from the most superficial and vulgar external appearance, not as every one how'll judge it. We must make up for a good deal of the calumny with which men have covered all those who have, by their actions, broken away from the authority of some custom. They are generally called criminals. One who has hitherto overthrown a law of established morality has always at first been considered as a wicked man, but when it was afterwards found impossible to re-establish the law, and people gradually bizarre accustomed to the change, the epithet was changed by slow degrees. History deals almost exclusively with these wicked men, who later on came to be recognized as good men. 21 Fulfillment of the law. In cases where the observance of a moral precept has led to different consequence from that expected and promised, and not bestow upon the moral man the happiness he had hoped for, but leads rather to misfortune and misery, the conscientious and timid man has always his excuse ready: something was lacking in the proper carrying out of the law. If the worst comes to the deeply suffering and downtrodden humanity will even decree, it is impossible to carry out the precept faithfully, we are too and sinful, and, in the depths of our soul, incapable of morality, consequently have no claim to happiness and success. Moral precepts and promises have been given for better beings than ourselves. 22 Works teachers are still spreading the fundamental error that faith only is of consequence, and that QRKS must follow naturally upon faith. This DC trine is certainly not TME, but it is so seductive in appearance that it has succeeded in fascinating quite other intellects than that of Luther, e.g. the minds of Socrates and Plato, though the plain evidence and experience of our daily life prove the contrary. The most assured knowledge and faith cannot give us either the strength or the dexterity required for action, or the practice in that subtle and complicated mechanism which is a prerequisite for anything to be changed from an idea into action. I say, let us first and foremost /forks. And this means practice. 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 The necessary faith will come certain of that. 2-3. In what respect most the fact that, for thousands of years, things, nature, tools, property of all kinds, were thought to alive and to possess souls, and able to hinder and interfere with the designs of man, the feeling of impotence among men has become greater and more frequent than it have been, for one had to secure one's things like men and beasts, by means of force, compulsion, flattery, treaties, sacrifices, and it is here that we may find the origin of the greater number of superstitious customs, i.e. of an important, perhaps paramount, and nevertheless wasted and useless division of mankind's activity. But since the feeling of impotence and fear was so strong, and for such a length of time in a state of constant stimulation, the feeling of power in man has been developed in so subtle a manner that, in this respect, he can compare favorably with the most delicately adjusted balance. This feeling has been his strongest propensity, and the arles he discovered for creating it form almost the entire history of culture. 24. The proof of or worthlessness of a recipe that for baking bread, for example, is proved, generally speaking, by the result expected coming to pass or not, provided, of course, that the directions given have been carefully followed. The case is different, however, when we come to deal with moral precepts, for here the results cannot be ascertained, interpreted, and these precepts, indeed, are based upon hypotheses of but little scientific value. The proof or refutation of knowledge by means of results is impossible, but in former ages, when all science was crude and primitive, and when a matter was taken for granted on the smallest evidence, then the worth or /vofilousness of a moral recipe was determined as now determine any other precept, by reference to the results. If the natives of Alaska believe in a command which says, "Thou shalt not throw a bone into the fire or give it to a dog," this be proved by the warning, "If thou dost thou wilt hail no luck when hunting." Yet, in one sense or another, it almost invariably happens that one has no luck when hunting. It is no easy matter to refute the worth of the precept in this way, the more so as it is the community, and not the individual, which is regarded as the bearer of the punishment. Again, some occurrence is almost certain to happen which seems to prove the _25. Customs justice to custom. It must not be that, in the case of all those conform to it wholeheartedly from the very start, the organs of attack and defense, both physical and intellectual, begin to waste away. These individuals gradually become more, for it is the exercise of these organs and their corresponding feelings that brings about ugliness and helps to preserve it. It is for this reason that the old baboon is uglier than the young one, and that the young female baboon most closely resembles man, and is hence the most handsome. Let us draw from this our own conclusions as to the origin of female beauty. 26. _LSABD morals _ the miles insisted upon in polite society, such, for example, as the avoidance of everything ridiculous, fantastic, presumptuous, the suppression of one's virtues just as much as of one's most violent desires, the instant bringing of oneself down to the general level, submitting oneself to etiquette, and all this, generally speaking, is to found, as a social morality, even in the lowest scale of the animal world, and it is only in this low scale that the innermost plan of all these amiable precautionary regulations one wishes to escape from one's pursuers and to aid it in the search for plunder. Hence animals learn to control and to disguise themselves to such an extent that some often can adapt the color of their bodies to that of their surroundings, by means of what is known as the chromatic. Others can simulate death, or adopt the forms and colors of other animals, or of sand, leaves, moss, or hanging, known to English naturalists as mimicry. It is in this way that an individual conceals himself behind the universality of the generic term man or society, or adapts and attaches himself to princes, castes, political parties, current opinions of the time, or his surroundings, and we may easily find the animal equivalent of all those subtle means of making ourselves happy, thankful, powerful, and fascinating. Even that sense of truth, which is at bottom merely the sense of security, is possessed by man in common with the animals. We do not wish to be do-eared by others or by ours ahace, we here adle some suspicion the promptings of our own passions, we control ourselves and remain on the watch against ours he's now, the animal do es all this as well as man, and in the animal likewise self-control originates in the sense of reality, prudence. In the same way, the animal observes the effects it exercises on the imagination of other beasts, it thus learns to view itself from their position, to consider itself objectively, it has its own degree of self-knowledge. The animal judges the movements of its friends and foes, it learns their peculiarities by he_n and acts accordingly, it gives up, once and for all, the struggle against individual animals of certain species, and it likewise recognizes, in the approach of certain varieties, whether their intentions are agreeable and peaceful _the beginnings of justice, like those of wisdom. In short, everything which we know as the Socratic virtues are of an animal nature, a consequence of those instincts who teach us to search for God and to avoid our enemies. If remember that the higher man has merely raised and refined himself in the quality of his food and in the conception of what is contrary to his nature, it may not be going far to describe the entire moral phenomenon as of an animal origin. 27. The value of the belief in superhood/law and institution of marriage stubbornly upholds the belief that love, although a pasico is nevertheless capable of duration as such, that lasting, lifelong love may be taken as a general rule. By me. Arles of the tenacity of a noble belief, in spite of such frequent and almost customary refiltations thereby becoming a pia frau's marriage has elevated Lord to a higher rank. Evely institution which has conceded to a passion the belief the duration oft latter, and responsibility for this duration, in spite of the nature of the passion itself, has raised the passion to a higher level, and he who is thenceforth seized with such a passion says not, as formerly, think himself lured in the estimation of others or brought into danger on that account, but on the contrary believes himself to be raised, both in the opinion of himself and of his equals. Let us recall institutions and customs which out of the fiery devotion of a moment, hail created eternal fidelity, out of the pleasure of anger, eternal vengeance, out of despair, eternal mourn me, out of a single hasty word, eternal obligation. A great deal of hypocrisy and falsehood came into the world as the result of such transformations, but each time, at the cost of such disadvantages, a new and superhuman conception which elevates mankind. 28. State of MMD as arises within us a cruel readiness for action, such is the question which has greatly occupied the attention of MEM. The most ancient answer, and one which we still hear, is, God is the cause. In this way he gives us to understand that he approves of our actions. When, in former ages, people consulted the oracles, they did so that they might redeem home strengthened by this cheerful readiness, and evilly one answered the doubts who came to him, if alternative actions suggested themselves, by saying, one shall do whatever brings that feeling. They did not decide, in other words, for what was most reasonable, but upon some plan the conception of which imbued the soul with courage and hope. A cruel one outlook was placed in the scales as an argument and proved to be then reasonableness, for the state of mind was interpreted in a superstitious manner as the action of a god promises success, and who, by this argument, lets his reason speak as the highest reasonableness. Now, let the consequences of such a prejudice be considered when shrewd men, thirsting for power, availed themselves of it and still do so. Bring about the right state of this way you can do without all arguments and overcome every objection. 29 Actors of Virii_ and the ancients who be celebrated for their virtue there were many, it called seem, who acted to themselves, especially the Greeks, being actors by nature, must have acted quite unconsciously, seemed no reason why they should not do so. In every one was striving to outdo someone else's virtue with his own, so why should they not have made use of every artifice to show off their name, especially among themselves, if only for the sake of practice? Of a high use was a virtue which one could not display, and which did not know how to display itself. Low Christianity put an end to the career of these actors of virtue. Instead it devised the disgusting ostentation and parading of sins. It brought into the world a state of mendacious sinfulness. Even at the present day this is considered as bon ton among Orthodox Christians. 30. Refined cruelty as virtue. Here we have a morality which is based entirely upon our thirst for distinction. Do not therefore entertain too high an opinion of it. And we may ask how kind of an impulse it is, and who hate is its fundamental signification? It is sought, by our appearance, to grieve our neighbor, to arouse his envy, and to awaken his feelings of impotence and degradation, endeavor to make him taste the bitterness of his fate by dropping a little of our honey on his tongue, and, while conferring this supposed benefit on him, looking sharply and triumphantly into his eyes. Behold such a man, now become humble, and perfect in his humility, and seek those forehorn, through his humility, he has for a long time preparing a torture. For you are sure to find them. Here is another man who shows mercy towards animals, and is admired for doing so, but there are sane people on whom he wishes to vent his cruelty by this very means. At that great artist, the pleasure he enjoyed in conceiving the envy of the rivals he had outstripped, as to let his powers lie dormant until he became a great man. How many bitter moments in the souls of other men has he asked for as payment for his own greatness? The nun's chastity, myth. What threaten me eyes she into the faces of other women who live differently from her? What a vindictive joy shines in those eyes! The theme is short, and its variations, though they might well innumerable, could not easily be tiresome, for it is still paradoxical a novelty, and almost a painful one, to affirm that the morality of distinction is nothing, but joy in refined cruelty. Unless I say it, I mean here, every time in the first generation, for, when the habit of some distinguished action becomes hereditary, it so to speak is not transmitted, but only its fruits, for only feelings, and not thoughts, can become hereditary, and, if you presuppose that this root is not reintroduced by in the second generation, the joy in the cruelty is no longer felt, but only pleasure in the habit as such. This joy, however, is the first degree of the good. 31. Idem pride, of which strives to oppose the theory of our own descent from animals and establishes a gulf between nature and man himself. This pride is founded upon a prejudice as to what the mind is, and this prejudice is relatively recent. In the long prehistorical period of humanity it was supposed that the mind was everywhere, and men did not 10-0k upon it as a particular characteristic of their 01m. Since, on the contrary, everything spiritual, including all impulses, maliciousness, and inclinations, was regarded as common propelvi, and consequently accessible to everybody, primitive mankind was not ashamed of being descended from animals or trees. The noble races thought themselves honored by such legends, and saw in the spiritual that which unites us myth nature, and not that which severs us from her. Thus man was brought up in modesty, and this likewise was the result of a prejudice. 32. The suffer morally, and then to learn afterwards that this kind of suffering was founded upon an error, shcns us. For there is a unique consolation in acknowledging, by our suffering, a deeper world of tmth than any other, and would much rather suffer and feel ourselves reality by doing so, through the feeling that, in this way, we approach nearer to that deeper world often, than live without suffering and hence without this feeling of the sublime. Thus it is pride, and the habitual fashion of satisfying it, who opposes this new interpretation of morality. What power, then, must we bring into to get rid of this break? Greater pride? A new pride? 33. The contempt of causes, consequences, unfortunate occurrences which take place at times in the community, such as sudden storms, bad hamsts, or plagues, lead of the community to suspect that offenses against custom have been committed, or that new customs must invented to appease a new demoniac power and caprice. Suspicion and reasoning of this kind, however, evade an inquiry into the real and natural causes, and take the demoniac cause for granted. This is one source of the hereditary perversion of the human intellect, and the other one follows in its train, for, on the Satni principle, people paid much less attention to the real and natural consequences of an action than to the supernatural consequences, the so-called punishments and mercies of the divinity. It is commanded, for instance, that certain baths are to be taken at certain times, and the baths are taken, not for the sake of cleanliness, but because the command has been made. We are not taught to avoid the real consequences of din, but merely the supposed displeasure of gods because a bath has omitted. Under the pressure of superstitious fear, people began to suspect that these ablutions were of much greater importance than they seemed. They ascribed inner and supplementary meanings to them, gradually lost their sense of and pleasure in reality, and finally reality is considered as valuable only to the extent that it's a symbol. Hence a man who is under the influence of the morality of custom comes to despise causes first of all, secondly consequences, and thirdly reality, and weaves all his higher feelings, reverence, sublimity, pride, gratitude, love, into an imaginary world, the so-called higher world, and today we can see the consequences of this wherever, and in whatever man's feelings are raised, that imaginary world is in evidence. It is sad to have to say it, but for the time being and higher sentiments must be idle suspicion by the man of science, to so great an extent are they intermingled with illusion and extravagance. Not that they need necessarily be suspected per se and forever, but there is no doubt that, of all the gradual purifications which await humanity, the purification of the higher feelings will be one of the slowest. 34 Moral feelings conceptions. It is clear that moral feelings are transmitted in such a way that children perceive in adults violent predilections and aversions for certain actions, and then, like bomb apes, imitate such likes and dislikes. Later on in life, when they are thoroughly permeated by these acquired and well-practiced feelings, they think it a matter of propriety and decorum to provide a kind of justification for these predilections and aversions. These justifications, however, are in no way connected with the origin or the degree of the feeling. People simply accommodate themselves to the rule that, as rational beings, they must give reasons for their pros and cons. Reasons must be assignable and acceptable into the bargain. Up to this extent the history of the moral feelings is entirely different from the history of moral conceptions. The first mentioned are powerful before the action, and the latter especially after it, in view of the necessity for making oneself clear in regard to them. 35 Feel jakes their descent freni in your feelings. But feelings comprise nothing final, original. Feelings are upon the judgments and valuations which are transmitted to us in the shape of feelings, inclinations, dislikes. The inspiration which springs from a feeling is the grandchild of a judgment, often an judgment, and certainly not one's own judgment. Trusting in our feelings simply means obeying our grandfather and grandmother more than the gods within ourselves, our reason and experience. 36. Of foolish piety. 111 The inventors of ancient civilizations, the first makers of tools and tape lines, the first builders of vehicles, ships, and houses, the first observers of the laws of the heavens and the multiplication tables, is it contended that they were entirely different from the inventors and observers of our own time, and superior to them? And that the first slow steps forward were of a value which has not equaled by the discoveries we have made with all our travels and circumnavigations of the eon? It is the voice of prejudice that speaks thus, and argues in this way to depreciate the importance of the modern mind. And yet it is plain to seen that, in former times, Hazard was the greatest of all discoverers and the benevolent prompter of these ingenious ancients, and that, in the case of most insignificant invention now made, a greater intellect, discipline, and scientific imagination are required than formerly existed throughout long ages. Wrong conclusions from we have demonstrated the highest utility of a thing, have nevertheless made no progress towards an explanation of its origin. In other words, we can never explain, by mere utility, the necessity of existence. But precisely the contrary opinion has been maintained up to the present time, even in the domain of the most exact science. In astronomy, for example, har we not heard it stated that the usefulness of the system of satellites replacing the light is diminished in intensity by the greater distance of the sun, in order that the inhabitants of the various celestial should not want for light was the final object of this system and explained its origin? Nietzsche may remind us of the conclusions of Christopher Columbus: the earth has created for ergo, if there are countries, they must inhabit it. Is it probable that the sun would throw his rays on nothing, and that the nocturnal vigils of the stars should be wasted upon seas and unpeopled? 38. In impulses txqed by mal same impulse, under the impression of the blame cast upon it by custom, develops into the painful feeling of cowardice, or else the pleasurable feeling of humii.io, in case a morality, like that of Christianity, has taken it to its heart and called it good. In other words, this instinct fall under the influence of either a good conscience or a bad one. In itself, like a way instinct, it does not possess either this or any other moral character and narn, or even a definite accompanying feeling of pleasure or displeasure. It not acquire all these qualities as its so own nature until it comes into contact with impulses which have already been baptized as good and evil, or has been recognized as the attribute of beings already weighed and valued by the people from a moral point of view. Thus the ancient conception of Amy differed entirely from ours. Hesiod reckons it among the qualities oft good, benevolent eris, and it was not considered as offensive to attribute some kind of envy even to the gods. This is easy to understand in a state of things inspired mainly by emulation, but emulation was looked upon as good, and valid accordingly. The Grok's likewise different from us in the value they set upon hope. They conceived it as blind and deceitful. Hesiod in one of his poems has made a strong reference to it, a reference so strong, that no modern commentator has quieted, for it runs contrary to the modern mind, which has learned from Christianity to look upon hope as a virtue. Among the Greeks, on the other hand, the pl leading to a knowledge of the future seemed only partly causal, and, in innumerable instances, it was impressed upon them as a religious obligation to inquire into the ulture. In those cases here remained satisfied with hope. It thus came that the Greeks, thanks to their oracles and sirs, held hope in small esteem and even lowered it to the level of an evil and a danger. The Jews, again, took a different view of anger from that held by us, and sanctified it. Hence they placed the somber majesty of the Urethal man at an elevation so high that a European cannot conceive it. They molded their Urethal and holy Jehovah after the images of their mathful and holy prophets. Compared with them, all the Europeans have exhibited the greatest wrath are, so to speak, only second-hand creatures. 39. The prejudice pure, the doctrine of pure spirituality has prevailed. Its excesses have resulted in the destruction of the tone of the names. It taught that the body should be despised, neglected, or tormented, and that, on account of his impulses, man himself should be tortured and regarded with contempt. It gave rise to gloomy, strained, and downcast souls who, besides, thought they knew the reason of their misery and how it might possibly be relieved. It must in the body. For it still thrives. Tco was there whilst the fact was that the body, through its agonies, protested time after time against this never-ending mockery. Finally, a universal and chronic hypernervousness seized upon those niltuous representatives of the pure spirit. They learned to recognize joy only in the shape of ecstasies and other preliminary symptoms of insanity, and their system reached its climax when it came to eke upon ecstasy as the highest aim of life, and as the standard by which all earthly things must condemn. 40. Invitations and moral precepts, carelessly drawn from a single evil, quickly became incomprehensible. It was as difficult a matter to notice their intentions with any degree of certainty as it was to recognize the punishment was to follow the breaking of the mle. Doubts were even held regarding the order of the ceremonies, but, while people guessed at random about such matters, the object of their investigations increased in importance. It was precisely the greatest absurdity of an observance that developed into a holy of holies. Let us not think little of the energy wasted by man in this regard throughout thousands of years, and least of all of the efforts of such meditations upon observances. Here find ourselves on the v.ide training ground of the intellect. Not only do religions develop and continue to increase within its boundaries, but here also is the venerable, though dreadful, primeval world of science. Here grow up the poet, the thinker, the lawgiver. The dread oft unintelligible, which, in an ambiguous fashion, demanded ceremonies from us, gradually assumed the charm of the intricate, and where man could not unravel he learned to create. 41. To determine the value of the vita us not forget, as men leading a contemplative life, what kind of evil and misfortunes har overtaken the men of the vita activa as the result of contemplation. In shon what sort of contra account the vita activa has to offer us, if we exhibit too much boastfulness before it with respect to our God deeds. It show us, in the first place, those so-called religious natures, who predominate among the lovers of contemplation and consequently represent their commonest type. They have at all times acted in such a manner as to render life difficult to practical men, and tried to make them disgusted with it, if possible, to darken the sky, to obliterate the sun, to cast suspicion upon joy, to depreciate hope, to paralyze the active hand. All this they knew how to do, just as, for miserable times and feelings, they had their consolations, alms, blessings, and benedictions. In the second place, it can show us the anists, a species of men leading the vita contemplativa, rarer than the religious element, but still often to be met with as beings. These people are usually intolerable, captious, jealous, violent, quarrelsome. This, however, must be deduced from the joyous and exalting effects of their. Thirdly, we have the philosophers, men who unite religious and artistic qualities, co-mind, however, a third element, namely, dialectics and the lore of controversy. They are the authors of evil in the same sense as the religious men and artists, in addition to which they have many of their fellow men with their passion for dialectics, though their number has always very small. Fourthly, the thinkers and scientific workers. They but rarely strive after effects, and contented themselves with silently sticking to their own groove. Thus they brought about little aim and discom, and often, as objects of mockery and derision, they served, without wishing to do so, to make life easier for the men of the vita activa. Lastly, science ended by becoming of much advantage to all, and if, on account of this utility, many of the men who are destined for the vita activa are now slowly making their way along the road to science in the sweat of their brow, and not without brain-racking and maledictions, this is not the fault of the Chryslo of thinkers and scientific workers, it is self-lurid pain. 42. Origm of the VM barbarous ages, hen pessimistic judgments held sway over men and the world. The individual, in the consciousness of his frail power, always endeavored to act in conformity with such judgments, that is to say, he put his ideas into action by means of hunting, robbery, surprise attacks, brutality, and murder, including the weaker forms of such acts, as far as they are tolerated within the community. When his strength declines, and he feels ill, melancholy, or satiated, consequently becoming temporarily void of wishes or desires, he is a relatively better man, that is to say, less dangerous, and his pessimistic ideas will now discharge themselves only in and reflections upon his companions, for example, or his wife, his life. His judgments will be evil ones. In this frame of mind he develops into a thinker and prophet, or he adds to his superstitions and invents new observances, or his enemies. Whatever he may devise, however, all the productions of his brain will necessarily reflect his frame of mind, such as the increase of fear and weariness, and the lower value he attributes to action and enjoyment. The substance of these productions must correspond to the substance of these peerdic, thoughtful, and priestly. The evil judgment must be supreme. In later years, all those who acted continuously as this man did in those special circumstances, those who gave out pessimistic judgments, and lured a melancholy life, poor in action, you were poets, thinkers, priests, or medicine mem. The general body of men would have liked to disregard such people, because they are not active enough, and to turn them out of the community, but there was a certain risk in doing so. These inactive men had found out and were following the tracks of superstition and ine power, and no one doubted that they had unknown means of power at their disposal. This was the value which was set upon the ancient race of contemplative natures, clespesate as they were in just the same degree as they were not dreaded. In such a masked form, in such an ambiguous aspect, ith an held and often ith a troubled head, did contemplation make its first appearance on earth, rack and temple at the same time, despised in and covered in public ith every mark of superstitious veneration. Here, as always, we must say, pudenda orgo. 43 How forces st now bma thibxer to rise superior to considerations of the senses, to raise oneself to abstract contemplations. This is a hate was formerly regarded as elevation, but now it is not practicable for us to share the same feelings. Luxuriating in the most shadowy images of words and things, playing if those invisible, inaudible, imperceptible beings, was as existence in another and higher world, a world that sprang from the deep contempt felt for the world which was perceptible to the senses, this seductive and wicked QRLD of ours. These abstractions no longer mislead us, but they may lead us with such umds men soared aloft. It was not the substance of these intellectual spawns, but the spawns themselves, which was looked upon as the higher thing in the primeval ages of science. Hence we have Plato's admiration for dialectics, and his enthusiastic belief in the necessary relationship of dialectics to the good man who has risen superior to the considerations of his senses. It was not only knowledge that was discovered little by little, but also the different means of acquiring it, the conditions and operations which precede knowledge in man. And it always seemed as if the newly discovered operation or the newly experienced condition were not a means of acquiring knowledge, but was even the substance, goal, and sum total of everything that was worth knowing. What the thinker require: imagination, inspiration, abstraction, spirituality, invention, presentiment, dialectics, deduction, criticism, ability to materials, an impersonal MCDE of thinking, contemplation, comprehensiveness, and lastly, but not least, justice, and love for everything that exists. But each one of these means was at one time considered, in the history of the Vita Contemplativa, as a goal and final purpose, and they also urged for their inventors that perfect happiness which fills the human soul when its final purpose dawns. Ul nm 1 at 44. Origm this thought come into my mind again and again, always in more and more vivid. In former times, investigators, in the course of their search for the origin of things, always thought that they found equals omething which would be of the highest importance for all kinds of action and judgment, yet for that they even invariably postulated that the salvation of mankind depended insight into the origin of things, whereas now, on the other hand, the more we examine into origins, the less do they concern our interests. On the contrary, all the valuations and interestedness we have placed upon things begin to lose their meaning, the more we retrogress here knowledge is concerned and approach the things themselves. The origin becomes of less significance in proportion as we acquire insight into it, whilst things nearest to ourselves, around and aidlin us, gradually begin to manifest their youth of colors, beauties, enigmas, and diversity of meaning, of which earlier humanity never dreamed. In former ages thinkers used to move hilariously about, like v.illed animals in cages, steadily glaring at the bars which hemmed them in, and at times springing up against them in a vain endeavor to break through them, and happy indeed was he who could through a gap to the outer world and could fancy that he saw something of what beyond and afar off. 45 A tuc, lc tutsation to noutage of all the means of exaltation, human sacrifices have at times done most to elevate man, and perhaps the one thought the idea of self-sacrificing be made to prevail over every other aspiration, and thus to prove the over even the most victorious. But to whom should the sacrifice be made? We may already swear that, if ever the constellation of such an idea appeared on the horizon, the knowledge of TMTH remained the single but enormous object v.ith which a sacrifice of such a nature would be commensurate, because no sacrifice is too great for it. In the meantime the problem has never expounded as to how far humanity, considered as a whole, could take steps to encourage the advancement of knowledge, and earn less as to what thirst for knowledge could impel humanity to the point of sacrificing itself if the light of an anticipated wisdom in its eyes. When, perhaps, it the new to the advancement of knowledge, are able to enter into communication with the inhabitants of other stars, and when, during thousands of years, wisdom will have been carried from star to star, the enthusiasm of knowledge may rise to such a dizzy height. 46 DOBTNQ. A good pillow doubt is for a well-balanced head. This saying of Montaigne always made Pascal angry, for nobody ever wanted a GOKL pillow so much as he did. Whatever was the matter with him? 47. Words block path. Wherever primitive men put down a word, they thought they had made a discovery. How different the case really was. They had come upon a problem, and, while they thought they had solved it, they had in reality placed an obstacle in the way of its solution. Now, with every new piece of knowledge, we stumble over petrified words and mummify conceptions, and rather break a leg than a UMD in doing. 48. Know thyself is the whole of when man shall hail acquired a knowledge of all things v.ill he be able to know himself. For things are but the of moral. 49. The NEWFLNDAMNRRAL feeling, RFNAL. Former times people sought to show the feeling of man's greatness by pointing to his divine descent. This, however, has now become a forbidden path, for the ape stands at its entrance, and like other fearsome animals, showing their teeth in a knowing fashion, as if to say, know this way. Hence people now tly the opposite direction. The road along which humanity is proceeding shall stand as an indication of their greatness and their relationship to God. But alas! This, too, is useless. At the far end of this path stands the urn of last man and grave digger, with the inscription, MHTL Humanium Eanum Puro, to whatever height man may have developed. And perhaps in the end it will not be so high as when they began. There is as little prospect of their attaining to a higher order as there is for the ant and the earwig to enter into kinship with God and eternity at the end of their career on earth. What is to come will drag behind it that has passed. Why should any little star, or even any little species on that star, form an exception to that eternal drama? Away with such sentimentalities. 50. Belief men who have moments of sublime ecstasy, and who, on ordinary occasions, on account of the contrast and the excessive wearing away of their nervous forces, usually feel miserable and desolate, come to consider such moments as the manifestation of their real selves, of their ego, and their misery and dejection, on the other hand, as the effect of the non-ego. This is why they think of their environment, the age in which they live, and the whole world in which they have their being, with feelings of vindictiveness. This intoxication appears to them as their life, their actual ego, and everywhere else they see only those strive to oppose and prevent this intoxication, whether of an moral, religious, or artistic nature. Humanity owes no small part of its evils to these fantastic enthusiasts, for they are the insatiable sours of the ueed of discontent with oneself and one's neighbor, of contempt for the QRLD and the age, and, all, of world lassitude. An entire hell of criminals could not, perhaps, bring about such unfortunate and far-reaching consequences, such heavy and disquieting that corrupt earth and sky, as are brought about by that noble little community of unbridely fantastic, half-mad people of geniuses, cannot control themselves or experience any inward joy, until they have lost themselves completely. While, on the other hand, the criminal often gives a proof of his admirable self-control, sacrifice, and wisdom, and thus maintain these qualities in those who fear him. Through him life's sky may at times seem overcast and threatening, but the atmosphere ever remains brisk, and these enthusiasts bring their entire strength to bear on the task of imbuing mankind with belief in inebriation as in life itself. A dreadful belief as savages are now quickly corrupted and minna by fire water, so likewise has mankind in general been slowly though thoroughly corrupted by these spiritual fire waters of intoxicating feelings, and by those keep alive the craving for them. It may yet be ruined thereby. 51. Such as still us be indulgent to the great one-eyed, said Stuart Mill, as if it hire necessary to ask for indulgence hen we are willing to and almost to worship them. I say, let us indulgent towards the t.void, great, and small, for, such as we are now, shall never rise beyond indulgence. 52. Where are the new physicians of the is the means of consolation who have stamped life with that fundamental melancholy character in which we now believe, the /vorst disease of mankind has arisen from the struggle against diseases, and apparent remedies have in the long mn brought about worse conditions than those which it was intended to remove by their use. Men, in their ignorance, used to believe that the stupefying and intoxicating means, which appeared to act immediately, the so-called consolations, mere the FFUE healing they earned to obscene that they had often to pay for their immediate relief by a general and profound deterioration in health, that the sick ones had to suffer from the after-effects of the intoxication, then from the absence of the intoxication, and, later on, from a feeling of disquietude, nervous starts, and ill health. Again, men whose illness had advanced to a inane extent never recovered from it. Those physicians of the soul, universally in and worshipped as they were, took care of that. It has been justly said of Schopenhauer that he was one who again took the sufferings of humanity seriously, but here is the man who will at length take the antidotes against these sufferings seriously, and who will pillory the unheard of quackery adel which men, even up to our own age, and in the most sublime nomenclature, have been to treat the illnesses off their souls. 53. Abuse of the conscientious is the conscientious, and not the unscrupulous, who have suffered so greatly from exhortations to penitence and the fear of hell, especially if they happen to be men of imagination. In other words, a gloom has been cast over the lives of those who had the greatest need of carefulness and agreeable images, not only for the sake of their own consolation and ovary from themselves, but that humanity itself might take delight in them and absorb a ray of their beauty. Alas, how much superfluous cruelty and torment have been brought about by those religions which invented sin, and by those men who, by means of such religions, desired to reach the highest enjoyment of their 54 thoughts on disease to the imagination oft patient, in order that he may at least no longer keep on thinking his illness, and thus suffer more from such thoughts than from the complaint itself, which has the case hitherto that, it seems to me, is something. And it is by no means a trifle. And now do ye understand our task? 55. The shortcuts have always led humanity to mn great risks. On hearing the glad tidings that a shortcut had been found, they always left the straight path and lost their 56. The apostate of the free. There anyone, then, who seriously dislikes pious people who hold formally to their belief do not, on the contrary, regard them v.ith silent est and pleasure, deeply regretting at the same time that these excellent people do not share our own feelings. But whence arises that sudden, profound, and unreasonable dislike for the man having at one time freedom of spirit, finally in thinking of him involuntarily experience the sensation of having beheld some loathsome spectacle, which must quickly efface from our election? Should we not turn our backs upon even the most venerated man if we entertain the least suspicion of him in this regard? Not, indeed, from a moral point of view, but because of sudden disgust and horror. Whence comes this sharpness of feeling? Perhaps we shall be given to understand that, at bottom we are not quite certain of our own selves. Or that, early in life, we build round ourselves hedges of the most pointed contempt, in order that, when old age makes us an forgetful one, we may not file inclined to bmsh our own contempt away from us. Now, speaking frankly, this suspicion is quite erroneous, and whoever forms it knows nothing of what hate agitates and determines the free spirit. How little, to him, does the changing of an opinion seem contemptible per se. On the contrary, how highly he prizes the ability to change an opinion as a rare and valuable distinction, especially if he can retain it far into old age. And his pride, not his pusillanimity, even reaches so high as to be able to pluck the fruits of the spurnere se spermi and the spurnere se ipsum without his being troubled by the sensation of fear of vain and easy mem. Furthermore, the of the innocence of all opinions appears to him to be as certain as the DC trine of the imcnce of all actions. How could he act as judge and hangman, the apostate of intellectual liberty? On the contrary, the sight of such a person cold disgust him as much as the sight of a nauseous illness disgusts the physician. The physical repulsion caused by everything soft and suppurating momentarily overcomes reason and the desire to help. Hence our goodwill is overcome by the conception of the monstrous dishonesty which must have gained the upper hand in the apostate from the free spirit, by the conception of a general gnawing which is eating its way down even to the framework of the character. See, their fears, other overspread life with a new and unlimited insecurity, thereby creating new safeties, enjoyments, and rareitutions, and new valuations of all things. Our own century denies the existence of this insecurity, and does so with a good conscience, yet it clings to the old habit of Christian sultanities, enjoyments, recreations, and in its noblest ans and philosophies. How feeble and wom out must all this now seem, how imperfect and clumsy, how arbitrarily fanatical, and, above all, how uncertain, now that its horrible contrast has been taken away, the ever-present fear of the Christian for his eternal salvation. 58. Christianity. The Christianity made a great popular protest against philosophy. The reasoning of the sages of antiquity had withdrawn men from the influence of the emotion. But Christianity would fain give men their emotions back again. With this aim in view, it denies any moral value to virtue such as philosophers understood it as a victory of the reason over the passions, generally condemns every kind of and calls upon the passions to manifest themselves in their full power and glory, as love of God, fear of God, farlatic belief in God, blind hope in God. 59. Error. As a people say what they, it is nevertheless certain that it was the aim of Christianity to deliver mankind from the yoke of moral engagements by indicating a it belied to be the shortest way to perfection, exactly in the same manner as a few philosophers thought they could dispense with tedious and laborious dialectics, and the collection of strictly proved HCTS, and point out a royal road to truth. It weighs an error in cases, but nevertheless a great cordial for those who were wom out and despairing in the wilderness. 60. All spirit FNA_LLY becomes has assimilated the entire spirituality of an incalculable number of men who were by nature submissive, all those enthusiasts of humiliation and reverence, refined and coarse. It has in this way freed itself from its own original rustic coarseness, of which we are vividly reminded when we look at the oldest image of Saint Peter the Apostle, and has become a very intellectual religico with thousands of minkles, ordre-pensées, and masks on its face. It has made European humanity more clever, and not only cunning from a theological standpoint. By the spirit which it has thus given to European humanity in conjunction with the power of abnegatico, and very often in conjunction with the profound conviction and loyalty of that abnegation, it has perhaps chiseled and shaped the most subtle individualities which have ever existed in human society, the individualities of the higher ranks of the Catholic clergy, especially when these priests have sprung from a noble family, and have brought to their from the very beginning, the innate grace of gesture, the dominating glance of the eye and hands and feet. Here the human face acquires that spiritualization brought about by the continual ebb and flow of two kinds of happiness, the feeling of power and the feeling of submission. After a carupland manner of living has conquered the beast in man, here an activity, which consists in blessing, forgiving sins, and representing the aim ever keeps a leer in the soul, and even in the body, the consciousness of a supreme mission. Here we find that noble contempt concerning the perishable nature of the body, of well-being, and of happiness, peculiar to born soldiers. Their pride lies in obedience, a distinctly aristocratic trait. Their excuse and their idealism arise from the enormous impossibility of their task. The surpassing beauty and subtleties of these princes of the Church have always proved to the people the TMTH of the Church, a momentary beamtalization of the clergy, such as came in Luther's time, always tended to encourage the contrary belief. And would it be maintained that this result of beauty and human subtlety, shone in harmony of figure, intellect, and task, would come to an end with religions, and that nothing higher could obtained, or even conceived. 61. The needful earnest, able, and just men of profound feelings, who are still Christians at heart, owe it to themselves to make one attempt to live for a certain space of time without Christianity. They owe it to their faith that they should thus for once take up their abode in the wilderness, if for no other reason than that of being able to pronounce on the question as to whether Christianity is. So far, however, they have confined themselves to their own narrow domain and insult everyone who happened to be outside of it. They even become highly irritated when it is suggested to them that beyond this little domain of theirs lies the great world, and that Christianity is, on all, only a comber of it. No, your e-idence on the question will be valueless until you have lived a year on a year without Christianity, and with the inmost desire to continue to exist without it, until, indeed, you have withdrawn far, far away from it. It is not when your nostalgia urges you back again, but when your judgment, based on a strict comparison, drives you back, that your homecoming has any significance. Men of coming generations will deal in this manner all the valuations of the past. They must voluntarily lived over again together with their contraries, in order that such men may finally acquire the right of shifting them. 62. On the origin of religions. How can anyone regard his own opinion of things as a revelation? This is the problem of the formation of religions. There has always been some man in whom this phenomenon was possible. A postulate is that such a man already in revelations. Suddenly, a new idea occurs to him one day. His idea, and the entire blessedness of a great personal hypothesis, which embraces all existence and the whole world, penetrates with such force into his conscience that he dare not think himself the creator of such blessedness, and he therefore attributes to his God the cause of this new idea, and likewise the cause of the cause, believing it to be the revelation of his God. How could a man be the author of so great a happiness? Ask his pessimistic doubts. But other levers are secretly at work. An opinion may strengthened by oneself if it be considered as a revelation, and in this way all its nature is removed, the matter is set beyond criticism and even beyond doubt, it is sanctified. It is TME that, in this way, a man lowers himself to playing the role of mouthpiece, but his thought will end by being victorious as a divine thought. The feeling of finally gaining the victory conquers the feeling of degradation. There is also another feeling in the background. If a man raises his products above himself, and thus apparently detracts from his own, there nevertheless remains a kind of ioyfulness, paternal love, and paternal pride, which compensates man more than compensates man for everything. 63. Yieldred of ones that we felt towards our neighbor as he does himself. Schopenhauer calls this compassion, though it could be more correct to call it auto-passion, fellow feeling. We should be compelled to hate him, if, like Pascal, he thought, and this was probably the general feeling of Pascal regarding mankind, and also that of ancient Christianity, which, under Nero, was convicted of odium generis humanis, as Tacitus has recorded. 64. The broken-hearted has the instinct of a hunter for finding out. All those may by hook or by crook be driven to despair. Only a very small number of men can brought to this despair. Christianity lies in wait for such as those, and pursues them. Pascal made an attempt to find out whether it was not with the help of the very subtlest knowledge, to drive everybody into despair. He failed, to his second despair. 65. Bza.nmr1 smr certain precepts for obtaining a consciousness of power, on the one hand, for those already know how to control themselves, and who are therefore already quite used to the feeling of power, and, on the other hand, for those who cannot control themselves. Brahmanism has given its care to the former type of moral, Christianity to the 66. The faculty of the whole of Middle Ages. It was believed that the real distinguishing trait of higher men was the faculty of having, is to say, of having a grave mental trouble. And, in fact, the miles of life of all the higher natures of the Middle Ages, the religiosi, were dropped in up with the object of making man capable of vision. Little wonder, that the exaggerated esteem for these half-mad fanatics, so-called men of genius, has continued even to our own days. They have seen things that others do not see, no doubt. And this fact should inspire us with caution. Here they are concerned, and not with belief. The price of who sets such a value on being in has to promise heaven in recompense for this belief, and every one, even a thief on the cross, must have suffered from a terrible doubt and experienced crucifixion in every form. Othemus he would not buy his followers so dearly. 68 The FIBT whole world still believes in the literary career of the Holy Ghost, or is still influenced by the effects of this belief. Look into our Bibles, we do so for the purpose of edifying ourselves, to find a few words of comf 01t for our misery, it great or small and shall read ourselves into it and out of it, but who apart from a few learned men know that it likewise the history of one of the most ambitious and importunate souls that ever existed, of a mind ill of superstition and cunning, the history of the Paul. Nevertheless, without this singular history, without the tribulations and passions of such a mind, and of such a soul, there could have been no Christian kingdom. We should hail scarcely have even heard of a little Jewish sad, the founder of Ohak on the cross. It is FFUE that, if this history had been understood in time, if we had read, really read, the writings of St. Paul, not as the revelations of the Holy Ghost, but with honest and independent minds, /eus of all our personal troubles, there were no such readers for 15 centuries. It have been all up with Christianity long ago. So searchingly do these tidings of the Jewish Pascal lay bare the origins of Christianity, just as the French Pascal let us see its destiny and how it will ultimately perish. That the ship of Christianity threw no inconsiderable part of its ish ballast, that it was able to sail into the waters of the heathen and actually did do so, this is due to the history of one single man, this apostle who was so greatly troubled in mind and so worthy of pity, but who was also very disagreeable to himself and to others. This man suffered from a fixed idea, or rather a fixed question, an ever-present and ever-burning question: what was the meaning of the Jewish law? And more especially, the fulfillment of this law. In his youth he had done his best to satisfy it, thirsting as he did for that highest distinction the Jews could imagine this people, which raised the imagination of moral loftiness to a greater elevation than any other people, and which alone succeeded in uniting the conception of a holy God with the idea of sin considered as an offense against this holiness. St. Paul became at once the fanatic defender and guard of honor of this God and his law. Ceaselessly battling against and lying in wait for all transgressors of this law and those who presumed to doubt it, he was pitiless and cruel towards all evil clowers, whom he malvr, about whom we may read in the second BNK of the would not think of giving up his intestines, which had been torn out, he wanted to have them at the resurrection, quite a Jewish characteristic. Thoughts of eternal damnation were from the minds of the early Christians. They thought they higher delivered from death, and awaited a transformation from day to day, but not death. 1% at a curious FAT the first death must have produced on these expectant people. How many different feelings must have been mingled together: astonishment, exultation, doubt, shame, and passion. Verily, a subject worthy of a great artist. St. Paul could say nothing in praise of his Savior than that he had opened the gates of immortality to everybody. He did not believe in the resurrection of those who had not been saved. More than this, by reason of the impossibility of carrying out the law, and of death considered as a consequence of sin, he even suspected that, up to that time, no one had immortal, or at all events only a very few, solely owing to special grace and not to any merits of their own. It was only in his time that immortality had begun to open its gates, and only a few of the elot would finally gain admittance, as the pride of the cannot help saying. In other places, where the impulse towards life was not so strong as among the Jews and the Christian Jeffs, and where the prospect of immortality did not appear to be more viewable than the prospect of a final death, that pagan, yet not altogether un-Jewish edition of hell became a very useful one tool in the hands of the missionaries. Then arose the new doctrine that even the sinners and the unsaved are immoral. The doctrine of eternal damnation was more than the idea of a final death, which thereafter began to fade away. It was science alone could overcome this idea, at the same time blushing aside all other ideas about death and an afterlife. We are poorer in one particular: the life after death has no interest for us. An indescribable blessing, which is as yet recent to be considered as such throughout the world. And Epicurus is once more triumphant. 73 For tietmth of Christianity was attested by the lives of the Christians, their firmness in suffering, their unshakable belief, and above all by the spread and increase of the faith in spite of all calamities. That's how you talk even now. The more's the pity. Learn, then, that all this proves nothing either in favor of truth or against it, that TMTH must demonstrated differently from conscientiousness, and that the latter is in no respect whatever an argument in favor of the 74. AC1 RISTLDX. Not this have been a general resurrection among Christians of the first century. It is better to persuade ourselves into the belief that we are guilty rather than that we are innocent, for it is impossible to ascertain the of so powerful a judge, but it is to fear that he is looking out only for those who are conscious of guilt. Bearing in MMD his great power, it is more likely that he will pardon a guilt-wise person than admit that anyone is innocent, in his presence. This was the feeling of poor provincial folk in the presence of the Roman praetor. He is too proud for us to dare to underscore, and may not this very sentiment have made its influence felt when the Christians endeavor to picture to themselves the aspect of the supreme judge. 75. Neither European nor is something oriental and feminine in Christianity, and this is shown in the thought, whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, for women in the Orient consider castigations and the strict off their persons from the world as a sign of their husband's love, and complain if these signs of lore cease. 76. If you think it evil, you underscore kit passions evil and malignant when regarded with evil and malignant eyes. It is in this way that Christianity has succeeded in transforming Eros and Aphrodite sublime capable of idealization into hellish genii and phantom goblins, by means of the pangs which every sexual impulse was made to raise in the conscience of the believers. Is it not a dreadful thing to transform necessary and regular sensations into a source of inward misery, and thus arbitrarily to render interior misery necessary and regular in the case of man? Furthermore, this misery remains so with the result that it is all the more deeply rooted, for it is not all men har the courage, Shakespeare shows in his sonnets, of making public their Christian gloom. On this point must a feeling, always be called evil against are forced to struggle, which we must restrain even within sane limits, or, in given cases, banish entirely from our minds. Is it not the habit of vulgar souls always to call an enemy and must call Eros an enemy? The sexual feelings, like the feelings of pity and adoration, the particular characteristic that, in their case, one being gratifies another by the pleasure he enjoys, it is but rarely that we meet such a benevolent arrangement in nature. And yet we calumniate and corrupt it all by our bad conscience. We connect the of man a bad conscience. But the outcome of this of Eros is a mere farce. The demon Eros becomes an object of greater interest to mankind than all the angels and saints put together, thanks to the mysterious mumbo-jumboism of the Church in all things erotic. It is due to the Church that love stories, even in our own time, have become the one common interest which appeals to all classes of people with an exaggeration which be incomprehensible to antiquity, and who have not failed to provoke roars of laughter in generations. All our poetizing and thinking, from the highest to the lowest, is marked and more than marked, by the exaggerated importance bestowed upon the love story as the principal item of our existence. Posterity may perhaps, on this account, come to the conclusion that its entire legacy of Christian culture is tainted with narrowness and insanity. The tortures of the whole world raises a shout of horror at the present day if one man presumes to torture the body of another. The indignation against such a being bursts forth almost spontaneously. Nay, we tremble even at the very thought of torture being inflicted on a man or an animal, and we undergo unspeakable misery when we hear of such an act having accomplished. But the same feeling is experienced in a very much lesser degree and extent when it is a question of the tortures of the soul and the dreadfulness of their infliction. Christianity has introduced such tortures on an unprecedented scale, and still continues to preach this kind of martyrdom. Yet, it complains innocently of backsliding and indifference when it meets with a state of soul is free from such agonies. From all this it now results that humanity, in the face of spiritual racks, tortures of the mind, and instruments of punishment, bears even today the same awesome patience and indecision which it exhibited in former times in the presence of the cruelties practiced on the bodies of men or animals. Hell has certainly not remained merely an empty sound, and a new kind of pity has been to correspond to the newly created fears of hell, a horrible and ponderous compassion, hithophio unknown, with people irrevocably condemned to hell, as, for example, the stony guest gave Don Juan to understand, and which, during the Christian era, should often have made the very stones weep. Plutarch presents us with a gloomy picture of the state of mind of a man in pagan times, but this picture pales mean compared with that of a Christian of the Middle Ages, who supposes that nothing can save him from torments everlasting. Dreadful omens appear to him, perhaps he sees a stork holding a snake in his beak and hesitating to swallow it. Or all nature suddenly becomes pale, or bright, fiery colors appear across the surface of the eon or the ghosts of his dead relations approach him, with features showing traces of dreadful al sufferings. Or the dark walls of the RNN in which the man is sleeping are suddenly lighted up, and there, amidst a yellow flame, he perceives instruments of torture and a motley horde of snakes and devils. Christianity has surely this of ours into a fearful habitation by raising the crucifix in all parts and thereby proclaiming the earth to be a place the just man is tortured to death. And when the ardor of some great preacher for once disclosed to the public the secret sufferings of the individual, the agonies oft lonely souls, when, for example, Whitefield preached like a dying man to the dying, now bitterly weeping, now violently stamping his forehead, speaking passionately, in abrupt and incisive tones, without fearing to turn the whole force of his attack upon any one present, excluding him from the assembly with excessive harshness, then India did it seem as if the earth were being transformed into a field of evil. The huge Cruslows were then seen to act as if seized with a sudden attack of madness, many were in fits of anguish, others lay unconscious and motionless, others, again, trembled or rent the air with their piercing shrieks. Everywhere there was a loud breathing, as of half-choked people who were gasping for the breath of life. Indeed, said an eyewitness once, almost all the noises appeared to come from people who were dying in the bitterest agony. Let us never forget that it was Christianity which first tumbled the deathbed into of agony, and that, by the scenes which placed there, and the terrifying sounds which were made possible there for the first time, it has poisoned the senses and the blood of innumerable witnesses and their children. Imagine the ordinary man can never efface the recollection of UMDs like these. Oh, eternity! Would that I had no soul! Would that one had never been bomb! My soul is damned, damned, lost forever. 6 days ago you might have helped me. But now all is over. One belonged to the devil, and with him I will go down to hell. Break, break, ye poor hearts of stone! Ye will not break? What more can be done for hearts of stone? I am damned that ye may be saved. There he is. Yeah, there he is. Come, good devil. Come. 78A1E1GN. G and guilt, these two things have put on one scale by Christianity, so that, when the misfortune which follows a fault is a serious one, this fault is always judged accordingly to be a very heinous one. But this was not the vocation of antiquity, and that is why Greek tragedy in which misfortune and punishment are discussed at length, and yet in another sense forms part of the great liberators of the mind to an extent which even the ancients themselves could not realize. They remained ingenuous enough not to set up an adequate relation between guilt and misfortune. The guilt of their tragic heroes is, indeed, the little pebble that makes them stumble, and on which account they sometimes happen to break an arm or knock out an eye. Upon this the feeling of antiquity made the comment, well, he should hail gone his way with more caution and less pride. It was reserved for Christianity, however, to say, here we are a great misfortune, and behind this great misfortune there must lie a great fault, an equally serious fault, though we cannot clearly see it. If, touched man, you do not feel it, it is because your health is hardened, and worse than this will happen to you. Besides this, Antiquity could point to examples of real misfortunes that were pure and in ante. It was only with the advent of Christianity that all punishment became well-merited punishment. In addition to this, it renders the imagination of the sufferer still more suffering, so that the victim, in the midst of his distress, is seized with the feeling that he has been morally reproved and cast away. Poor humanity! The Greeks had a special umd to stand for the feeling of indignation which was experienced at the misfortune of another. Among Christian peoples this feeling was prohibited and was not permitted to develop, hence the reason why they have no name for this more virile brother of pity. 79. A proposal, i.e. according to the arguments of Pascal and Christianity, our ego is always hateful. How can permit an other people, whether or men, to love it? It would be contrary to all good principles to let ourselves be loved when know very well that we do so nothing but hatred, not to speak of other repugnant feelings. But this is the very kingdom of grace. Then you look upon your love for your neighbor as a grace? Your pity as a grace? Well, then, if you can do all this, there is no reason why you should not go a step further, love yourselves through grace, and then you will no longer find your GCD necessary, and the entire drama of the fall and redemption of mankind will reach its last act in yourselves. 80. The compassion. A Christian's compassion in the presence of his neighbor's suffering has another side to it, viz. his profound suspicion of all the joy of his neighbor, of his neighbor's joy in evil thing that he wills and is able to do. 81. The saint had fallen into the company of and could no longer stand their continually expressed hatred for sin. At last he said to them, created all things, except sin, therefore it is no wonder that he does not like it. But man has created, and why, then, should he die sound this only child of his merely it is not regarded with a friendly eye by its grandheather? Is that human? Honor to whom honor is due, but one's hien and duty must speak above all, in favor of the child, and only in the second place for the honor of grandfather. 82. The theological must arrange that with yourself, for your life is at it is who suddenly springs upon us adel these mrds and imagines that foul the knife at our throats. But throw him off with the umds of one higher and more considerate than he, we form no opinion in regard to this or that matter, and thus save our souls from trouble. For, by their very nature, the things themselves cannot compel us to express an opinion. 83. Pour single drop of too much or tin little in the brain may render our life unspeakably miserable and difficult, and may suffer more from this single drop of blockade than Prometheus from his lulcher. But the worst is when we do not know that this drop is causing our sufferings and we think it is free devil or sin. The philology of little Christianity cultivates the sense of honesty can be inferred from the character of the tidings of its learned men. They set out their conjectures as audaciously as if they were dogmas, and are but seldom at a disadvantage in regard to the interpretation of Scripture. Their continual cry is, I am right, for it is then follows an explanation so shameless and capricious that a philologist, when he hears it, must stand stck still between anger and laughter, asking himself again and again, is it possible? Is it honest? Is it even decent? It is only those who never or always attend church that underestimate the dishonesty with which this subject is still dealt in Protestant pulpits. In a clumsy fashion the preacher takes advantage of his security from interruption, how the Bible is pinched and squeezed, and how the people are made acquainted with every form of the art of false reading. When all is said and done, however, what can be expected from the effects of a religion during the centuries when it was being firmly established, enacted that huge philological farce concerning the Old Testament? I refer to that attempt to tear the Old Testament from the hands of the Jews under the pretext that it contained only Christian and belonged to the Christians as the FFUE people of Los Real, while the Jews had merely arrogated it to themselves without authority. This was followed by a mania of would-be interpretation, and could not under any circumstances have been allié with a good conscience. However strongly Jewish savants protested, it was of Emvayer sedulously assumed that the Old Testament alluded of Emvayer to Christ, and nothing but Christ, more especially his cross, and thus, wherever reference was made to a cod, a rod, a ladder, a twig, a tree, a oiyao, or a stem, such a reference could not but be a prophecy relating to the of the cross. Even the setting up of Unicum and the brazen serpent, Moses stretching forth his hands in prayer, the very spits on which the Easter lambs were roasted, all these were allusions to the cross, and, as it were, preludes to it. Did anyone who kept on assaulting these things ever believe in them? Let it not be forgotten that the Church did not shrink from putting interpolations in the text of the Septuagint, e.g. PSXC_I_10, in order that she might later on make use of these interpreted passages as Christian prophecies. They were engaged in a stngla, and thought of their rather than of honesty. 85 Subtlety. Care not to laugh at the mythology of the Greeks merely because it so little resembles your own profound metaphysics. You should admire a people who chucked their quick intellect at this point, and for a long time afterwards had tact enough to avoid the danger of scholasticism and hair-splitting. 86. The T orators of the originates in the stomach, the intestines, the beating oft help the nerves, the bile, the seed, all those indispositions, irritations, and the whole contingency oft hat machine which know so little. A Christian like Pascal considers it all as a moral and religious phenomenon, asking himself whether GCD or the devil, or evil, salvation or damnation, is the cause. Alas for the unfortunate interpreter! How he must distort and worry his system! How he must distort and worry himself in order to gain his point! 87. The mal, the domain of moral ire. Christian knows of nothing but the miracle, the sudden change in all valuations, the sudden renouncement of all habits, the sudden and irresistible predilection for new things and persons. Christianity this phenomenon as the work of God, and calls it the act of regeneration, thus giving it a unique and incomparable value. Everything else which is Kali morality, and which irars no relation to this miracle, becomes in consequence a matter of indifference to the Christian, and in so far as it is a feeling of well-being and pride, an object of fear. The canon of virtue, of the all-filled law, is established in the New Testament, but in such a way as to the canon of impossible virtue. Men who still aspire to moral perfections must come to understand in the face of this canon, that they are author and filther removed from their aim. They must despair of virtue, and end by throwing themselves at the feet of the merciful one. It is only in reaching a conclusion like this that moral efforts on the part of the Christian can still regarded as possessing any value. The condition that these efforts shall always remain sterile, painful one, and melancholy is therefore indispensable, and it is in this way that those efforts could still avail to bring about that moment of ecstasy when man experiences the overflow of grace and the moral miracle. This struggle for morality is, however, not necessary, for it is by no means uncommon for this miracle to happen to the sinner at the very moment when he is, so to speak, wallowing in the mire of sin. The leap from the deepest and most abandoned sinfulness into its contrary seems easier, and, as a clear of the miracle, even more desirable. Alas, for the rest, may be the signification of such a sudden, unreasonable, and irresistible revolution, such a change from the depths of misery into the heights of happiness? Might it be a disguised epilepsy? This should at all events be considered by alienists, who have frequent opportunities of observing similar example. The mania of murder or suicide, the relatively more pleasant in the case of the Christian, make no important difference. 88. Luther, the great benefactor. Luther's most imponent result is the suspicion which he awakened against the saints and the entire Christian vita contemplativa. Only since his day has an unchristian vita contemplativa again possible in Europe. Only since then has contempt for layman and worldly activity ceased. Luther continued to be an honest miner's son even after he had shut up in a monastery, and there, for lack of other depths and borings, he descended into himself, and bored terrifying and dark passages through his own depths, finally coming to recognize that an introspective and saintly life was impossible to him, and that his innate activity in body and soul will end by being his min. For a long time, he endeavored to find the way to holiness through castigations, but at length he made up his mind, and said to himself, there is no real vita contemplativa. We hail ben the saints were no better than the rest of us. This was truly a rustic way of gaining one's case, but for the Germans of that period it was the only proper way. Underscore how edified they felt when they could read in their Lutheran catechism, Apart from the 10 commandments there is no umk which could find favor in the eyes of God. These much boast spiritual works of the saints are purely imaginary. 89. Doubt as has done all it possibly could to draw a circle round itself, and has gone so far as to declare doubt itself to assume we are to be precipitated into faith by a miracle, without the help of reason, after we are to float in it as the clearest and least equivocal of elements, a mere glance at some solid ground, the thought that we exist for some other than floating, the east movement of our amphibious nature, all this is a sin. Let it be noted that, following this decision, the proofs and demonstration of the frith, and all meditations upon its origin, are prohibited as sin. Christianity wants blindness and frenzy and an eternal swan song aboard the waves under which reason has been drowned. 90. Egoism versus egoism. How many are there who still come to the conclusion, life would intolerable were there no or, as is said in idealistic circles, life would be intolerable if its ethical signification were lacking. Hence there must be a GCD or an ethical signification of existence. In reality the case stands thus: he who is accustomed to conceptions of this sort not desire a life without them, hence these conceptions are necessary for him and his preservation. But what a presumption it is to assert that everything necessary for my preservation must exist in Rio. As if my preservation were really necessary. What if others held the contrary opinion? If they did not care to live under the conditions of these two articles of faith, and did not regard life as QLTH living, if they realized, and that is the present position of affairs. 91. The honesty of God, an omniscient and omnipotent GCXL who not even take care that his intentions shall be by his creatures, could he be a God of goodness? A GOLUHO, for thousands of years, has permitted innumerable doubts and scruples to continue unchecked as if they were of no importance in the salvation of mankind, and nevertheless, announces the most dreadful consequences for any one who mistakes his TMTH. Would he not be a cruel God if, being himself in possession of the TMTH, he could calmly contemplate mankind, in a state of miserable torment, worrying its mind as to what was truth? Perhaps, however, he really is of goodness, and was unable to express himself more clearly. Perhaps he lacked intelligence enough for this? Or eloquence? All the worse. For in such a case he may have been deceived himself in regard to a he calls his truth, and may not far from being another deep devil. Must he not therefore experience all the torments of hell at seeing his creatures suffering so much here below, and even more, suffering through all eternity, when he himself can neither advise nor help them, except as a deaf and dumb person, who makes all kinds of equivocal signs when his child or his dog is threatened with the most fearful danger? A distressed believer who argues thus might be pardoned if his pity for the suffering God were greater than his pity for his neighbors, for they are his neighbors no longer, if that most solitary and primeval being is also the greatest sufferer and stands most in need of consolation. Every religion shows some traits of the fact that it owes its origin to a state of human intellectuality which was as yet too young and immature. They all make light of the necessity for speaking the TMTH, as yet they know nothing of the duty of God, the duty of being clear and temporal in his communication with MEM. No one was more eloquent than Pascal in speaking of the hidden God and the reasons why he had to keep himself hidden, all of which indicates clearly enough that Pascal himself could never make his mind easy on this point, but he speaks with such confidence that one is led to imagine that he must have been let into the secret at some time or other. He seemed to have some idea that the Deus absconditus bore a few slight traces of immorality, and he felt too much ashamed and afraid of acknowledging this to himself. Consequently, like a man who is afraid, he as loudly as he could. 92. At the deathbed of truly active men now do without inward Christianity, and the most moderate and thoughtful men of the intellectual middle classes possess only a kind of modified Christianity, that is, a peculiarly simplified Christianity. A God in his ordains everything so that it may for us, who gives us our virtue and our happiness and then takes them away from us, so that everything at length goes on smoothly and there is no reason left why we should take life ill or grumble it. In Shan resignation and modesty raised to the rank of divinities, that is the and most lifelike remnant of Christianity now left to us. It must be, however, that in this way Christianity has developed into a soft moralism. Instead of Gol Friedrich and immortality we have now a kind of benevolence and honest sentiments, and the belief that, in the entire universe, benevolence and honest sentiments will finally prevail. this is the euthanasia of Christianity. 93. What is will not be pleased with the conclusions which the faith all take such delight in coming to, science cannot tme, for it denies GD, hence it does not come from GCD, and consequently it cannot be tme, for God is tmth_, it is not the deduction but the premise which is fallacious. What if GCD were not exactly true, and if this were proved? And if he were instead the vanity, the desire for the ambitions, the fear, and the enraptured and folly of mankind? 94. Remedy for the Paul already believed that some sacrifice was necessary to take away the deep displeasure God experienced conceiving sin, and ever since then Christians have never ceased to vent the ill humor they felt it themselves upon some victim or another, either it was the world, or history, or reason, or joy, or the tranquility of other men. Something good, no matter what, had to die for their sins, even if only in effigy. 95. The historicni refutation as the decisive, it was sought to prove that there was no God. Now it is shown how the belief that a God existed could have originated, and by aha means this belief gained authority and importance. In this way the counterproof that there is no God becomes unnecessary, and former times, when the evidences of the existence of God had brought forward were realted, a doubt still remained, viz. whether better proofs could not be found than those had just been refuted. At that time the atheists did not understand the art of making a tabula rasa. 96. HCC sin olunc es_ to what our degree of progress may have attained in other respects, where religious affairs are concerned, it has not yet reached the liberal naivete of the ancient Brahmins. Proves that, in India, 4,000 years ago, people meditated more profoundly and transmitted to their descendants more pleasure in meditating than is the case in our own days. For those Brahmins believed in the first place that the priests were more powerful than the gods, and in the second place that it was observances which constituted the power of the priests, as a result of which their poets were never tired of glorifying those observances, prayers, ceremonies, sacrifices, chants, improvised melodies, as the real dispensers of all benefits. Although a certain amount of superstition and poetry was mingled with all this, the principles were true. A step or and the gods were cast aside, which Europe like us will have to do before very long. One more step further, and priests and intermediaries could also be dispensed with, and then Buddha, the teacher of the religion of self-redemption, appeared. How far Euro is still removed from this degree of culture. Ilman at length all the customs and observances, which rests the of gods, priests, and saviors, shall have been destroyed, when as a consequence morality, in the old sense, be dead, then there will come il come then? But let us refrain from speculating, let us rather make sanane that Europe retrieve that which, in India, amidst this people of thinkers, was carried out thousands of years ago as a commandment of thought. Scattered among the different nations of Europe there are now from 10 to 20 millions of men who no longer believe in it too much to ask that they should give each other some indication or password. As they recognize each other in this way, they will also make themselves known to each other, and they will immediately become a power in Europe, and, happily, a power among the nations. Among the classes, rich and between those who command, and those who obey. Between the most restless and the most tranquilizing people. 97. Obte becones not because one is moral. Submission to morals may due to slow/ishness or vanity, egoism, or dismal fanaticism or thoughtlessness. It may, again, be an act of despair, such as submission to the authority of a milor, but there is nothing moral about it. Per se 98. Alterations in are constantly undergoing changes and transformations, occasioned by successful crimes. To these, for example, belong all innovations in moral judgments. 99. Wherein all still continue to draw conclusions from judgments which we consider as false, or doctrines in which no longer believe through our feelings. 100. Os synchronia and wise men once a time believed in the music of spheres. There are still noble and whose men who believe in the moral significance of existence, but there will come a day mean this music of the spheres also no longer be audible to them. they will awake and perceive that their ears have been dreaming 101. Open to accept a belief simply because it is customary implies that one is dishonest, cowardly, and lazy must dishonesty, cowardice, and laziness, therefore, be the primary condition of morality. 102 The most ancient mal-attitude do we assume towards the acts of our the first place, we consider how they may benefit ours ahas we see them only in this light. It is this effect which we regard as the intention of the acts and in the end we come to upon these intentions of our neighbor as permanent qualities in him, and we call him, for example, a dangerous man. Triple error. Triple and most ancient mistake. Perhaps this inheritance comes to us from the animals and their faculty of judgment. Must not the origin of all morality be sought in these detestable narrow-minded conclusions? It ever injures me is evil, something injurious in itself, whatever me is good, beneficial and profitable in itself. Whatever injures me once or several times is hostile per whatever benefits me once or several times is friendly per se_opudenda origo. Is not this equivalent to interpreting the contemptible, occasional, and often merely accidental relations of another person to us as his primary and most essential qualities, and affirming that towards himself and every one else he is only capable of such actions as we ourselves have experienced at his hands once or several times? And is not this thorough folly based the most immodest of all mental reservations, namely, that we ourselves must be the standard of what is since determined good and evil? 103 There TiVo classes of people deny morality may mean, in the first place, to deny the moral inducements which, men pretend, have urged them on to there is equivalent to saying that morality merely consists of mrds and forms, part of that coarse and subtle deceit, especially self-deceit, which is characteristic of mankind, and perhaps more especially of those men who are celebrated for their in the second place. It may mean our denying that moral judgments are founded on tmths. It is admitted in such a case that these judgments are, in fact, the motives of the actions, but that in this way it is really errors as the basis of all moral judgments which urge men on to their moral actions. This is my point of view, but I should be far from denying that in many cases a subtle suspicion in accordance with the former point of view in the spirit of La Rochefoucauld is also justifiable, and in any case of a high general utility. Therefore I deny morality in the same way as I deny alchemy, I deny its hypotheses, but I do not deny that there have been alchemists believed in these hypotheses and based their actions upon them. I also deny immorality, not that innumerable people file immoral, but that there is any true reason why they should file so. One should not, of course, deny nless I were a finel that many actions which are called immoral should avoided and resist, and in the same way that many which are called moral should be performed and encouraged, but I hold that in both cases these actions should be performed from motive other than those which are prevailed up to the present time. We must learn anew in order that at last, perhaps very late in the day, we may able to do something more, feel anew. Our actions may referred back to valuations, and all valuations are either one's own or adopted, the latter being by far the more numerous. Why do we adopt them? Through fear. We think it more advisable to pretend that they are our own, and so well do accustom ourselves to do so that it at last be second nature to us. A vulation of our which is the appreciation of a thing in accordance with the pleasure or displeasure it causes us and no one else, is something very rare. Must not our valuation of our neighbor which is prompted by the motive that we adopt his valuation in most cases proceed from ourselves and by our own decision? Of course, but then we come to these decisions during our childhood, and seldom change them. We often remain during our whole lifetime the dupes of our childish and accustomed judgments in our manner of judging our fellow men, their minds, rank, morality, character, and reprehensibility, and we find it necessary to subscribe to their valuations. 105 Great majority of people, whatever they may think and say about their ego, is to do nothing for their ego all their life long, but only for a phantom of this ego which has been formed in regard to them by their friends and communicated to them. As they all live in a haze of impersonal and half-personal opinions and of arbitrary and, as it were, poetic valuations, the one always in the head of another, and this head, in the head of somebody else. A queer world of phantoms manages to give itself a rational appearance. This haze of opinions and habits grows in extent and lives almost independently of the people it surrounds. It is it which gives rise to the immense effat of general judgments on those who do not know themselves, believe in a bloodless abstraction they call mam, i.e. in a fiction, an evilly change caused in this abstraction by the judgments of powerful individualities, such as princes and philosophers, produces an extraordinary and irrational on the great majority, or the simple reason that not a single individual in this haze can oppose a real ego, an ego which is accessible to and fathomed by himself, to the universal pale fiction, which he could thereby destroy. 106 agms ratify *itions of mal all sides. We know we're the aim of morals defined as the preservation and advancement of humanity, but this is merely the expression of a v.ishtuhara formula and nothing more. Preservation wherein? Advancement hither? These are questions which must at once be asked. Is not the most essential point, the answer to this wherein? And whither? Left out of the formula? What results therefrom, so far as our own actions and duties are concerned, which is not already tacitly and instinctively understood? Can we sufficiently understand from this formula? Either we must prolong as far as possible the existence of the human race, or bring about the greatest possible disanimalization of man. How different the means, the practical morals, have to be in the two cases. That the greatest possible rationality were given to mankind, this certainly not guarantee the longest possible existence for them. Or supposing that their greatest happiness was thought to be the answer to the questions put, do we thereby mean the highest degree of happiness which a few individuals might, or an incalculable, though finally attainable, average state of happiness for all? And why should morality be the way to it? Has not morality, considered as a whole, opened up so many sources of displeasure as to lead us to think that man up to the present, with every new refinement of morality, has become more and more discontented with himself, with his neighbor, and with his own lot? Has not the most moral of men hitherto that the only justifiable state of mankind in the face of morals is that of the deepest misery? 107 Our right to or our folly. How must we act? Why must we act? So far as the course and immediate needs of the individual are concerned, it is easy to answer these questions, but the more we enter upon the more important and more subtle domains of action, the more does the problem become uncertain and the more arbitrary its solution. An arbitrary decision, however, is the very thing that must be excluded here. Thus commands the authority of morals, an obscure uneasiness and awe must relentlessly guide man in those very actions the objects and means of which he cannot at once perceive. This authority of morals undermines our thinking faculty in regard to those things concerning which it might be dangerous to think wrongly. It is in this way, at all events, that morality usually justifies itself to its accusers. Wrong in this place arls dangerous, but dangerous to whom? It is not, as a rule, the danger of the CLNR of the action which the supporters of authoritative morals have in view, but their own danger, the loss which their power and influence might undergo if the right to act according to their own greater or lesser reason, however while one and foolishly, were accorded to all men. They on their part make unhesitating use of their right to arbitrariness and folly. They even command in cases where it is hardly possible, or at all events very difficult, to answer the questions, how must they act, why must they act? And if the reason of mankind grows with such extraordinary slowness that it was often possible to deny its growth during the whole course of humanity, what is more to blame for this than this solemn presence, even omnipresence, of moral commands, which do not even permit the individual question of how and why to be asked at all? Have not been educated precisely in such a way as to make us feel pathetic, and thus to obscure our vision at the very time mean our reason should be able to see as clearly and calmly as possible, i.e. in all higher and more important circumstances. 108 Zone should not give the individual, in so far as he desires his own happiness, any precepts or recommendations as to the road leading to happiness, for individual happiness arises from particular laws that are unknown to anybody, and such a man only be hindered or obstructed by recommendations that come to him from outside sources. Those precepts which are called moral are in reality directed against individuals, and do not by any means make for the happiness of such individuals. The relationship of these precepts to the happiness and well-being of mankind is equally slight, for it is quite impossible to assign a definite conception to these words, and still less can they be employed as guiding stars on the dark sea of moral aspirations. It is a prejudice to think that morality is more favorable to the development of the reason than immorality. It is to suppose that the unconscious aim in the development of every conscious being, namely, animal, man, humanity, etc., is its greatest happiness. On the contrary, there is a particular and incomparable happiness to be attained at every stage of our development, one that is neither high nor low, but quite an individual happiness. Evolution does not make happiness its goal, it aims merely at and nothing else. It is only if humanity had a universally recognized goal that we could propose to do this or that. For the time being there is no such goal. It follows that the pretensions of morality should not be brought into any relationship with mankind. This be merely childish and irrational. It is quite another thing to recommend a goal to mankind. This goal would then be something that would depend upon our own will and pleasure. Provided that mankind in general agreed to adopt such a goal, it could then impose a moral law upon itself, a law which at all events, be imposed by their own up to now, however, the moral law has had to be placed of zero our own free will. Strictly speaking, men did not wish to impose this law upon themselves, they wished to take it from some here, to discover it, or to let themselves be commanded by it from somewhere. 109 Self-control a. Motution, their final find not more than 6 essentially different methods for combating the vehemence of an impulse. First of all, we may avoid the occasion for satisfying the impulse, weakening and multifying it by refraining from satisfying it for long and ever-lengthening periods. Secondly, we may impose a severe and regular order upon ourselves in regard to the satisfying of our appetites. By thus regulating the impulse and limiting its ebb and flow to fixed periods, we may obtain intervals in which it ceases to disturb us, and by beginning in this way we may perhaps be able to pass on to the first myth. In the third place, may deliberately give ours a haste over to an unrestrained and unbounded gratification of the impulse in order that we may become disgusted with it, and to obtain by means of this very disgust a command over the impulse, provided, of course, that we do not imitate the rider rides his horse to death and breaks his own neck in doing so. For this, unhappily, is generally the outcome of the application of this third method. In the fourth place, there is an intellectual trick, which consists in associating the idea of the gratification so firmly with some painful thought, that after a little practice the thought of gratification is itself immediately felt as a very painful one. For example, when the Christian accustoms himself to think of the presence and scum of the il in the course of sensual enjoyment, or everlasting punishment in hell for revenge by murder, or even merely of the contempt he met with from those of his fellow men whom he most respects, if he steals a sum of money, or if a man has often checked an intense desire for suicide by thinking of the grief and self-reproaches of his relations and friends, and has thus succeeded in balancing himself upon the edge of life, for, after some practice, these ideas follow one another in his mind like cause and effect. Among instances of this kind may be mentioned the cases of Lord Byron and Napoleon. In Horn the pride of man revolt and took offense at the preponderance of one particular passion over the collective attitude and order of reason. From this arises the habit and joy of tyrannizing or the craving and making it, as it were, gnash its teeth. I will not be a slave of any appetite, Byron in his diary. In the fifth place, may bring about a dislocation of our by imposing ours a particularly difficult and fatiguing task, or by deliberately submitting to some new charm and pleasure in order thus to turn our thoughts and physical into other channels. It comes to the same thing if temporarily favor another impulse by affording it numerous opportunities of gratification, and thus rendering it the squanderer of the power which called otherwise commandeered, so to speak, by the tyrannical impulse. A few, perhaps, but we'll be able to restrain the particular passion who aspires to domination by granting their other noble passions a temporary encouragement and license in order that they may devour the which the tyrant wishes for himself alone. In the sixth and last place, the man who can stand it, and thinks it reasonable to weaken and subdue his entire physical and psychical organization, like Aius, of course, attains the goal of weakening a single violent instinct, as, for example, those who starve their sensuality and at the same time their vigor, and often destroy their reason into the bargain, such as the ascetics, hence, shunning the opportunities, regulating the impulse, bringing satiety and disgust in the impulse, associating a painful idea, such as that of discredit, disgust, or offended pride, then the dislocation of one's forces, and finally general debility and exhaustion. These are the 6 methods. But the v.ill to combat the violence of a craving is beyond our equally with the method we adopt, and the success we may have in applying it in all this process our intellect is rather merely the blind instrument of another rival craving, whether it the impulse to repose, or the fear of disgrace and other evil consequences, or love. We thus imagine that our complaining of the violence of an impulse, it is at bottom merely one impulse is complaining of another. The perception of the violent suffering which is being caused us presupposes that there is another equally or more violent impulse, and that a struggle is impending in which our must take pen 110. TNT which may observe the following process in ourselves, and I should like it to be often obsum.ed and confirmed there arises in us the scent of a kind of pleasure hitherto unknown to us, and consequently a new craving. Now, the question is, what opposes itself to this craving? If it be things and considerations of a common kind, or people whom hold in no very high esteem, the aim of the new craving assumes the appearance of a noble, gwd, praiseworthy feeling, and one worthy of sacrifice. All the moral dispositions which have been inherited will adopt it and will add it to the number of those aims we consider as moral, and now we imagine that we are no longer striving after a pleasure, but after a morality, which greatly increases our confidence in our aspirations. 111 To the admirers of who, as a child, has absent in his parents and acquaintances in the midst of whom he has grown up, sultane virile and strong feelings, with but little subtle discernment and inclination for intellectual justice, and has therefore employed his best powers and his most precious time in imitating these feelings, will observe in himself when he arrives at years of discretion that every new thing or man he meeteth excites in him either sympathy or amy or contempt under the domination of this experience, which he is powerless to shake off. He admires neutrality of feeling or objectivity as an extraordinary thing, as something connected with genius or a very rare morality, and he cannot belie that this neutrality is merely the product of education and habit. 112. On the nature ffstory of DEA. Right _ our duties are the claims which others have upon us. How did they acquire these claims? By the fact that they consider us as capable of making and holding agreements and contracts, by assuming that we were their like and equals, and by consequently entrusting something to us, bringing us up, educating us, and supporting us. We do our duty, i.e. we justio that conception of our power for the sake of which all these things were done for us. We return them in proportion as they hire meted out to us. It is thus our pride that orders us to do our clue. We desire to re-establish our own independence by opposing to that others have done for us something that we do for them, for in that way the others invade our sphere of power, and would forever have a hand in it if we did not make reprisals by means of duty, and thus encroach upon their power. The rights of others can only have regard to that which lies within our power. It would be unreasonable on their part to require something from us who not belong to us. To put the matter more accurately, their rights can only relate to what they imagine to be in our power, provided that it is something that we ourselves consider as being in our. The sarn error may easily occur on either side. The feeling of duty depends upon our having the same belief in regard to the extent of our power as other people have, t.e. that we can promise sultane things and undertake to do them freely, free will. My rights consist of that part of my which others have not only conceded to me, but which they wish to maintain for me. Why do they do it? On the one hand they are actuated by wisdom, fear and prudence, either they expect something similar from us, the protection of their rights, whether they consider a struggle with us as dangerous or inopportune, or whether they see a disadvantage to themselves in every diminution of our power. Since in that case we should be ill-adapted for an alliance with them against a hostile third power. On the other hand, rights are granted by donations and cessions. In this latter case, the other people have not only enough power, but more than enough, so that they can give up a portion and guarantee it to the person to whom they give it, whereby they presuppose a certain restricted sense of power in the person upon whom they have bestowed the gift. In this way rights arise, recognized and guaranteed degrees of when the relations of powers to one another are materially changed, rights disappear and new ones are formed, as is demonstrated by the constant flux and reflux of the rights of nations. When our power to many equals ease to any great extent, the feelings of those who hitherto guaranteed it undergo some change, they consider whether they shall once again restore us to our former, and if they do not see their way to do this they deny our rights from that time forward. In the sanal way, if our power increases to a considerable extent, the feelings of those who previously recognized it, and whose recognition no longer require, likewise change, they will then to reduce our to its former dimensions, and they will endeavor to interfere in our affairs, justifying their interference by an appeal to their duty, but this is merely useless word quibbling. Where right prevails, a sultane state and degree of power is maintained, and all attempts at its augmentation and diminution are resisted. The right of others is the concession of our feeling of power to the feeling of power in these others. Whenever our shows itself to be thoroughly and broken, our rights cease. On the other hand, when we have become very much stronger, the rights of others cease in our minds to be what we are hitherto admitted them to be. The man who aims at being just, therefore, must keep a constant lookout for the changes in the indicator of the scales in order that he may properly estimate the degrees of power and right with the customary transitoriness of human things, retain their equilibrium for only a short time, and in most cases continue to rise and hill, as it is thus very difficult to be just and requires much experience, gwd intentions, and an unusually large amount of good sense. 113 stm1 ng. For we strive after distinction, we must ceaselessly keep our eyes fixed on our neighbor and endeavor to ascertain what his feelings are, but the sympathy and knowledge which are necessary to satisfy this desire are far from being inspired by harmlessness, compassion, or kindness. On the contrary, we wish to perceive or find out in a way our neighbor suffers from us, either internally or externally, how he loses control over himself and yields to the impression which our hand or even our mere appearance makes on him, even when he who aspires to distinction makes or wishes to make a joyful, elevating, or cheerful impression, he clns not enjoy the success in that he rejoices, exalts, or cheers his neighbor, but in that he leaves his impress on the latter's soul, changing its form and dominating it according to his. The desire for distinction is the desire to subject one's neighbor, even if it be merely in an indirect fashion. One only felt or even only dreamt of. There is a long series of stages in this secretly desired will to subdue, and a very complete record of them will perhaps almost be like an excellent history of culture, from the early dystolteons of barbarism down to the caricatures of Mslern over refinement and sickly idealism. This desire for distinction entails upon our neighbor to indicate only a few rungs of the long ladder torture, first of all, by blows, then terror, anxious surprise, wonder, envy, pleasure, joy, laughter, derision, mockery, sneers, scourging and self-inflicted torture. There at the very top of the ladder stands the ascetic and martyr, who himself experiences the utmost satisfaction, because he inflicts on himself, as a result of his desire for distinction, that pain which is opposite. The barbarian on the first rung of the ladder inflicts those others, upon whom and before whom he wishes to distinguish himself. The triumph of the ascetic over himself, his introspective glance, which beholds a man split up into a sufferer and a spectator, and who henceforth never echoes at the outside world but to gather from it, as it high air, would for his own ephemeral pyre. This final tragedy of the desire for distinction shows us only one person who, so to speak, is consummate internally. That is an end worthy of the beginning. In both cases there is an inexpressible happiness at the sight of torture. Indeed, happiness considered as a feeling of power developed to the utmost, has perhaps never reached a higher pitch of perfection on earth than in the souls of superstitious ascetics. This is expressed by the Brahmins in the story of King Visvamitra, who obtained so much strength by thousands of years of penance that he undertook to construct a new heaven. I believe that in the entire category of inward experiences the people of our time are mere novices and clumsy guessers try to hail a shot at it. 4,000 years ago much more was known about these refinements of self-enjoyment. Perhaps at that time the creation of the world was imagined by some Hindu dreamer to have been an ascetic operation which a god took upon himself. Perhaps this god may have wished to join himself to a mobile nature as an instrument of torture in order thus to feel his happiness and power doubled. And even supposing him to have been a god of love, what a delight it would have been for him to create a suffering mankind in order that he himself might suffer divinely and superhumanly from the sight of the continual torture of his creatures, and thus to tyrannize over himself, and, again, him to have been not only a god of love, but also a god of holiness. We can scarcely conceive the ecstasies of this divine ascetic while creating sins and sinners and eternal punishment, and an immense place of eternal torture below his throne. Here there is a continual weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. It is not by any means impossible that the soul of a Saint Paul, a Dante, or a Calvin, and people like them may once have penetrated into the terrifying sorets of such voluptuousness of, and in view of such souls we may well ask whether the circle of this desire for distinction has come to a close at the ascetic. Might it not be possible for the course of this circle to be traversed a second time, by uniting the idea of the ascetic, and at the same time that of a compassionate deity? In other UMDS, pain would be given to others in order that pain might be given to oneself, so that in this way one could triumph over oneself and one's pity to enjoy the extreme voluptuousness of power. Forgive me these digressions, but come to my mind I think of all the possibilities in the vast domain of psychical debaucheries to which one may be led by the desire for power. On the knowledge of the state of sick men who have suffered long and terribly from the torture inflicted upon them by their illness, and whose reason has nevertheless not in any way is not without a certain amount of value in our search for knowledge quite apart from the intellectual which follow upon every profound solitude and every sudden and justified liberation from duties and habits. The man who suffers severely lcok's phone with terrible calmness from his state of suffering upon outside things, all those little lying enchantments, by things are usually surrounded and seen through the eye of a healthy person, have vanished from the sufferer. His own life even lies there before he was stripped of all and color. If by chance it has happened that up to then he has lived in some kind of dangerous fantasy, this extreme disenchantment through pain is the means, and possibly the only means, of extricating him from it. It is possible that this is happened to the founder of Christianity, hence suspended from the cross, for the bitterest ever pronouncel, my God, why hast thou forsaken me, if in their deepest sense, as they ought to be, contain the evidence of a complete disillusionment and enlightenment in regard to the deceptions of life. In that moment of supreme suffering Christ obtained a clear insight into himself, just as in the poet's narrative did the poor dying Don Quixote. The formidable tension of the intellect that wishes to hold its own against pain shows everything that one now looks upon in a new light, and the inexpressible charm of this new light is often powerful enough to withstand all the seductiveness of suicide and to make the continuation of life seem very desirable to the sufferer. His mind scornfully turns to the warm and comfortable dream world in which the healthy man moves about thoughtlessly, and he thinks idle contempt of the noblest and most cherished illusions in which he formerly indulged. He experiences delight in conjuring up this contempt as if from the depths of hell, and thus inflicting the bitterest sufferings upon his soul. It is by this that he bears up against physical suffering. He feels that such a counterpoise is now essential. In one terrible moment of clear-sightedness he says to himself, "Be for once thine own accuser and hangman, for once regard thy suffering as a punishment thou hast inflicted on thyself, enjoy thy superiority as a judge, better still, enjoy thine own ill and pleasure, thy tyrannical arbitrariness. Raise thyself above thy life as thy suffering, and ltnk down into the depth of reason and unreason." Our pride revolts as it never did before, it experiences an incomparable charm in defending life against such a tyrant as suffering and against all the insinuations of this tyrant, who would fain urge us to give evidence against life. We are taking the part of life in the face of this tyrant. In this state of mind we take up a bitter stand against all pessimism in order that it may not appear to be a consequence of our condition, and thus humiliate us as conquered ones. The charm of being just in our judgments was also never greater than now, for now this justice is a triumph over ourselves and over so irritated a state of mind that unfairness of judgment might be excused, but we ill not excusal. It is now, if ever, that we ish to show that we need no excuse. We pass through downright orgies of pride. And now appears the first ray of relief, of recovery, and one of its first effects is that we turn against the of our pride. We call ourselves en vain, as if had undergone some unique experience. We humiliate ungratefully this all-powerful pride. The aid of Ohak enabled us to endure the pain we suffered, and we call vehemently for some antidote for this pride, wish to become strangers to ourselves and to free from our own person after pain has forcibly made us personal too long. Away with this pride/cry, it was only another illness and convulsion. Once more we look longingly at men and nature and recollect with a sorrow while one smile that now since the rill has fallen regard many things concerning them in a new and different light, but we are refreshed by once more seeing the softened lights of life, and emerge from that fierily dispassionate daylight in which we as sufferers saw thmgs and through things. We do not get angry we see the charms of health resume their play, and we contemplate the sight as if transformed gently and still fatigued. In this state we cannot listen to music without weeping. 115. The so-called and the prejudices upon Ohak language is based very one and act as obstacles in our paths we proceed to explore internal phenomena and impulses. As one example, may instance the fact that there are only mrds to express the superlative degrees of these phenomena and impulses. Now, it is our habit no longer to obscene accurately mrds fail us, since it is difficult in such cases to think with precision. In former times, people involuntarily came to the conclusion that where the domain of /words ceased, the domain of existence ceased also. Wrath, hatred, love, pity, desire, joy, pain, all these are names indicating extreme conditions, the milder and middle stages, and even more particularly the ever-active lower stages, escape our attention, and yet it is they which weave the warp and look off of our character and destiny. It often happens that these extreme outbursts and even the most tirade pleasure or displeasure of Ohak we are actually conscious, whether in partaking of or listening to a sound, is possibly, if properly estimated, merely an extreme outbursts destroy the texture and are then violent exceptions, in most cases the consequences of some congestions, and how easily as such can they mislead the observer. As indeed they mislead the person acting. We are all of us not what appear to according to the condition for which alone have consciousness and words, and consequently praise and blame. We fail to recognize ourselves on these coarse outbursts are known to ourselves alone. We draw conclusions from data where the exceptions prove stronger than the rules, misinterpret ourselves in reading our own ego's pronouncements. Ohak appeared to be so clear but our opinion of ourselves, this so-called ego which we have arrived at by this wrong method, contributes henceforth to form our character and destiny. 116. The unknown world of the men have found it so difficult to understand from the most ancient times down to the present day is their ignorance in regard to themselves, not merely with respect to an evil, but something more essential. The oldest of illusions lives on, namely, that we know, and know precisely in each case, how human action is originated. Not only God looks into the he_n, not only the man acts and reflects upon his action, but everybody dce not doubt that he understands the phenomena of action in everyone else. I know what I want and what I have done, I earn free and responsible for my act, and I make others responsible for their acts. I can mention by its narn every moral possibility and evilly internal movement which precedes an act. Ye may act as ye will, I understand myself and I understand you all. Such was what everyone thought once a time, and almost everyone thinks so even now. Socrates and Plato, who in this matter were great sceptics and admirable innovators, Were Nihilus intensely credulous in regard to that fatal prejudice, that profound error, which holds that the right knowledge must necessarily followed by the right action, in holding this principle they were still the heirs of the universal folly and presumption that knowledge exists conceiving the essence of an action. It would indeed be dreadful_al if the comprehension of the essence of a right action were not follow_vd by that right action itself. This was the only manner in which these great men thought it necessary to demonstrate this idea. The contrary seemed to them to be inconceivable and mad, and nihilus this contrary corresponds to the naked reality which has been demonstrated daily and hourly from time immemorial. Is it not a dreadful_al tmth that all that we know about an act is never sufficient to accomplish it, that the bridge connecting the knowledge of the act with the act itself has never yet been built? Acts are never what they appear to us to be. We have taken great pains to learn that external things are not as they appear 1211 to us. We 11. It is the same with internal phenomena. All moral acts are in reality something different. We cannot say anything more about them, and all acts are essentially unknown to us. The general belief, however, has been and still is quite the contrary. The most ancient realism is against us. Up to the present humanity has thought, an action is what it appears to be. In rereading these words, a very expressive passage from Schopenhauer occurs to me, and I will quote it as a proof that he, TCO, without the slightest scruple, continued to adhere to this moral realism. Each one of us is in reality a competent and perfect moral judge, knowing exactly good and evil, made holy by loving good and despising evil. Such is every one of us in so far as the acts of others and not his own are under consideration, and when he has merely to approve or disapprove, whilst the burden of the performance oft acts is borne by other shoulders. Every one is therefore justified in occupying as confessor the place of God. 117. In I, whether it keen or weak, can only ascertain distance, and it is within this space that I live and move. This horizon is my immediate hte, greater or lesser, from which I cannot escape. Thus, a concentric circle is drawn round every being, which has a center and is peculiar to himself. In the same way our ear encloses us in a small space, and so likewise does our touch. We measure the world by these horizons within which our senses confine each of us within prison walls. We say that this is near and that is far distant, that this is large and that is small, that one thing is hard and another soft, and this appreciation of things we call sensation, but it is all an error per se. According to the number of events and emotions it is on an average possible for us to experience in a given space of time, measure our lives, call them short or long, rich or poor, full or empty, and according to the average of human life we estimate that of other all this is an error per se. If we had eyes 100 times more piercing to examine the things that surround us, men seem to us too enormously tall. We can even imagine organs by means of which men would appear to us to be of immeasurable stature. On the other hand, certain organs could be so formal as to permit us to view entire solar systems as if they were contracted and brought close together like a single cell, and to beings of an immense order a single cell of the human body could be made to appear in its construction, movement, and harmony as if it were a solar system in itself. The habits of our senses have wrapped us up in a tissue of lying sensations which in their turn lie at the base of all our judgments and our knowledge. There are no means of exit or escape to the real world. We are like spiders in our own webs, and, whatever we may catch in them, it will only be something that our web is capable of catching. 118. What do we conceive of our neighbor except his limits? I mean that hereby he, as it were, engraves and stamps himself in and upon us. We can understand nothing of him except the changes which take place upon our own person and of which he is the cause. What we know of him is like a hollow, modelled space. We impute to him the feelings which his acts arouse in us, and thus give him a utong and imified positivity. We form him after our knowledge of ourselves into a satellite of our own system, and if he shines upon us, or grows dark, and we in any case are the ultimate cause of his doing so, we nevertheless still the contrary. O world of phantoms in which we live! O world so perverted, topsy-turvy, and empty, and yet dreamt of as frail and upright! 119 Experience. However high a degree a man can attain to knowledge of himself, nothing can more incomplete than the conception which he forms of the instincts constituting his individuality. He can scarcely name the more common instincts, their number and force, their flux and reflux, their action and counteraction, and, all, the laws of their nutrition, remain absolutely unknown. And to him, this nutrition, therefore, becomes a work of chance. The daily experiences of our lives throw their prey now to this instinct and now to that, and the instincts gradually seize it, but the ebb and flow of these experiences not stand in any rational relationship to the nutritive needs of the total number of the instincts. Two things, then, must always happen: some cravings will be neglected and starve to death, while others will be overfed. Every moment in the life of man causes some polypose arms of his being to grow and others to wither away, in accordance with the nutriment which that moment may or may not bring with it. Our experiences, as I have already said, are all in this sense means of nutriment, but scattered about with a careless hand and without discrimination between the hungry and the overfull. As a consequence of this accidental nutrition of each particular part, the polypus in its complete development will be something just as fortuitous as its growth. To put this more clearly, let us that an instinct or craving has reached that point when it demands the exercise of its power or the discharge of it, or the filling up of a vacuum. All this is metaphorical. It will examine every event that occurs in the course of the day to ascertain how it can be utilized with the object of fulfilling its aim, whether the man runs or rests, or is angry, or reads or speaks or fights or rejoices. The unsatiated instinct watches, as it were, every condition into which the man enters, and, as a mle, if it finds nothing for itself it must wait, still unsatisfied. After a little while it becomes feeble, and at the end of a few days or a few months, if it has not been satisfied, it will wither away like a plant which has not been watered. This cruelty of chance might perhaps be more conspicuous if all the cravings were as vehement in their demands as hunger, which relses to satisfy with imaginary dishes, but the great majority of our instincts, especially those which are called moral, are thus easily satisfied if it be permitted to suppose that our dreams serve as compensation to a certain extent for the accidental absence of nutriment during the day. Why was last night's dream hill of tenderness and tears, that of the night before amusing and gay, and the previous one adventurous and engaged in some continual obscure search? How does it come about that in this dream one enjoy indescribable of music, and in that one I soar and fly upwards with the delight of an eagle to the most distant heights? These inventions in which our instincts of tenderness, merriment, or adventurousness, or our desire for music and mountains, can have free play and scope, and every one can recall striking instances or interpretations of our nervous irritations during sleep, very free and arbitrary interpretations of the movements of our blood and intestines, and the pressure of our arm and the bed coverings, or the sound of a church, the weathercocks, the moths, and so on. That this text, which on the whole is very much the same for one night as another, is so differently commented upon, that our creative reason imagines such different causes for the nervous irritations of one day as compared to another, may be explained by the fact that the prompter of this reason was different to clay from yesterday. Another instinct or craving wished to be satisfied, to show itself, to exercise itself and be refreshed and discharged, this particular one being at its height today and another one being at its height last night. Real life has not the freedom of interpretation possessed by dream life. It is less psychic and less unrestrained. But is it necessary for me to show that our instincts, when we are awake, like us, merely interpret our nervous irritations and determine their causes in accordance with their requirements? That there is no really essential difference between waking and dreaming? That even in comparing different degrees of culture, the freedom of the conscious interpretation of the one is not in any way inferior to the freedom in dreams of the other? That our moral judgments and valuations are only images and fantasies conceiving physiological processes unknown, and to us, a kind of habitual language to describe inane nervous irritations? That all our so-called consciousness is a more or less fantastic commentary of an unknown text, one which is perhaps unknowable but yet felt? Consider some insignificant cu currents underscore let us suppose that some day as we pass along a public street someone laughing at us. In accordance with whatever craving has reached its culminating within us at that moment, this incident will have this or that signification for us, and it will be of a different occurrence in accordance with the class of men to which we belong. One man will take it like a drop off rain, another will shake it off like a fly, a third person will y to pick a quarrel on account of it, a fourth will examine his garments to see if there is anything about them likely to cause laughter, and a fifth will in consequence think what is ridiculous per se, a sixth will be pleased at having involuntarily contributed to add a ray of sunshine and mirth to the all these cases some craving is gratified, either anger, combativeness, meditation, or this instinct, whatever it may be, has seized that incident as its prey, vhy that panicular one? Because hungry and thirsty, it was lying in ambush. Not long ago at 11 in the morning a man suddenly collapsed and fell down in front of me as if stmck by lightning. All the women were near at once gave utterance to cries of horror, while I set the man on his feet again and waited until he overall his speech. During this time no muscle of my face moved and I experienced no sensation of fear or pity, I simply did what was most urgent and reasonable and calmly proceeded on my way. Supposing someone had told me on the previous evening that at 11:00 on the following day a man would fall down in front of me like this, I should have suffered all kinds of agonies in the interval, lying awake all night, and at the decisive moment should also perhaps have fallen down like the man instead of helping him, for in the meantime all the imaginable cravings within me have had leisure to conceive and to comment upon this incident. What are our experiences, then? Much more what we attribute to them than how they really are. Or should we perhaps say that nothing is contained in them? That experiences in themselves are merely works of fancy? 122 Nquilis the don't know at all what I am doing. I don't know in the least what I ought to are right, but be sure of this, you are being done at every moment. Mankind has at all times mistaken the active for the passive, it is its eternal grammatical blunder. 121 Cause this mirror and our intellect is a mirror something is going on that indicates regularity, a sultane thing is each time followed by another sanane thing underscore when perceive this and wish to give it a name, we call it cause and that we are. As if in this we had understood or could understand anything. For, of course, we have seen nothing but the images of causes and effects, and it is just this figurativeness which renders it impossible for us to see a more substantial relation than that of sequence. 122 The PL eposes ns nature. Any impartial investigator who examines the history of the eye and its form in the lower creatures, and sees how the organ was slowly developed, cannot help recognizing that sight was not the first purpose of the eye, but probably only asserted itself a hen pure hazard had contributed to bring together the apparatus. One single example of this kind, and the final purposes fall from our eyes like scales. 123. Reason. How did reason come into the world? As is only proper, in an irrational manner, by accident. We shall have to guess at this accident as a riddle. Lat is laugh at a man who, stepping out of his room at the very minute when the sun is rising, says, "It is my will that the sun shall rise," or at him unable to stop a will, says, "I wish it to roll," or, again, at him thrown in a testling match, says, "Here I lie, but here I wish to lie." But, Jochen, do we not act like one of these three whenever use the expression wish? 125 On the DONLD1N of freedom we can think many more things than can do and experience. Our faculty of thinking is superficial and is satisfied with the lies on the surface, it not even perceive the surface. If our intellect were strictly developed in proportion to our power, and our exercise of this the primary principle of our thinking, would be that can understand only that which are able to do. If, indeed, there is any understanding at all, the thirsty man is without water, but the creations of his imagination continually bring the image of water to his sight, as if nothing could be more easily procured. The superficial and easily satisfied character of the intellect cannot understand real net and thus fells itself superior. It is proud of being able to do more, to and faster, and to reach the goal almost within the five-inkling of an eye, and in this way the domain of thought, when contrasted with the domain of action, volition, and experience, appears to the domain of liberty, while, as one have already stated, it is nothing but the domain of superficiality and self-sufficiency. 126 has never yet been proved that there is such a thing as forgetfulness. All that know is that we have no over. In the meantime we have filled up this gap in our power with the word forgetfulness, exactly as if it were another faculty added to our list, but, after all, v.hat is within our power. F that fills up a gap in our power. Might not the other words be found capable of filling up a gap in the knowledge which we possess of our 127? For a definite all human actions probably the least are those which are carried out for a definite purpose, because they have always been regarded as the most intelligible and commonplace to our intellect. The great problems can be picked up in the highways and byways. 128. Dreaming would wish to be responsible for everything except your dreams. But miserable weakness, what lack of logical courage. Nothing contains more of your own work than your dreams. Nothing belongs to you so much. Substance, form, duration, actor, spectator, in these comedies you act as your complete selves. And yet it is just here that you are afraid and ashamed of yourselves, and even Oedipus, the wise Oedipus, derived consolation from the thought that cannot be blarned for a hate dream. From this I must conclude that the great majority of men must hail some dreadful dreams to reproach themselves with if it were Othemus. To how great an extent these nocturnal fictions have been exploited in the interests of man's pride. I add that the wise Oedipus was right, that we are really not responsible for our dreams any more than for our waking hours, and that the doctrine of free will has as its parents man's pride and sense of power. Perhaps I say this often, but that not prove that it is not TME_129. The alleged combat of speak of the combat of motives, but they designate by this expression that is not a combat of motives at all. What I mean is that, in our meditative consciousness, the consequences of different actions we think we are able to carry out present themselves successively, one after the other, and we compare these consequences in our mind. We think we hail come to a decision concern me an action after have established to our own satisfaction that the consequences of this action will favorable underscore before we arrive at this. However, we often seriously worry because of the great difficulties we experience in guessing what consequences are likely to and in seeing them in their full importance, without exception, and, after all this, we must reckon up any fortuitous elements that are likely to arise. Then comes the chief difficulty. All the consequences which have such difficulty determined one by one must be weighed on some scales against each other, and it only to one and comes about that, owing to the difference in the quality of all the conceivable consequences, scales and weights are lacking for this casuistry of advantage, even supposing, that in this case we are able to overcome the difficulty, and that mere hazard has placed in our scales results which permit of a mutual balance. Hail now, in the idea of the consequences of a particular motive for performing this very but only one motive. Ilman we have finally to act, however, we are fairly often influenced by another order of motives than those of the image. Oft consequences underscore what brings this about may be the habitual working of our inner machinery, or some little encouragement on the part of a person whom we fear or honor or love, or the love of comfort which prefers to do that which lies nearest, or some stirring of the imagination provoked at the decisive moment by some event of trifling importance, or some physical influence manifests itself quite unexpectedly, a mere whim brings it, or the outburst of a passion which, as it accidentally happens, is ready to burst forth in a motives operate we do not understand very well, or which do not understand at all, and which we can never balance against one another in advance. It is probable that a contest is gone among these modal a driving backwards and forwards, a rising and lowering of the pans, and it is this would be the real contest of motives, something quite invisible and unknown to us. I have calculated the consequences and the successes, and in doing so have set a very necessary motive in the line of combat with the other. I are as little able to draw up this battle line as to see it, the battle itself is hidden from my sight, as likewise is the victory, as victory, for I certainly come to know how I shall finally do, but I cannot know what motive has in the end proved to be the nectar. Nevertheless, are decidedly not in the habit of taking all these unconscious phenomena into account, and generally conceive of the preliminary stages of an action only so far as they are conscious, thus mistake the combat of the motives for a comparison of the consequences of different mistake that brings with it most important consequences, and that are most fatal to the development of morals. 130 Aims. Will. We have accustomed ourselves to believe in two kingdoms, the domain of purposes and the domain of chance. In this latter domain everything is done senselessly, there is a continual going to and fro without any one being able to say why or wherefore. We stand in awe of this realm of the great cosmic stupidity, for in most instances learn to know it mean it falls down upon the other world, that of aims and intentions, like a slate from a RTNF, always of unveiling some purpose of ours. This belief in these two kingdoms arises from ancient romanticism and legend. We clever dwarfs, if all our will and aims, are interfered with, knocked down, and very often shed to death by those ultra-stupid giants, the accidents. But in spite of this we should not like to be deprived of the feral one poetry of their proximity, for these monsters very often make their appearance. Mean life in the spiders of divine aims has too tiresome or too anxious for us, and they sometimes bring about a divine diversion when their hands for once tear the whole web in pieces. Not that these irrational beings ever intend to do how they do, or even observe it, but their coarse and bony hands rend are as if it higher thin air. Moira was the name given by the Greeks to this realm of the incalculable and of sublime and eternal limitedness, and they set it round their gods like a horizon beyond they could neither see nor act with that secret defiance. Oft gods one meets Adel in different nations, the goggles are worshipped, but a final trump card is held in readiness to play against them. As instances of this we may recollect that the Indians and the Persians, considered all their gods as having to depend upon the sacrifices of mortals, so that if it carned to the worst the mortals could, at least, let the gods die of starvation, or the gods of the stubborn and melancholy Scandinavians, who enjoyed a quiet revenge in the thought that a twilight of the gods was to come as some compensation for the perpetual fear their evil gods caused them. The case of Christianity was very different, for its essential feelings were not those of the Indians, Persians, Greeks, or Scandinavians. Christianity commanded its disciples to worship in the dust the spirit of power, and to kiss the very dust it gave them to understand that this omnipotent realm of stupidity was not so stupid as it seemed, and that we, on the contrary, were stupid and could not perceive that behind this realm stood himself, he who, although fond of dark, crcnd and ways, at last brought everything to a glorious end. This new myth of God had hitherto been mistaken for a race of giants or moile, and was now himself the spinner and weaver of webs and purposes even more subtle than those of our own intellect, so subtle, that they appear to be incomprehensible and even unreasonable. This myth was so bold a transformation and so daring a paradox that the over-refined ancient world could not resist it, however extravagant and contradictory the thing seemed, for, let it be said in confidence, there was a contradiction in it. If our intellect cannot divine the intellect and aims of God, how did it divine this quality of its intellect and this quality of in modern times? Indeed, the doubt has increased as to whether the slate that falls from the roof is really thrown by divine love, and mankind again harks back to the old romance of giants and dwarfs. Let us learn then, for it is time we did so, that even in our supposed separate domain of aims and reason the giants like us rule. And our aims and reason are not dwarfs, but giants. And our own nebs are just as often and as clumsily rent by ourselves as by the slate. And not everything is purpose that is called purpose, and still less is everything v.ill that is will. And if you come to the conclusion, then there is only one domain, that of stupidity and hazard, it must be added that possibly there is only one, possibly there is neither v.ill nor and may only have imagined these things. Those iron hands of necessity that shake the dice box of chance continue their game indefinitely, Hence, it must happen that certain throws resemble evo degree of appropriateness and good sense. It may be that our own voluntary acts and purposes are merely such throws, and that we are tm and vain to conceive our extremely circumscribed state. That we ourselves shake the dice box with iron hands, and do nothing in our most deliberate actions but play the game of necessity. Possibly. To rise beyond this possibly we should indeed have been guests in the underworld, playing get dice and betting ith Proserpine at the table of the goddess herself. Niorai moral judgments as a whole have changed. The greatest man-els of the morality of antiquity, such as Epictetus, knew nothing of the glorification, now so common, of the spirit of sacrifice, of living for others, after the fashion of morality now prevailing. We should really call them immoral, for they fought with all their strength for their own ego and against all sympathy for others, especially for the sufferings and moral imperfections of others. Perhaps they would reply to us by saying, if you feel yourselves to be such dull and ugly people, by all means think of others more than yourselves. You will be quite right in doing so. 132 The last echoes of Chrysl and Nity in N est bon kpar la pity, il faut don chu il quelque pity dans tu nos says morality nowadays. And how does this come about? The fact that the man who performs social, sympathetic, disinterested, and actions is now considered as the moral man. This is perhaps the most general effect, the most complete that Christianity has produced in Euro #, perhaps in spite of itself, and not by any means because this was part of its essential doctrine. But this was the residuum of those Christian feelings that prevailed at the time when the contrary and thoroughly selfish faith in the one thing needle $1 the absolute importance of eternal and personal salvation, together with the dogmas upon which this belief had rested, were gradually receding, and when the auxiliary beliefs in love and love of one's neighbor, harmonizing with the extraordinary practice of charity by the Church, were thereby coming to the front, the more people gradually became separated from the dogmas, the more did they seek some sort of justification for this separation in a cult of the lore of humanity, not to fall short in this respect of the Christian ideal, but to excel it if possible, was the secret stimulus of all the French freethinkers from Voltaire to Auguste Comte, and this latter Adel his famous moral formula pour Otmai has India out Christianist even Christianier. It was Schopenhauer in Germany and John Stuart Mill in England who were the means of bringing into the greatest prominence this doctrine of siton pathetic and of pity or utility to others as a principle of action, but these men themselves were only from about the time of the French Revolution. These doctrines have manifested themselves in various places with enormous force. Since then they have shown themselves in their coarsest as Yule has their most subtle form, and all socialistic principles have almost involuntarily taken their stand on the non ground of this doctrine. At the present time there is perhaps no more widely spread prejudice than that of thinking that what really ntmly constitutes morality. Everyone now seems to learn with satisfaction that society is beginning to adapt the individual to the general needs, and that it is at the same time the happiness and sacrifice of each one to consider himself as a member and instrument of the whole. They hail still, however, doubts as to the form in which this whole is to be looked for, whether in a state already existing, or in one which has yet to be established, or in a nation, or in an international, or in new and small aonomic communities. On this point there is still much reflection, doubt, struggling, excitement, and passion, but it is pleasant and wonderful to observe the unanimity with which the ego is called upon to practice self-cleanial, until, in the form of adaptation to the whole, it once again secures its own fixed sphere of rights and duties until, indeed, it has become something quite new and different. Nothing else is being attempted, whether admit or not, than the complete the weakening and suppression of the individual. The sub-ers of the majority never tire of enumerating and anathematizing all that is hostile, expensive, and luxurious in the form of individual existence that has hitherto prevailed. They hope that society may be administered in a cheaper, less dangerous, more and more harmonious way when nothing is left but large corporations and their members. All that is considered as good which in any way corresponds to this desire for grouping men into one particular society, and to the minor cravings which necessarily accompany this desire. His is the chief moral current of our time. Sympathy and social feelings are working hand in glove. Kant is still outside of this movement. He expressly teaches that we should be insensible to the sufferings of others if our benevolence is to har any moral doctrine, which Schopenhauer, very angrily, as may easily imagined, described as the Kantian absurdity. 133. No longer thinking of one's seriously consider why should jump into the water to rescue someone who has just fallen in before our eyes, although we may have no panicular sympathy for him. We do it for pity's sake. No one thorough case now but of his says thoughtlessness. Why do experience grief and uneasiness when we see someone spit blood, although we may be really ill disposed towards him and wish him no good? Out of pity, Hale cease to think of says thoughtlessness agime. The truth is that in our pit yl mean by this erroneously call no longer think consciously of ourselves, but quite unconsciously, exactly as when slipping we unconsciously make the best counter motions in order to row over our balance, and in doing so clearly use all our intelligence. A mishap to another offends us, it would bring our impotence, or perhaps our cowardice, into strong relief if we could do nothing to help him. Or in itself it could give rise to a diminution of our honor in the eyes of others and of ours. Or again, accidents that happen to others act as finger posts to point out our own danger, and even as indication of human peril and frailty. They can produce a painful effect upon us. We shake off this kind of pain and offense, and balance it by an act of pity behind which may be hidden a subtle form of self-defense or even revenge. That at strongly think of ours haste may easily be divined from the decision that we arrive at in all cases where we can avoid the sight of those who are suffering or starving or wailing. We make up our minds not to avoid such people when can approach them as powerful and helpful ones, and can safely reckon upon their applause, or wish to feel the contrast of our own happiness, or, again, when hope to get rid of our own beedom. It is misleading to call the suffering that we experience at such a sight, and which may be of a very different kind, corn miseratium, for in all cases it is a suffering from which the suffering person before us is free. It is our own suffering, just as his suffering is his oml_. It is thus only this personal feeling of misery that we get rid of by acts of compassion. Nernhelis, we never act thus from one single motive, as it is sane that we wish to free ours haste from suffering thereby. It is also certain that by the same action we yield to an impulse of pleasure. Pleasure arises at the sight of a contrast to our own, at the knowledge that we should able to help if only we wished to do so, at the thought of the praise and gratitude we should gain if we did help, at the very act of helping, in so far as this might prove successful, and be something which is gradually seen to successful gives pleasure to the doer, but even more particularly at the feeling that our intervention brings to an end some deplorable injustice. Even the outburst of one's indignation is invigorating. All this, including even things still more subtle, comprises how clumsily with this one UMD language fall foul of such a complex and polyphonous organism. That pity, on the other hand, is identical if the suffering the sight of brings it about, or that it has a panicularly subtle and comprehension of it. This is in contradiction to experience, and he who has glorified pity under these two heads lacks sufficient experience in the domain of morals. That is why I am seized adel some doubts reading of the incredible things attributed by Schopenhauer to pity. It is obvious that he thereby wished to make us believe in the great novelty he brought forward, that pity, the pity which he observed so superficially and described so badly, was the source of all and every past and future moral. All this precisely cause of those faculties he had begun by attributing to it, and is it in the end that distinguishes men without pity from men who are really compassionate. In particular, to give merely an approximate indication, they have not the sensitive feeling for fear, the subtle faculty for perceiving danger, nor yet is their vanity so easily wounded if something happens which they might have been able to prevent. The caution of their pride command them not to interfere uselessly with the affairs of others. They even act on the belief that every one should help himself and play his own cards. In most cases they are more habituated to bearing pain than compassionate men, and it not seem at all unjust to them that others should suffer, since they themselves have suffered. Lastly, the state of soft-heartedness is as pain-filled to them as is the state of stoical impassibility to compassionate mem. They hail only disdain all words for sensitive hearts, as they think that such a state of feeling is dangerous to their own manliness and calm bravery. They conceal their tears from others and wipe them off angry with themselves. They belong to a different type of egoists from the compassionate mu, but to call them, in a distinct sense, and the compassionate ones is merely a moral fashion which has had its innings, just as the reverse fashion had also its innings, and a long innings. 134. To xrnrr me _st bus of pity, in so far as it actually gives rise to suffering, and this must be our only point of view here, is a weakness, like every other indulgence in an injurious emotion. It increases suffering throughout the world, and although here and there a certain amount of suffering may be indirectly diminished or removed altogether as a consequence of pity, we must not bring forward these consequences, which are on the whole insignificant, to justify the nature of pity, which, as has already been stated, is prejudicial. Supposing that it prevailed, even if only for one day, it would bring humanity to utter min. In itself the nature of pity is no better than that of any other craving. It is only where it is called for and praised, and this happens when people do not understand ha is injurious in it, but find in it a son of joy, that a god conscience becomes attached to it. It is only then that willingly yield to it, and do not shrink from acknowledging it. In other circumstances where it is understood to be dangerous, it is ltnked upon as a weakness, or, as in the case of the Greeks, as an unhealthy periodical emotion, the danger of which might removal by temporary and voluntary discharges. If a man were to undertake the experiment of deliberately devoting his attention to the opportunities afforded by practical life for the exercise of pity, and were over and over again to picture in his own mind the misery he might meet in his immediate surroundings, he would inevitably melancholy and ill. If, however, he wished in any sense of the word to serve humanity as a physician, he would hard to take many precautions able respect to this feeling, as otherwise it mulcaparalyze him at all critical moments, undermine the foundations of his knowledge, and unnerve his healthy L1 and delicate hand. 135. Arousmg savages men thinketh a moral shudder of the possibility of becoming an object of pity, for such a state they regard as deprived of all pitying is equivalent to despairing. They do not want to see a contemptible being suffer, for this would afford them no enjoyment. On the other hand, to behold one of their enemies suffering, someone whom they 10-0k as their equal in pride, but horn tofuer cannot induce to give up his pride, and in general to see someone suffer who realizes to lower himself by appealing for pity, which would in their eyes be the most profound and shame_all humiliation, this is the very joy of joys. Such a spectacle excites the deepest admiration in the soul of the savage, and he ends by killing such a brave man when it is in his aranvards according funeral honors to the unbending one. If he had groaned, however, if his countenance had lost its expression of calm disdain, if he had shown himself to in such a case he might have been allowed to live like a dog, he would no longer have aroused the pride of the and pity would have taken the place of admiration. 136 Hupmis in as is the case among the Hindus, we decree the end and aim of all intellectual activity to be the knowledge of human misery, and if for generation on generation this dreadful resolution be steadily adhered to, pity in the eyes of such men of hereditary pessimism comes to have a new value as a preserver of life, something that helps to make existence endurable. Although it may seem worthy of being rejected, with horror and disgust pity becomes an antidote to suicide, a sentiment which brings pleasure it and enables us to taste superiority in small doses. It gives some diversion to our minds, makes our hearts frill, banishes fear and lethargy, and incites us to speak, to complain, or to act. It is a relative happiness when compared with the misery of the knowledge that hampers the individual on every side, him, and takes away his breath. Happiness, however, no matter of what nature it may, gives us air and light and freedom of movement. 137 WN the ego to view our own experiences in the same light as are in the habit of looking at those of others is very comforting and an advisable medicine. On the other hand, to look upon the experiences of others and adopt them as if they mirror our which is called for by the philosophy of pity would min us in a short time, let us only make the experiment without trying to imagine it any longer. The first maxim is, in addition, undoubtedly more in accordance with reason and goodwill towards reason, for estimate more objectively the value and significance of an event when it happens to others he value, for instance, of a death, loss of money or slander. But pity, taking as its principle of action the injunction, suffer the misfortune of another as much as he himself, would lead the point of view of the ego with all its exaggerations and deviations to become the point of view of the other person, the sympathizer, so that we should have to suffer at the same time from our own ego and the other's ego. In this way we would voluntarily overload ourselves with a double irrationality, instead of making the burden of our own as light as possible. 138. Becoming more love someone and venerate and admire him, and Aranvards come to perceive that he is suffering, which always causes us the uttermost astonishment, since we cannot but feel that the happiness from him must flow from a superabundant source of personal happiness. Our feelings of love, veneration, and admiration are essentially changed, they become more tender, that is, the gap that separates us seems to be bridged over and there appears to be an approach to equality. It now seems possible to give him something in return, whilst we had previously imagined him as being altogether above our gratitude. Our ability to requite him for what we hail received from him arouses in us feelings of much joy and pleasure. We endeavor to ascertain what can best calm the grief of our friend, and we give it to him. If he wishes for kind words, lcok's, attentions, services, or presents, we give them, but, above all, if he would like to see us suffering from the sight of his suffering, we pretend to suffer, for all this sours for us the enjoyment of active gratitude, which is equivalent in a way to good-natured revenge. If he wants none of these things, and refuses to accept them from us, we depart from him and sad, almost mortified, it appears to us as if our gratitude had been declino, and on this point of honor even the best of men is still somewhat touchy. It results from all this that even in the best case there is something humiliating in suffering, and something elevating and superior in facto will keep the feelings apart forever and ever. 139 Higher Nane say that the morality of pity is a higher moralité than that of Stoicism. Prove it. But take care not to measure the higher and lower degrees of morality once more by moral yardsticks, for there are no absolute morals. So take your yardstick from somewhere else, and be on your guard. 140 Praise a war has come to an unsuccessful _al conclusion we tty to find the man is to blame for the war, when it comes to a successful conclusion we praise the man who is responsible for it. In all cases attempts are made to blame somebody, for non-success gives rise to dejection, against which the single possible remedy is involuntarily applied, a new incitement of the sense of power, and this incitement is found in the condemnation of the guilty one. This guilty one is not perhaps the scapegoat of the faults of others, he is merely the victim of the feeble, humiliated and depressed people who wish to prove upon someone that they have not yet lost all their power. Even self-condemnation after a defeat may the means of restoring the feeling of power. On the other hand, glorification of the originator is often but an equally blind result of another instinct that demands its nictiru, and in this case the sacrifice appears to be sweet and attractive even for the victim. This happens when the feeling of power is satiated in a nation or a society by so great and fascinating a success that a weariness of Vict 01 supervenes and pride wishes to be discharged, a feeling of self-sacrifice is aroused and looks for its object. Thus, whether we are blamed or praised, we merely, as a rule, provide opportunities for the gratification of others, and are only too often caught up and whirled away for our neighbors to discharge upon us their accumulated feelings of praise or blame. In both cases we confer a benefit upon them, for we deserve no credit and they no more beautiful blue our less morality. Such is the morality of those passions characterized by sudden outbursts, abrupt transitions, pathetic, impressive, dreadful, and solemn attitudes and gestures. It is the semi-savage stage of morality. Never let us be tempted to set it on a higher plane merely on account of its aesthetic charms. 142 Order to understand our neighbor, that is, in order to reperclose his sentiments in ourselves, often, no doubt, plumb the cause of his feelings, as, for example, by asking ourselves, why is he sad? In order that we may become sad ours ahas for the same reason. But we much more frequently neglect to act thus, and we produce these feelings in ourselves in accordance with the effects which they exhibit in the person we are studying by imitating in our own body the expression of his eyes, his voice, his gait, his attitude, or, at any rate, the likeness of these things in UMDS, pictures, and music, or we may at least endeavor to mimic the action of his muscles and nervous system. A like feeling will then spring up in us as the result of an old association of movements and sentiments has trained to run backwards and forwards. We have developed d to a very high pitch the knack of sounding the feelings of others, and when we are in the presence of anyone else we bring this faculty of ours into play almost. The inquirer observes the animation of a woman's countenance and notice how it quivers idle animation as the result of the continual imitation and reflection of what is gone around it is music, however. More than anything else that shows us past masters we are in the rapid and subtle divination of feelings and cytonpathy, for even if music is only the imitation of an imitation of feelings, nevertheless, despite its distance and vagueness, it often enables us to participate in those feelings, so that we sad without any reason for feeling so, like the fools that are. Merely we hear certain sounds and rhythms that somehow or other remind us of the intonation and the movements, or perhaps even only of the sorrowful people. It is related of a certain Danish king that he was puffed up to such a pitch of warlike enthusiasm by the song of a minstrel that he sprang to his feet and killed 5 persons of his assembled court. There was neither war nor enemy, there was rather the exact opposite, yet the of the retrospective inference from a feeling to the cause of it was sufficiently strong in this king to his observation and his reason. However, is almost invariably the effect of music, provided that it thrills us, and have no need of such paradoxical instances to recognize this. The state of feeling into which music transmits us is almost always in contradiction to the appearance of our actual state, and of our reasoning which recognizes this actual state and its causes. Inquire how it happened that this imitation of the feelings of others has become so common. There will be no doubt as to the elsewhere. Man, being the most timid of all beings of his subtle and delicate nature, has made familiar through his timidity the sympathy for, and rapid comprehension of, the feelings of others, even of animals. For century after century he saw danger in everything that was unfamiliar to him, in anything that happened to be alive, and whenever the spectacle of such thmgs and creatures came before his eyes he imitated their features and attitude, drawing at the same time his own conclusion as to the nature of the intentions they concealed. This interpretation of all movements and all facial characteristics in the sense of intentions man has even brought to bear on things on as he was by the illusion that there was nothing inanimate. I believe that this is the origin of everything that now call a feeling for nature, that sensation of joy men experience at the sight of the sky, the fields, the rocks, the forests, the storms, the stars, the landscapes, and springeth out our old habits of fear which forced us to suspect behind evil using a kind of second and more recondite sense. We should now experience no delight in nature, in the sarn way as men and animals do not cause us to rejoice if we are not first been deterred by that source of all understanding, namely, fear for joy and agreeable surprise, and finally the feeling of ridicule, are the younger children of sympathy, and the much younger brothers and sisters of fear. The faculty of rapid perception, which is on the faculty of rapid dissimulation, decreases in proud and autocratic men and nations, as they are less timid, but, on the other hand, every category of understanding and dissimulation is renowned to timid peoples, and among them is to be found the real home of imitative alts and superior intelligence when, proceeding from the theory of sympathy such as I have just outlined, I turn my attention to the theory, now so popular and almost sacrosanct, of a mystical process by means of which Pitwy blends two beings into one, and thus permits them immediately to understand one another. When I recollect that even so clear a brain as Schopenhauer's delighted in such fantastic nonsense, and that he in his turn transplanted this delight into other lucid and semi-lucid brains, I felt unlimited astonishment and compassion. How great must be the pleasure we experience in this senseless tomfoolery! How near must even a sane man be to insanity as soon as he listens to his own seret intellectual did Schopenhauer really feel so great so profoundly indebted to Kant? He revealed on one occasion the undoubted answer to this question. Someone had spoken of the way in which the qualities occulta of Kant's categorical imperative might be got rid of, so that the theory itself might be rendered intelligible. Whereupon Schopenhauer gave utterance to the following outburst: an intelligible categorical imperative. Preposterous idea. Stygian darkness. God forbid that it should ever intelligible. The fact that there is actually something unintelligible, that this misery of the understanding and its conceptions is limitel conditional, final, and deceptive is beyond question Kant's great gift. Let anyone consider either a man can be in possession of a desire to gain an insight into moral things when he feels himself comforted from the start by a belief in the inconceivableness of these things. One who still honestly in illuminations from above, in magic, in ghostly appearances, and in the metaphysical ugliness of the toad. 143. Woe to us if this impulse should that the impulse towards devotion and care for others, cite unpathetic affection, were doubly as strong as it now is. Life on earth could not be endured. Let it only be considered how many foolish things every one of us day by day and hour by hour, merely out of solicitude and devotion for himself, and how unbearable he seems in doing so. And hate then it be like if we were to become for other people the object of the stupidities and importunities with up to the present they have only tormented themselves. Should we not then take precipitately to our heels as one of our neighbors came towards us? And could it not be necessary to overwhelm this sympathetic affection with the abuse that now reserved for egoism? 144. Closing are to the complaints of we let our sky be clouded by the complaints and suffering of other mortals, who must bear the consequences of such gloom. No doubt those other mortals, in addition to all their other burdens, if we are merely to be the echoes of their complaints, cannot accord them either help or comfort, nor can we do so if we were continually keeping our ears open to listen to. We have learnt the end of the Olympians, who, instead of trying to make themselves unhappy, endeavored to feel edified by the misfortunes of mankind. But this is something too Olympian for us, although, in our enjoyment of tragedy, we have already taken a step towards this ideal divine cannibalism. 145. Man is empo and wishes to filled, that one is overhill and wishes to emptied, both of them file themselves urged onto for an indi/igual no can help them. And this phenomenon, interpreted in a higher sense, is in both cases known by the same name, love. Well, and could this love something unegoistic? Looking beyond or ought the nature of morality to consist for us in fixing our eyes upon the most direct and immediate consequences of our action for other people, and in our coming to a decision accordingly. This is only a narrow and bourgeois morality, even though it may immorally, but it seems to me that it would more and liberal to look beyond these immediate consequences for our neighbor in order to encourage more distant purposes, even at the risk of making others, for example, by encouraging the spirit of knowledge in spite of the certainty that our free thought will have the instant effect of plunging others into doubt, grief, and even worse. Have we not at least the right to treat our neighbor as we treat ourselves? And if, here we are concerned, we do not think in such a narrow and bourgeois fashion of immediate consequences and sufferings, why should we be compelled to act thus in regard to our neighbor? That we felt ready to sacrifice ourselves, is there to prevent us from sacrificing our neighbor together with ourselves, as states and sovereigns have hitherto sacrificed one citizen to the others, for the sake of the general interest, as they say? We, however, have general interests, perhaps even more general than theirs, so why may we not sacrifice a few individuals of this generation for the benefit of generations to come? So that their affliction, anxiety, despair, blunders, and misery may be darnigh essential basis a new plough is to break up the ground and render it fertile for all. Finally, we communicate the disposition to our neighbor by which he is enabled to feel himself a victim, we persuade him to carry out the task for which we employ him. Are we then devoid of all pity? If, however, we wish to achieve a victory over ourselves beyond our pity, is not this a higher and more liberal attitude and disposition than that in which only fail safe after having ascertained whether an action benefits or harms our neighbor? On the contrary, it is by means of such sacrifice, including the sacrifice of ourselves, as well as of our neighbors, that we should strengthen and elevate the general sense of human, even supposing that attain nothing more than this. But even this itself a positive increase of happiness. Then, if even this but not a word more, you have me at a glance. 147. The cause of altruism. Men have on the whole spoken of love with so much emphasis and adoration because they have hitherto always had so little of it, and have never yet been satiated with this God. In this way it became their ambrosia. A poet Messiah to show universal benevolence in the image of a utopia, he whom certainly have to describe an agonizing and ridiculous state of things, the like of which was never seen on one, be surrounded, importuned, and sighed for, not as at present, by 101 but by thousands, by everybody indeed, as the result of an irresistible craving, which would then be as vehemently insulted and cursed as selfishness has been by men of past ages. The psits of this new condition of things, if they had sufficient leisure to write, would be dreaming of nothing but the loveless past, the divine selfishness of yore, and wonder all possibilities in former times of remaining alone, not being run on or by one's friends, and of even being hated and despised, or any other odious expressions of the beautiful animal world in which one chooses to coin. 148. L00KNG far ahead, i.e. in accordance with the present definition, only those actions are moral which are done for the sake of others, and for their sake only, then there are no moral actions at all. If, in accordance with another definition, only those actions are moral which spring from our own free will, then there are no moral actions in this case either. What is it, then, that designate thus, which certainly exists and wishes as a consequence to be explained? It is the result of a few intellectual blunders, and supposing that we were able to free ourselves from these errors, what would then of moral actions? It is due to these errors that we have up to the present attributed to sane actions a value superior to what was theirs in reality. We separated them from egoistic and non-free actions. Unless now set them once more in the latter categories, as we must do, certainly reduce their value, their own estimate of value, even below its reasonable LER1, because egoistic and non-free actions have up to the present been undervalued owing to that alleged profound and essential difference. In then, will these very actions be less frequently performed, since they will be less highly esteemed? Inevitably. Or at all events for a fairly long time, as long as the scale of valuations remains under the reacting influence of former mistakes. But we make some return for this by giving back to men their good courage for the carrying out of actions that are now reputed to be, and thus restore their men's bad consciences. And as up to the present egoistic actions have been by far the most frequent, and will be so to all eternity, we free the whole conception of these actions and of life from its evil appearance. This is a very high and important result. When men no longer believe themselves to evil, they cease to so. 149 Little actions are act occasionally in matters of custom against our own better judgments, to yield in practice while reserving our own intellectual liberty, to behave like everybody else and thus to show ourselves amiable and considerate to all, to compensate them, as it were, even if only to some extent, for our unconventional opinions. All this among many tolerably liberal-minded men is looked upon not only as permissible but even as honorable, humane, tolerant, and unpedantic / or whatever fine words may be used to lull to sleep the intellectual conscience. So, for example, one man, although he may an atheist, has his infant baptized in the usual Christian fashion, another goes through his perical of military service, though he may severely condemn all hatred between nations, and a third NMS into the church with a girl because she comes from a religious family, and makes his vows to a priest without feeling ashamed of it. It is of no importance if one of us what everyone else does and has done so, says ignorant prejudice. What a profound mistake! For nothing is of greater importance than that a long-established and irrational custom should be once again confirmed by the act of someone who is recognized as rational. In this way the proceeding is thought to be sanctioned by reason itself. All honor to your opinions. But little unconventional actions are of still greater value. 150. The yielder D of I were a god, and a benevolent god, the maimages of men could cause me more displeasure than anything else. An individual can make very great progress within the 70 years of his life, yet, even within 30 years, such progress, as to surprise even the but when we then see him exposing the inheritance and legacy of his struggles and victories, the laurel crown of his humanity, on the first convenient peg where any female may pick it to pieces for him, when we observe how well he can acquire and how little he is capable of preserving his acquisitions, and how he not even dreamed that by procreation he might prepare a still more victorious then, indeed, become impatient and say, nothing can in the end result from humanity, individuals are wasted, for all rationality of a great advance of humanity is rendered impossible by the hazard of marriages. Let us cease from being the assiduous spectators and fools of these aimless drama. It was in this that the gods of Epicurus withdrew long ago to their divine seclusion and felicity. They were tired of men and their love affairs. 151. Here are new ide and is to a time when a man is in love he should not allowed to come to a duige in his life and to determine once and for all the character of his society on account of a whim. We ought publicly to declare invalid the vows of lovers, and to refuse them permission to marry, and this we should treat marriage itself much more seriously, so that in cases where it is now contracted it would not usually be lued in altar. Are not the majority of marriages such that should not care to have them witnessed by a third party? And yet this third party is scarcely ever lacking the child, and he is more than a witness, he is the whipping boy and scapegoat. 152 For nilu of I am now telling a lie, 1 am no longer an honorable man, and every one may say so to my face. I recommend this formula in place of the present judicial oath and its customary to the deity. It is stronger. There is no reason why even religious men should oppose it, for as the customary oath no longer serves, all the religious people will have to turn to their catechism. Uhuk says, Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy GCXL in vain. 153 The is one of the brave old warriors, angry with civilization because he belies that its object is to make all good things honor, rewards, and fair women accessible even to cowards. 154. Consolation Grikes, in the course of a life that was always surrounded by great dangers and cataclysms, endeavourad to find in meditation and knowledge a kind of security of feeling. A last refugdum we, who live in a much more secure state, have introoked danger into meditation and knowledge, and it is in life itself that we endeavor to find repose, from danger. 155 Extreme enterprises are rarer in modern times than in antiquity and in the Middle Ages, probably because modern times have no more belief in omens, oracles, stars, and soothsayers. In other MRDS, have become incapable of believing in a future which is reserved for us, as the ancients did. In contradistinction to ourselves, you are much less sceptical regarding that uhuk is to be than that which is. 156 Evil through that we should not feel too happy. Such was the secret fear of the Greeks in their best age. That is why they preached MC and ration to themselves. And we? 157 The worship of Sonozalhat signification can we find in the fact that our culture is not only indulgent to the manifestations of grief, such as tears, complaints, reproaches, and attitudes of rage and humility, but even approves them and reckons them among the most noble and essential things. On the other hand, the spirit of ancient philosophy looked down upon them with contempt, without admitting their necessity in any way. Let us remember how Plato, who was by no means of the most inhuman of the philosophers, speaks of the Philoctetus of the tragic stage. Is it possible that our RN and N culture is wanting in philosophy? Or, in accordance with the valuations of those old philosophers, do we perhaps all form pen of the mob? 158 The cleanly for our day flatterers should no longer be sought at the counts of kings, since these have all acquired a taste for militarism. Uhuk cannot tolerate flattery but this fluer even now often grows in abundance in the neighborhood of bankers and artists. 159 The men value a fragment of the past more highly from the moment when they are able to revile it in their imagination, especially if it is difficult to do so. They would even like if possible to raise it from the dead. Since, however, the number of vain people is always very large, the danger presented by historical studies, if an entire devotes its attention to them, is by no means small. Great an amount of strength is then wasted on all sons of imaginable resurrections. The entire movement of Romanticism is perhaps best from this point of view. 160 Vain, greedy, not are greater than your understanding, and your vanity is even greater than your desires. To people of your type a great deal of Christian practice and a little Schopenhauerian theory may be strongly recommend. 161. Beauty correspond, djg to the our sculptors, painters, and musicians wish to catch the significance of the age. They should represent beauty as bloated, gigantic, and nervous, just as the Greeks, under the influence of their morality of moderation, saw and represented beauty in the Apollo de Belvedere. We should, call him ugly. But the pedantic classicists have deprived us of all our aunts. 162 The irony of the Pusenroutine. At the present day it is the habit of Europeans to treat all matters of great imp and fatal irony, because, as the result of our activity in their service, we have no time to take them seriously. 163. Again JST it is TME that there is something contemptible about our civilization, have two alternatives, of concluding with Rousseau that, this despicable civilization is to blame for our bad morality, or to infer, contrary to Rousseau's view, that our GKL morality is to blame for this contemptible civilization. Our SCNL conceptions of God and evil, weak and effeminate as they are, and their enormous influence 01M both body and soul, have had the effect of weakening all and souls and of crushing all unprejudiced, independent, and self-reliant. The real pillars of a strong civilization, wherever still find the evil morality today, we see the last crumbling mints of these pillars. Thus let paradox be opposed by paradox. It is quite impossible for the truth to lieth both sides, and can say, indeed, that it lieseth either? Decide for yourself. Pernans would seem at the present time that, under many different and misleading names, and often with a great want of clearness, those who do not feel themselves attached to morals and to established laws are taking the first initial steps to organize themselves, and thus to create a right for themselves, as criminals, freethinkers, immoral men, and miscreants. They have lived beyond the pale of the law, under the bane of outlavery and bad conscience. Corrupted and corrupting. On the whole, we should consider this as right and proper, although it may result in insecurity for the coming century and compel everyone to bear arms. There is thereby a counterforce which continually reminds us that there is no exclusively moral-making morality, and that a morality which ascends itself to the exclusion of all other morality destroys too much sound strength and is too dearly bought by mankind. The non-conventional and deviating people, who are so often productive and inventive, must no longer be sacrificed. It must never again be considered as a disgrace to depart from morality either in actions or thought. Many new experiments must made life and society, and the QRLD must be relieved from a huge weight of bad conscience. These general aims must recognized and encouraged by all those upright people who are seeking TMTH_165. Amal 1N not bore principal moral commandments. A nation permits its teachers to emphasize again and again stand in relation to its chief, and that is why it does not find thorn tiresome the Greeks, who so often hiled to employ moderation, here-mindedness, and rationality in general, turned a willing ear to the four Socratic stood in such need of them, and yet had so little talent for them. 166 At the parting of the you wish to form part of a system in which you must be a will, wholly and completely, or risk being shed by your heels. Where it is that each one will be that his superiors make of him. Where the seeking for connections will form part of one's natural duties. Where no one feels himself offended when he has his attention drawn to someone if the remark, he may be useful to you sometime. Where people do not feel ashamed of paying a visit to ask for somebody's intercession, and where they do not earn suspect that by such a voluntary submission to these morals, they are once and for all stamped as the common pottery of nature, which others can employ or break up of their free will without feeling in any way responsible for doing so, as if one were to say, people of my type will never be lacking, therefore, do what you will with me. Do not stand on serotonin. 167. Unconditional. I think of the most read German philosopher, the most popular German and the most distinguished German statesman. I cannot but acknowledge that life is now rendered unusually arduous for these Germans, this nation of unconditional sentiments, and that, by their own great magnificent spectacles spread out before us, on each occasion there is a river rushing along in the bed which it has made for itself, and even so agitated that one thinks at times it intends to flow uphill. And yet, how are we might admire Schopenhauer, who would not, all things considered, like to have other opinions than his. Mo in all greater and smaller things would now share the opinions of Richard Wagner, although there may be tmth in the view expressed by someone, viz. that wherever Wagner gave or to OK offense some problem lay however, he did not unearth for us. And, finally, how many are there who would willing and eager to agree with Bismarck, if only he could always agree with himself, or were even to show some signs of doing so for the auteur. It is that it is by no means astonishing to find statesmen without principles, but with dominant instincts, a versatile Minel actuated by these dominant and nihilent instincts, and hence without principles these qualities are upon as reasonable and natural in a statesman, but, alas, this has up to the present been so un-German as the fuss made about music and the discord and bad temper excited around the person of the musician, or as un-German as the new and extraordinary position taken up by Schopenhauer. He did not file himself to be either things or on his crillies before them. One or other of these alternatives might still have been German, but he assumed an attitude against things. How incredible and disagreeable! To range oneself with things and nihilus be their adversary, and finally the adversary of one's. Can the unconditional admirer do with such an example? And what, again, can he do with such examples who cannot keep the peace towards one another? Here we essay Schopenhauer as the antagonist of Wagner's music, Wagner attacking Bismarck's politics, and Bismarck attacking Wagnerism and Schopenhauerism. Unlat remains for us to do. Where shall we flee with our thirst for a wholesale hero worship? Would it not be to chcos from the music of the musician a few hundred bars of good music which appealed to the Held and we should like to take to heart because they are inspired by the heart? Could we not stand aside idle this small piece of plunder, and forget the rest? And could we not make a similar compromise as regards the philosopher and the take to Hien, and in particular forget the yes, if only forgetfulness were not so difficult? There was once a very proud man would never on any account accept anything, good or from anyone, indeed, but himself. When he wanted to forget, however, he could not bestow this gir upon himself, and was 3 times compelled to conjure up the spirits. They came, listened to his desire, and said at last, "This is the only thing it is not in our power to give." Could not the Germans take warning by this experience of Manfred? Why, then, should the spirits be conjured up? It is useless. We never forget mlad, we endeavor to forget. And how great would the balance we should hard to forget if we wished henceforth to continue wholesale admirers of these 3 great men. It would therefore be far more advisable to profit by the excellent offered us to tly something new, to advance in the spirit of honesty towards ourselves, and instead of a nation of credulous repetition and of bitter and blind animosity, a people of conditional assent and benevolent. We must come to learn in the first place, however, that unconditional homage to people is something rather ridiculous, that a change of view on this not discredite Germans, and that there is a profound and memorable saying. Ce qui impolte, sin sunt point les w sans, mais les choses. This saying is like the man who uttered it, great, honest, simple, and silent like Carnot, the soldier and republican. But may I at the present time speak thus to Germans of a Frenchman, and a republican into the bargain? Perhaps not. Perhaps I must not even recall what Niebuhr in his time dared to say to the Germans, that no one had made such an impression of true greatness upon him as Carnot. 168 A do I like about Thucydides, and how it come that I esteem him more highly than Plato. He exhibits the most outspread and artless pleasure in everything typical in men and events, and finds that each type is possessed of a certain quantity of good sense. It is this good sense which he seeks to discover. He like Caius exhibits a larger amount of practical justice than Plato. He never reviles or belittles those men whom he dislikes or who hail in any way injured him in the course of his life. On the contrary, while seeing only he introduces something noble and additional into all things and persons, form lat could posterity, to whom he dedicates his work, doeth things not typical. Thus this culture of the disinterested knowledge of the UMLD attains in him, the pset thinker, a final mainless culture which has its poet in Sophocles, its statesman in Pericles, its doctor in Hippocrates, and its natural philosopher in Democritus, this culture which descends to called by the name of its teachers, the sophists, and which, unhappily, from the moment of its baptism at once begins to grow pale and incomprehensible to henceforward suspect that this culture, which was combated by Plato and all the Socratic schools, must have been very immoral. The tmth of this matter is so complicated and entangled that we feel unwilling to unrail it, so let the old error vertate simplicior, run its old course. 169 The Greek genius foreign to or modum, Asiatic or compared with the ancient Greeks, everything is characterized by enormity of size and by the reveling in great masses as the expression of the sublime, whilst in Paestum, Pompeii, and Athens we are astonished, when contemplating Greek architecture, to see with what small masses the Greeks were able to express the sublime, and how they loved to express it thus. In the same way, how simple were the Greeks in the idea which they formed of themselves. How far we surpass them in the knowledge of man. Again, how all of labyrinths called our souls and our conceptions of our souls appear in comparison idle theirs. If had to venture an architecture after the style of our own souls, we are cowardly for that. A labyrinth would have to be our model. That music which is peculiar to us, and which really expresses us, lets this clearly seen. For in music men let them say hasco, they think there is no one who can see them hiding behind their music. 170 of 10 Thereupon whereof we babble about the Greeks. What do we understand of their and the soul of which was the passion for naked masculine beauty? It was only by starting therefrom that they appreciated feminine beauty. For the latter they had thus a perspective quite different from ours. It was the same in regard to their ior, for their worship was of a different kind, and so also was their contempt. 171. The food of the modern he has learned to digest many things, nay, almost everything. It is his ambition to do so. He would, however, be really of a higher order if he did not understand this. So Homo Pamphagus is not the finest type of the human race. We between a past which had a more wayward and deranged taste than an ulture which ill possibly have a more select taste, we live much midway. 172. Tragedy of essentially warlike disposition, such, for example, as the ancient Greeks in the time of Aeschylus, are difficult to rouse, and when pity once triumphs over their hardness they are seized as by a kind of giddiness or a demoniacal feel themselves overpowered and thrilled by a religious horror. This they become sceptical about their condition, but as long as they are in it they enjoy the charm of being, as it were, outside themselves, and the delight of the mainless mixed with the bitterest gall of suffering. This is the proper kind of drink for fighting, rare, dangerous, and bittersweet, which does not often fall to one's lot. Tragedy appeals to souls who feel pity in this way, to those fierce and warlike souls which are difficult to overcome, either by fear or pim, but which lose nothing by being softened from time to time. Of what use, however, is tragedy to those who are as to the sympathetic affections as the sails of a ship to the wind? When at the time of Plato the Athenians had become more softened and sensitive, how far they were still remora from the gushing emotions of the inhabitants of our towns and villages. And yet even then the philosophers were beginning to complain of the injurious nature of tragedy. An epoch frill of danger such as that now beginning, in which bravery and manliness are rising in value, v.il perhaps again harden souls to such an extent that they will once more stand in need of tragic poets, but in the meantime these are somewhat superfluous, to put it mildly. For music, too, a better age may be approaching. It will certainly be a more evil age, when altists will have to make their music appeal to strongly individual beings which will have become hard and which will be dominated by the gloomy earnestness of their own passion. But a poet uses music to the little souls of the present age which is fast passing away, souls that are too unsteady, ill-developed, half-personal, inquisitive, and covetous of everything. 173 The flatterers of work and the glorification of work and the never-ceasing talk about the blessing of labor / I see the same so retire as I do in the praise bestowed on impersonal acts of a general interest, viz. a fear of everything individual. For at the sight of work, that is to say, severe toil from morning till night, we har the feeling that it is the best police, viz. that it holds every one in check and effectively hinders the development of reason, of greed, and of desire for independence. For work uses up an extraordinary proportion of us force, withdrawing it from meditation, dreams, cares, love, and hatred. It dangles unimportant aims the eyes of the worker and affords easy and regular gratification. Thus it happens that a society where UMK is continually being performed v.il enjoy greater security, and it is security which is now venerated as the supreme deity and now, horror of horrors. It is the himself who has dangerous, the whole world is swarming with dangerous individuals, and behind them follows the danger of dangers the individuum. 174 The malfashion of a coniacally the principle of the present moral fascium. Moral actions are actions performed out of sympathy for others. I see the social instinct of fear. Uhak thus assumes an intellectual disguise. This instinct sets forth as its supreme, most important, and most principle that life shall be relieved of all the dangerous characteristics which it possessed in former times, and that evilly one must help with all his strength towards the attainment of this end. It is for that reason that only those actions keep in view the general security and the feeling of security of society are called. How little joy must men now har in themselves, hence such a tyranny of fear prescribes their supreme moral law, if they make no objection when commanded to turn their eyes from themselves and to look aside from themselves. And yet at the same time they har lynx eyes for all distress and suffering elsewhere. Are not, then, with this gigantic intention of ours of smoothing down every sharp edge and comber in life, utilizing the best means of turning mankind into sand? Small, soft, round, infinite sand. Is that your ideal, ye harbingers of the sympathetic affections too? In the meantime even the question remains unanswered whether our ofmar used to our neighbor in running immediately and continually to his for the most part can only be done in a very superficial way, as otherwise it become a tyrannical meddling, and by transforming ourselves into something which our neighbor can look upon with pleasure, something, for example, which may compared to a beautiful, quiet, and secluded garden, protected by high walls against storms and the dust of the roads, but ilcayus adel a hospitable gate. 175 Fundfornra one basis of a culture of have now an opportunity of watching the manifold growth of the culture of a society of which commerce is the soul, just as personal rivalry was the soul of culture among the ancient Greeks, and war, conquest, and law among the ancient Romans. The tradesman is able to value everything without producing it, and to value it according to the requirements of the consumer rather than his own personal needs. How many and what class of people consume this, is his question of questions. Hence, he instinctively and incessantly employs this mode of valuation and applies it to everything, including the productions of art and science, and of thinkers, scholars, artists, statesmen, nations, political parties, and even entire ages. With respect to everything produced or created, he inquires into the supply and demand in order to estimate for himself the value of a thing. This, once it has made the principle of an entire culture, qrked out to its most minute and subtle details, and imposed upon every kind of will and knowledge, this is a how you men of the coming century v.il be proud ot if the prophets of the commercial classes are right in putting that essentially into your possession. But I hail little belief in these prophets. Credat Judaeus Apollo, to speak with Horace. 176 The criticism of our ancestors _ why should we now endure the truth, earn about the most recent past? Because there is now always a new generation which feels itself in contradiction to the past and enjoys in this criticism the first fruits of its sense of power. In former times the new generation, on the contrary, wished to base itself on the old and began to feel conscious of its power, not only in accepting the opinions of its ancestors but, if possible, taking them even more seriously. To criticize ancestral authority was in former times a nice, but at the present time our idealists begin by making it their starting point. 177 To lire see poor films in the great centers of the world's politics, young and talented men, who, urged on by ambition, think it your duty to propound your opinion of evely event of the day or something is always by thus making a noise and raising a cloud of dust, mistake yourselves for the rolling chariot of history, who, because ye always listen, always suit the moment when ye can put in your umd or thereby lose all real productiveness. Whatever may be your desire to accomplish great deeds, the deep silence of pregnancy never comes to you. The event of the day sweeps you along like straws before the wind, whilst ye lie under the illusion that ye are chasing the event. Poor fellas. If a man wishes to act the hero on the stage, he must not think of forming part of the comes, he should not even know how the chorus is made up. 178 Daily wear tear These young men are lacking neither in character, nor talent, nor zeal, but they have never had sufficient time to their own path. They have, on the contrary, been habituated from the most tender age to have their path pointed out to them at the time when they are ripe enough to be sent into the desert. Something else was done with them. They were turned to account, estranged from themselves, and brought up in such a way that they became accustomed to be worn out by their daily toil. This was imposed on them as a duty, and now they cannot do without it. They would not wish it to be otherwise. The only thing that cannot be to these poor beasts of burden is the name they give to this ideal of leisure in an overworked century, holidays, in which they may for once be idle, idiotic, and childish to their heads' content. 179. As little state as and economic matters are not of such great value that they ought to be dealt idle by the most talented minds, such a waste of intellect is at _ worse than any state of distress. These matters are, and ever be, the province of smaller minds, and others than the smaller minds should not be at the semis of these workshop. It would be better to let the machinery work itself to pieces again. But as matters stand at the present time, when not only do all people believe that they must know all about it day by day, but ish likewise to always busy about it, and in so doing neglect their own, it is a great and ridiculous mistake. The price that has to be paid for the public safet is far too high, and what is maddest of all, we effect the very opposite of public safe. A fact our own dear century has undifficult to prove, as if this had never proved before. To make society sour against thieves and fire, and to render it thoroughly fit for all kinds of trade and traffic, and to transform the state in a good and evil sense into a kind of providence, these aims are low, mediocre, and not by any means indispensable, and should not seek to attain them by the aid of the highest means and instruments which exist. Means we should reserve precisely for our highest and rarest aims. Our epoch, however much it may babble about economy, it wastes intellect, the most precious thing of all. 180 Great wars of our own day are the outcome of historical study. 181 People govern because of their passion for governing, others in order that they may not be laterate as the lesser of two evils. 182 Rough a. Ready say of a man with great respect, he is, when he exhibits a rough and ready consistency, when it is ident even to the dullest eye. But, whene'er a more subtle and profound intellect sets itself up and shows consistency in a higher manner, the spectators deny the existence of any character. That is why cunning statesmen usually act their comedy under the cloak of a kind of rough and ready consistency. 183. The old is something immoral parliaments, so many people still think, for in them news even against the government may be expressed. Why we should always adopt that of a subject which our gracious Lord is the 11th commandment in many an honest old especially in northern Germany _ we laugh at it as an out-of-plate fashion, but in former times it was the moral law itself. Perhaps we shall again some day laugh at that uhak is now considered as moral by a generation brought up under a parliamentary regime, namely, the policy of placing one's party before one's own wisdom, and of answering every question aiming the public welfare in such a way as to fill the sails of the polity with a favorable gust of wind. We must take that view of a subject which the position of our party calls for. Such would be the canon in the semque of such morals. We may now behold every kind of sacrifice, even martyrdom and conquest over oneself. 184 The state as a production of countries inhabited by tractable men. There are always a few backsliders and intractable people. For the present the latter have joined the socialists more than any other party. If it should happen that these people once come to have the making of the laws, they may be relied upon to impose iron chains upon themselves, and to practice a dreadful discipline they know themselves. And they will endure these harsh laws if the knowledge that they themselves have imposed them the feeling of and of this particular power will be too rent among them and attractive for them not to suffer anything for its sake. 185 Ought to be suppressed. We get angry both mean we help them and when do not. 186 Bus's business is your greatest prejudice, it binds you to your locality, your society, and your tastes. Diligent in business but lazy in thought, satisfied with your paltriness and with the cloak of duty concealing this contentment, thus you live, and thus you like your children to be. 187 It impossible for us to imagine a social state in which the criminal will publicly denounce himself and dictate his own punishment, in the proud feeling that he is thus honoring the law which he himself has made, that he is exercising his power, the of a lawmaker, in thus punising himself. He may offend for once, but by his own voluntary punishment he raises himself above his offense, and not only expiates it by his frankness, greatness, and calmness, but adds to it a public benefit. Such would be the criminal of a future, a criminal who would, it is presuppose a future legislation based upon this fundamental idea, I yield in great things as well as in small only to the law I myself have made. How many experiments must yet made? How many have yet to dawn upon mankind? 188.stinflu.nts are so often they are always looking for a deceiver, stimulating uine for their senses. When they can only have this uine they are glad to put up earn with inferior bread. Intoxication is to them more than nutriment. This is the bait with which they always let themselves be caught. Umat, to our men chosen from among themselves, although they may be the most expert specialists as compared with the brilliant conquerors, or ancient and magnificent princely houses. In order that he may inspire them with faith, the demagogue must at least exhibit to them a prospect of conquest and splendor. People will always obey, and even do more than obey, provided that they can become intoxicated in doing so. We may not even offer them an pleasure without this laurel crow and its maddening influence. This vulgar taste which ascribes greater importance to intoxication than nutrition did not by any means originate in the lower ranks of the population, it was, on the contrary, transplanted there, and on this backward soil it grows in great abundance, whilst its real origin must be sought amongst the highest. Here it flourished for thousands of years. The people is the last virgin soil upon which this brilliant red can grow. Well, then, is it really to the people that should entrust politics in order that they may thereby have their daily intoxication? 189 High may be the influence in high politics of utilitarianism and the vanity of individuals and nations. The sharpest spur which urges them onwards is their need for the feeling of power, a need which rises not only in the souls of princes and rulers, but also gushes forth from time to time from inexhaustible sources in the #opal_. The time comes again and again when the masses are ready to stake their lives and their fortunes, their consciences and their virtue, in order that they may secure that highest of all enjoyments and rule as a victorious, tyrannical, and arbitrary nation over other nations, or at all events think that they do. On occasions such as these, feelings of prodigality, sacrifice, hope, confidence, extraordinary audacity, and enthusiasm will burst forth so abundantly that a sovereign who is ambitious or far-sighted will be able to seize the opportunity for making war, counting upon the good conscience of his people to hide his injustice. Great conquerors have always given utterance to the pathetic language of virtue, they have always been surrounded by crowds of people who felt themselves, as it were, in a state of exaltation and would listen to none but the most elevated oratory. The strange madness of moral judgments. When man experiences the sensation of power he feels and calls himself, and at exactly the same time the others who have to endure his power call him, in his fable of the epics of man, has mice in succession depicted the same epoch, that of the heroes of Homer, and has thus made two epochs out of one, to those lived under the terrible iron heel of those adventurous despots, or had heard their ancestors speak of then, the epoch appeared to be evil, but the descendants of those chivalric races worshipped it as the good old times, and as an almost ideally blissful age. The poet could thus not help doing what he did. His audience probably include all the descendants of both races. 190. Phosmer and culture. When the Germans began to interest other European nations, which is not so very long ago, it was owing to a culture they no longer possess today, and which they have indeed shaken off with a blind ardor, as if it had been some disease, and yet they have not been able to replace it by anything better than political and national lunacy. They have in this way succeeded in becoming even more interesting to other nations than they were formerly through their culture, and may that satisfy them. It is nevertheless undeniable that this German culture has fooled Europeans, and that it did not deserve the interest shown in it, and much less the imitation and emulation displayed by other nations in trying to rival it. Let us back for a moment upon Schiller, Wilhelm von Schleiermacher, Hegel, and Schelling. Let us read there and mingle for a time with the large circle of their followers. Aha, have they in common? What characteristics have they, that fill us, as we are now, partly with a feeling of nausea and partly with pitiful and touching emotions? First and foremost, the passion for appearing at all costs to be morally exalted, and then the desire for giving utterance to brilliant, feeble, and inconsequential remarks, together with their fixed purpose of looking upon everything, characters, passions, times, customs, as alas, in accordance with a bad and vague taste, but nevertheless pretended to be of Hellenic origin. We behold in these people a weak, good-natured, and glistening which, above all, wish to exhibit noble attitudes and noble voices, something at once presumptuous and inoffensive, and animated by a cordial aversion to cold or dry reality, as also to anatomy, complete passions, and every kind of philosophical continence and scepticism, but especially towards the knowledge of nature in so far as it was impossible to use it as religious symbolism. In his own characteristic fashion, Ibsen eyed from afar these movements of German culture, placing himself beyond their influence, gently remonstrating, silent, more and more confirmed in his own better course. A little later, and Schopenhauer also was an observer of these movements. A great deal of the world and devilry of the 1D had again been revealed to Hero, and he spoke of it roughly and enthusiastically, for there is a certain beauty in this devilry. And what was it, then, that really seduced the foreigners and prevented them from viving this movement as did Goethe and Schopenhauer, or, better, from ignoring it altogether? It was that faint luster, that inexplicable starlight which formed a mysterious halo around this culture. The foreigners said to themselves, "This is all very, very remote from us, our sight, hearing, understanding, enjoyment, and powers of valuations are lost here, but in spite of that there may be some stars. There may be something in it. Is it possible that the Germans have quietly discovered some corner of heaven and settled there? We must try to come nearer to these Germans." So they did begin to come nearer to the Germans, while not so very long afterwards the Germans put themselves to some trouble to get rid of this starlight halo. They knew only Yule that they had not been in, but only in a cloud. 191 Better men underscore. They tell me that our art is meant for the men of the present day, these greedy, unsatisfied, undisciplined, disgusty and harassed spirits, and that it exhibits to them a picture of happiness and unworldliness beside that of their own brutality, so that for once they may forget and breathe freely, nay, perhaps find that they may derive some encouragement towards flight and conversion from that oblivion. Poor fools, if such a public as this, half of whose thoughts require the attention of a priest, and the other half the attention of an alienist. How much happier was great Camille, as Madame de Svilgny exclaimed, if the accent of a woman in the presence of a whole mana, how far superior was his audience, which he could please pictures of chivalric virtues, strict duty, generous devotion, and heroic self-denial. How differently did he and they love existence, not as coming from blind and confiaste will, we curse because we cannot destroy it, but loving existence as a place, so to speak, where greatness joined with humanity is possible, and here even the greatest restraint of form, such as submission to the caprice of priests and princes, could not suppress either the pride, chivalric feeling, the grace, or the intellect of individuals, but could, on the contrary, be felt as a charm and incentive, as a welcome contrast to innate self-glorification and distinction and the inherited horror of volition and passion. 192. The desire for perfect cannot be denied that the French have been the most Christian nation in the UMLD, not because the devotion of masses in France has been greater than elsewhere, but because those Christian ideals which are most difficult to realize have become incarnated here instead of merely remaining fancies, intentions, or imperfect beginnings. Take Pascal, for example, the greatest of all Christians in his combination of ardor, intellect, and honesty, and consider what elements had to be combined in his case. Take the most perfect and attractive embodiment of ecclesiastical culture in all its horror. A sublime golden mean of whom a historian would tempted to prove the impossibility, whilst in reality he was merely the perfection of something exceedingly difficult and improbable. Take Madame de Guyon among her companions, the French Quietists, and everything that the eloquence and ardor of the Apostle Paul has endeavored to divine idle regard to the Christian state of soni divinity, this most sublime, loving, silent, and ecstatic state is seen laurefied in her, without, however, that Jeff-ish obtrusiveness that Paul showed towards GCXL due in the case of Madame de Guyon to the real old French artlessness in words and gestures, artlessness at once womanly, subtle, and distinguished. Consider, again, the founder of the Trappists, the last person really tmk seriously the ascetic ideal of Christianity, not because he was an exception among Frenchmen, but because he was a TME Frenchman, for up to our own day his gloomy organization has not been able to acclimatise itself and to prosper, except our non-Frenchmen, and it has followed them into Alsace and Algeria. Let us not forget the Huguenots, either. That combination of a martial and industrial spirit, refined manners, and Christian severity, has never been more beautifully exhibited. And it was at Port Royal that the great Christian ended its last era of prosperity, and in France more than anywhere else great men know how to prosper. Though not at all superficial, a great Frenchman has always his apparent superficiality. He has, so to speak, a natural skin for his real contents and depth l'ouvre. On the other hand, the depth of a great German is generally, as it were, closed up in an ugly shape. Like an elixir, by means of a hard and curious covering, endeavors to preserve itself and the light of day and the touch of thoughtless hands. And now let us endeavor to find out why a people like the French, so prolific in perfect types of Christians, likewise necessarily brought forth the perfect contrary types, those of unchristian free thought. The French freethinker, in his own inward being, had to fight against truly great men, and not, like the freethinkers of other nations, merely against dogmas and sublime abortions. 193. Esprit abd German, who possesses the secret of knowing how to be tedious in spite of wit, knowledge, and feeling, and has habituated himself to consider tediousness as moral, is in dread in the presence of French esprit lest it should tear out the eyes of morality, but a dread mingled with fascination like that experienced by the little bird in the presence of the rattlesnake. Amongst all the celebrated Germans none possessed more esprit than Hegel, but he also had that great German dread of it brought about his peculiar and defective style. For the nature of this style resembles a kernel, which is mapped up so many times in an outer covering that it can scarcely peep through, now and then glancing forth bashfully and inquisitively, like young women peeping through their rills, to use the words of that old woman hater, Aeschylus. This kernel, however, is a witty though often impenitent joke on intellectual subjects, a subtle and daring combination of words, such as is necessary in a seriety of thinkers as gilding for a scientific pill, but, envelope.d as it is in an almost impenetrable cover, it exhibits itself as the most absent science, and likewise as the worst possible moral tediousness. Here the Germans had a permissible form of esprit, and they revel in it adel such delight that even Schopenhauer's unusually fine understanding could not grasp it during the whole of his life he against the spectacle that the Germans offer to him, but he could never explain it. 194. Of relatively small success which teachers of morals have met with may be explained by the fact that they wanted too much at once, they were too ambitious and too fond of laying down precepts for everybody. In other words, they were beating the air and making speeches to animals in order to turn them into men, /Wander, then, that the animals thought this tedious. We should rather limited circles and endeavor to find and promote morals for them. For instance, we should make speeches to wolves with the object of turning them into dogs, but, abme all, the greatest success remain for the man who does not seek to educate either everybody or certain limited circles, but only one single individual, and who cannot be turned to the right or left from his straight purpose. The last century was superior to ours precisely because it possessed so many individually educated men, as mtll as educators in the same proportion, who had made this their life's task, and who with this task were dignified not only in their own eyes but in those of all the remaining God society. 195 The so-called classicni we discover that our life is consecrated to knowledge and that we should throw it away, nay, that should even hard to throw it away if this consecration did not protect us from ours ahas. Repeat this couplet, and not without deep emotium and fate, I follow, I fain would not, and yet I must, with many a sigh and groan. And then, in looking backwards over the course of our lives, discover that there is one thing that cannot be to us, the wasted period of our youth when our teachers did not utilize these ardent and eager years to lead us to the knowledge of things, but merely to this so-called classical education. Only think of this wasted when were inoculated clumsily and painfully with an imperfect knowledge of the Greeks and Romans as well as of their languages, contrary to the highest principle of all culture, which holds that we should not give fade except to those hunger for it. Think of that period of our lives when we had mathematics and physics forked down our throats, instead of being first of all made acquainted with the despair of ignorance, instead of having our little daily life, our acti/idas, and everything occurring in our houses, our workshops, in the sky, and in nature, split up into thousands of problems, painful, humiliating and irritating problems, and thus having our curiosity made acquainted with the fact that we first of all a mathematical and mechanical knowledge can be allowed to rejoice in the absolute logic of this knowledge. If we had only been imbued with reverence for those branches of science, if we had only been made to tremble adel it only for once at the struggles, the defeats, and the renewed combats of those great men, oft martyrdom which is the history of pure science. But, on the contrary, we were allowed to develop a certain contempt for those sciences in favor of historical training, formal education for and classicism. And allowed ourselves to be so easily deceived. Formal education. Might we not have pointed to the teachers at our high schools and asked laughingly, where then do they keep their formal education? And, if it is wanting in them, how can they teach it? And classicism. Did we get any of that instruction which the ancients used to impart to their youth? Did learn to speak or to write like them? Did ceaselessly exercise ourselves in that dual dialectic? Did we learn to move as beautifully and proudly as they did and to excel as they did in wrestling, throwing, and boxing? Did we learn anything of that practical asceticism of all the Greek philosophers? Did we receive any training in a single ancient virtue, and in the way in which the ancients were in it? Was not all meditation upon morals wanting in our education, and how much more the only possible criticism on the subject of morality, those courageous and earnest attempts to live according to this or that morality? Did our teachers ever stir up a feeling in us which the ancients value more highly than victims? Did they in the spirit of the ancients indicate to us the divisions of day and of life, and those aims by which the lives of the ancients were guided? Did we learn the ancient languages as now learn the Rn and N ones, viz. that we might speak them fluently and well? Nowhere can find a real proficiency or any new faculty as the result of those toilsome years. Only the knowledge of what men had learnt and were able to do in past ages. And what knowledge? Nothing becomes clearer to me year by year than the fact that the entire Greek and ancient mode of life, however simple and evident it must seem to our eyes, is in tmth very difficult to understand, and even scarcely accessible, and that the customary ease with which we babble the ancients is either giddy levity or the old hereditary conceit of our thoughtlessness. We are deceived by an ideas which appear to resemble our crana, but behind them there is always concealed a feeling which must be strange, incomprehensible, or painful to our modern conceptions. And these are realms in which boys are allowed to roam about. Enough, we roam about them in our and there we bizarre seized with an almost ineradicable antipathy for all antiquity, the antipathy arising from an intimacy which was apparently great. For so great is the conceit of our classical teachers, who would almost make it appear that they had gained all control over the ancients, that they pass on this conceit to their pupils, together with the suspicion that such a possession is of little use for making people happy, but is good enough for honest, foolish old let them over their treasure, it is mtll worthy of them. LT is with this unexpressed thought that completed our classical education. It can't change now for us, at all events. But let us not think of ourselves alone. 196. The most essential questions of am I really doing, and what do I mean by doing it? That is the question of tmth which is not taught under our present system of education, and consequently not asked, because there is no time for it. On the other hand, we have always time and inclination for talking nonsense rather than telling them the tmth, for flattering men who later on be mothers, rather than telling them the truth, and for speaking with young men their auteur and their pleasures, rather than about the tmth. But on all, our 70 years, time passes, and they soon come to an end. It matters as little to us as it says to the wave to know how and whither it is rolling. No, it might be misdom not to know it. Agreed, but it shows a want of pride not earned to inquire into the matter. Our culture does not tend to make people proud. So much the better. Is it really? 197 Aronri of the towards us consider the contributions which in the first half of this century the Germans made to general culture by their intellectual umk_. In the first place, let us take the German philosophers. They went back to the first and oldest stage of speculation, for they were content with conceptions instead of explanations. Like the thinkers of dreamy epochs, a pre-scientific type of philosophy was thus revived by them. Secondly, hail the German historians and romanticists. Their efforts on the whole aimed at restoring to the place of honor inane old and primitive sentiments, especially Christianity, the soul of the people, folklore, folk medievalism, Oriental asceticism, and Hinduism. In the third place, there are the natural philosophers fought against the spirit of Newton and Voltaire, and, like Goethe and Schopenhauer, endeavored to re-establish the idea of a deified or diabdized nature, and of its absolute ethical and symbolical meaning. The main general tendency of the Germans was direct against enlightenment and against those social revolutions which were stupidly mistaken for the consequences of enlightenment. The piety towards everything that existed tried to be a umpire towards everything that had ever existed, only in order that he and mind might be permitted to fill themselves and gush forth again, thus leaving no space for fiature and nor lames. The cult of feeling took the place of the cult of reason, and the German musicians, as the best exponents of all that is invisible, enthusiastic, legendary, and passionate, show themselves more successful in building up the new temple than all the other artists in words and thoughts. If, in considering these details, we have taken into account the fact that many good things were said and investigated, and that many things have since then been more fairly judged than on any previous occasion, there yet remains to be said of the whole that it was a general danger, and one by no means small, to set knowledge altogether below feeling under the of an entire and definitive acquaintance with the past, and, to use that expression of Kant, who thus defined his own panicular task wdo. Make way again, for by fixing the limits of knowledge let us once more breathe freely, the hour of this danger is past. And yet, strange to say, the very spirits which these Germans conjured up idle such eloquence have at length become the most dangerous for the intent ione of those who did conjure them up: history, the comprehension of origin and development, sympathy with the past, the new passion for feeling and knowledge. Honor they had been for a long time at the semis of this obscure, exalted and retrograde spirit, have once more assumed another nature, and are now soaring with outstretched wings above the heads of those once upon a time conjured them forth, as new and stronger genii oft had very enlightenment to combat which they had been resuscitated. It is this enlightenment which we are now to carry forwani, caring nothing for the fact that there has been and still is a great revolution, and again a great reaction against it. These are but plial crests of foam when compared idle the tmly great current on which we float, and want to float. 198. ASSIGBMS1G prestige to OBEs is the men of culture who determine the rank of their country, and they are characterized by an innumerable of great inward experiences, which they have digested and can now value justly. In France and Italy this fell to the lot of the nobility. In Germany, where up to now the nobility has been as a rule composed of men who had not much intellect to about, perhaps this ceased to be the case. It was the task of the priests, the teachers, and their descendants. 199. We regenerosity, concern for one's good reputation. These three qualities, combined in one sentiment, we call noble, distinguished, aristocratic, and in this respect we excel the Greeks. We do not wish to give this up at any cost under the pretext that the ancient objects of these neem are rightly fallen in esteem, but wish cautiously to substitute new objects for these most precious and hereditary impulses. To understand why the sentiments of the noblest Greeks must be considered as inferior and scarcely respectable in the present age, where are still under the influence of the chivalric and feudal nobility, must the UMDS of consolation to which Ulysses gave utterance in the midst of the most humiliating situations, bear with it, my dear Held, bear with it. Thou hast both many more swinish thing than these. As an instance of this mythical example, consider also the tale of that Athenian officer, who, when threatened with a stick by another officer in the presence of the entire general staff, shook off his disgrace with the words, "Strike, but listen to me." This was Themistocles, that ingenious Lysis of the classical epoch, was just the man at the moment of disgrace to address to his dear heart that verse of Comf 01t and Amixium. The Greeks were far from making light of life and death because of an insult, as we, influenced by a hereditary spirit of chivalric adventurousness and self-delation, are in the habit of doing, or from looking for opportunities of honorably risking life and death, as in duels, or from valuing the preservation of an unstained honor, more than the acquirement of an evil reputation, when the latter was compatible with glory and the feeling of power, or from remaining faithful to the prejudices and the anacles of faith of a caste, when these could prevent them from becoming tyrants. For this is the ignoble secret of the Greek aristocrat: out of sheer jealousy he treats every one of the members of his caste as being on an equal footing with himself, but he is ready at every moment to spring like a tiger on his what matter lies, murders, treason, or the betrayal of his native city to him. Justice was an extremely difficult matter for people of this kind to understand, nay, justice was almost something incredible. The just man was to the Greeks a hate free saint was to the Christians. When Socrates, however, laid down the axiom, the most virtuous man is the happiest, they could not trust their ears, they thought they had heard a madman speaking. For, as a picture of the happiest man, Evely nobleman had in his mind the cheeky audacity and devilry of the tyrant who sacrifices everything and every one to his own and pleasure. Among people whose imagination secretly raved about such happiness, the worship of the state could not, of course, have been too deeply implanted, but one think that men whose desire for does not rage so blindly as that of the Grack nobleman no longer stand in need of such idolo of the state, by means of Wicklow in past ages, Such a passion was kept within do 200. In the UNCE of is one great advantage in noble extraction, it makes us endure 201. The FUWRE of the bearing of the aristocratic classes shows that, in all the members of their body the consciousness of power is continually playing its fascinating garn. Thus people of aristocratic habits, men, or women, never sink worn out into a chair, when everyone else makes himself comfortable, as in a train, for example. They avoid reclining at their ease, they do not appear to get tired after standing at cold for hours at a stretch, they do not filmaish their houses in a comfortable manner, but in such a way as to produce the impression of something grand and imposing, as if they had to sema as a residence for greater and taller beings. They reply to a provoking speech with dignity and clearness of mind, and not as if scandalous, shammed, or out of breath in the plebeian fashion, as the aristocrat is able to preserve the appearance of being possessed of a superior physical force which never leaves him. He likewise wishes by his aspect of constant serenity and civility of dispositico even in the most trying circumstances, to convey the impression that his mind and soul are equal to all dangers and surprises. A noble culture may resemble, so far as passions are concerned, either a horseman takes pleasure in making his proud and fiery animal trot in the Spanish have only to recollect the age of Louis, like the rider feels his horse dart away aidle him like the elemental forces, to such a degree that both horse and rider come near losing their heads, but, owing to the enjoyment of delight, do keep very clear heads. In both these cases this aristocratic culture breathes power, and if very often in its customs only the appearance of the feeling of power is required, nevertheless the real sense of superiority continues constantly to increase as the result of the impression which this display makes upon those who are not aristocrats. This indisputable happiness of aristocratic culture, based as it is on the feeling of superiority, is now beginning to rise to ever higher levels, for now, thanks to the free spirits, it is henceforth permissible and not dishonorable for people who have born and reared in aristocratic circles to enter the domain of knowledge, where they may secure more intellectual consecrations and learn chivalric services even higher than those of former times, and where they may look up to that ideal of victorious wisdom which as yet no age has been able to set before itself with so good a conscience as the Parak KL, which is to done. Lastly, what is to be the occupation of the nobility in the future if it becomes more evident from day to day that it is less and less incomes to take any part in politics? 202. The care of the have scarcely begun to devote any attention to the physiology of criminals, and yet we have already reached the inevitable conclusion that criminals and madmen there is no really essential difference, if we suppose that the current moral fashion of thinking is a healthy of thinking. No belief, however, is nowadays more firmly in than this one, so we should not therefore shrink from drawing the ine/idable conclusion and treating the criminal like a lunatic all, not with haughty pitlallness, but able medical skill and God v.ill_ he may perhaps be in need of a change of air, a change of society, or temporary absence, perhaps of solitude and new occupations. Very well. He may perhaps feel that it would be to his advantage to live under surveillance for a short time in order thus to obtain protection from himself and from a troublesome tyrannical impulse. Very well. We should make clear to him the possibility and the means of curing him, the extermination, transformation, and sublimation of these impulses, and also, in the UMST cases, the improbability of a cure, and should offer to the incurable criminal, who has become a useless burden to himself, the opportunity of committing suicide. While holding this in reserve as an extreme measure of relief, we should neglect nothing which tend all to restore to the criminal his good courage and freedom of spirit, should free his soul from all remorse, as if it were something, and show him how he may atone for a tongue which he may have done someone by benefiting someone else, perhaps the community at large, in such way that he might even do more than balance his previous offense. All this must be done with the greatest tact. The criminal must, above all, remain anonymous or adopt an assumed name, changing his place of residence frequently, so that his reputation and alter life may suffer as little as possible. At the present time it is true that the man who has been injured, apart altogether from the manner in which this injury might be redressed, wishes for revenge in addition, and applies to the courts that he may obtain it, and this is why our penal laws are still in force, justice, as it were, holding up a pair of shopkeeper's scales and endeavoring to balance the guilt by punishment. But can we not take a step beyond this? Would it not a great relief to the general sentiment of life if, while getting rid of our belief in guilt, we could also get rid of our old craving for vengeance, and gradually come to believe that it is a refined wisdom for happy men to bless their enemies and to do good to those who have offended them, exactly in accordance with the spirit of Christian teaching? Let us free the world from this idea of sin, and take care to cast out with it the idea of punishment. May these monstrous ideas henceforth one ir banished from the abodes of men, if, indeed, they must one ir at all, and do not perish from disgust with themselves. Let us not forget also, however, that the injury caused to society and to the individual by the criminal is of the sanal species as that caused by the sick, for the sick spread cares and ill humor, they are non-productive, consume the earnings of others, and at the sarn time require attendants, doctors, and sup, and they really live on the time and strength of the healthy. In spite of this, however, we should designate as inhuman any one for this reason, cold wish to wreak vengeance on the sick in past ages, and this was actually done, in primitive conditions of society, and even now among sultan savage peoples. The sick man is treated as a criminal and as a danger to the community, and it is that he is the resting place of sane demoni beings who have entered into his body as the result of some offense he has committed. Those ages and peoples hold that the sick are the guilty. And what of ourselves? Are we not yet ripe for the contrary conception? Shall we not be allowed to say, the guilty are the sick? No, the hour for that has not yet come. We still lack all those physicians who have learned something from what we have hitherto called practical morals and have transformed it into the art and science of healing. We still lack that intense interest in those things which someday perhaps may seem not unlike the storm and stress oft whose old religious astases the churches har not yet come into the possession of those who after our health, the study oft body and of dietary are not yet amongst the obligatory subjects taught in our primary and secondary schools. There are as yet no quiet associations of those people who are pledged to one another to do without the help of law courts, and renounce the punishment and vengeance now meted out to those who are offended against society. No thinker has as yet been daring enough to determine the health of society, and of the individuals composite, by the number of parasites which it can support, and no statesman has yet been found to use the plowshare in the spirit of that generous and tender saying, if thou wilt till the land, till it with the plow, then the bird and the wolf, walking behind thy plow, will rejoice in thee. All creatures will rejoice in thee. 203. Agan Jst bad upon the meals which people nowadays eat in hotels and everywhere else. Here the udaloff classes of society live. Even when eminent men of science meet together, their tables groan under the weight of the dishes, in accordance with the principle of the bankers, the principle many dishes and too much to eat. The result of these is that dinners are prepared to their mere appearance rather than the consequences that may follow from eating them, and that stimulating drinks are required to help in driving away the heaviness in the stomach and in the brain. Fie on the dissoluteness and extreme nervousness